If you like the video, make sure to like, subscribe, and comment for more videos like this.
If you've had a terrifying and truly convincing paranormal encounter that made you believe, or question what's real, share your story.
I have seen a couple of ghosts. The first one was when I was a teen. It was a lady standing at the bottom of my bed holding out coins to me. It freaked me out so much I slept with a night light every night after that. A few years later I was staying with my friends. We were having a sleepover. I'm a bad sleeper. My friends were already asleep at this point as I rolled over to my side. I looked down the side of the bed to see a see-through figure. It looked like a young boy on his hands and knees. He was looking up at me with a Cheshire cat smile. I get goosebumps just thinking about that story. I was and have always been open-minded, but I still have a logical approach before anything more radical. The incident occurred approximately 6 months ago. I will describe the situation. I was walking home from a friend's residence, which is located approximately 3.5 kilometers away in the heart of the city, while I reside in a more tranquil neighborhood. Since it is a weekend night, the city is bustling with activity, including people drinking, cars racing, and noise from a nearby factory. Please note that it was a fairly windy night. I enjoy the cool breeze as I make my way home. At one point, I noticed that all that background noise was now completely gone, and there was no more wind. Odd. Well, I don't think too much about it and decide to light a cigarette. I am now completely alone on an unlit road beside a cemetery, with trees separating me from the sea of candles in front of the tombs. As I was putting my lighter away and started to carry on, I heard a rustle from a tree branch above me. I don't take my chances of being below it, so I moved to the other side of the road, and wouldn't you know it, a giant branch falls right where I was. I thought that was lucky and I managed to walk a few steps when I heard it. Something was growling, howling, screeching, and crying on top of the tree as it started to violently shake with trees alongside it. Figured that was my sign to keep going and up my pace. As I was so far away that I could barely see the cemetery, I decided to look behind, and there it was physically. Dark, human-like build, easily 2 meters tall with somehow lit black eyes. Something told me to ignore it, as hard as it was, and walk away. I was raised in a religious manner but never so much believed in it myself. Out of instinct, I stop a few houses down from where I live, draw a cross with my foot on the ground, and keep walking without even trying to catch a glimpse of whatever followed me. As I reached my driveway, I felt a breeze and heard a car racing down a busy street nearby, along with the ambient sounds of the factory. Went straight to bed trying to forget what had happened. After this, I never took other people's experiences lightly. There are tons more stories from me that I never kept as much as paranormal, but as a random coincidence. We moved to a house next to a cemetery in 1993. Our daughter was 6 weeks old. I felt a presence in the house, just a feeling of not being alone, but only in my bedroom and only when I was alone in the room. Shortly after, I began seeing movement in my peripheral vision, and the TV and stereo in our bedroom would go on and off by themselves. My husband insisted it was a problem with the electronics, so we donated and replaced them, same issues with brand new ones. My jewelry, only certain pieces, would disappear and then suddenly turn up. I found a necklace I hadn't worn in years arranged in a perfect circle on a dining room chair. Sitting on my bed one day, a drop of something landed on my arm. I immediately thought it was condensation from the AC vent, looked up, and the vent was on the other side of the room. I was overcome with sadness and wondered if the ghost was crying. At this point, I had prayed repeatedly and placed crucifixes throughout the house, but they had no effect. What finally triggered my realization was when I was in the tub, the lever to drain the water slowly lifted, causing the water to begin draining, and then something gradually pushed the shower curtain, which had been pulled to one side, back toward me. One day when I was alone in the house, I just said, "I know you're here. I know you're sad and trying to tell me something, but you're scaring me a little. Let's just get it over with and let me see you." After that, I started seeing a woman in a high-necked black dress. It was all in shades of black and gray, but I could see that her hair was in a bun and even the pleats and buttons on the dress. I saw her frequently after that, and things continued to happen. My husband was snaking drains and fixing levers and hinges, trying to figure out logical explanations. I had another talk, which was basically "and it's okay, you will be safe, go to the light," and she left, but then I developed the ability to sense, see, and communicate with spirits, which is another story. 6 years later, we took our daughter to Disney. I was trying to persuade her to go on the Haunted Mansion ride by telling her it wasn't scary and that ghosts aren't real. She said ghosts were real. I asked how she knew that, and she said, "Because I've seen one." I felt the blood leave my body. I asked her where, and she said her room, my room, and the hall. She said the ghost would come into her room and play with her hair while she was trying to fall asleep. I asked what the ghost looked like, and she said, a tall lady in a long black dress. We still live in the house. A truly terrifying story. Why I believe in the paranormal. It all started about 23 years ago. I was 6 years old. My mom moved us in with her new boyfriend. A few weeks after we moved in, I woke up to a strange growling noise. I roll over and face my bedroom doorway, and there is this dark shadow figure with red eyes, and it was making the growling noise. I was terrified. As I sat there, I watched it float at the edge of my bed, turning and coming toward me. I threw the covers over my head, I felt its hand on my leg, felt more like claws, and it started to pull my blankets off of me. The whole time it continued making a growling noise. As it pulled on my blankets, I pulled even tighter. At 6 years old, I had no idea who God was, but for some reason, I started to pray to him, please God, make it go away. The growling and pulling instantly stopped. I got the courage to pull down the blankets, and it was gone. Unfortunately, that wasn't the end. Just about every night it would come into my room or just stand at the doorway. Occasionally I would see it in the bathroom, and it would let out a loud shriek and come at me fast, but as soon as I turned the light on, it quickly vanished. I told my mom, and she just played it off as if it was my imagination. One night my mom went to take a bath, and it was just me, my brother, and my mom's boyfriend. My brother was lying on the couch on the other side of the living room. The only lights on were the TV and a little lamp by the recliner. My mom's boyfriend gets my attention and says, "Hey, do you want to see a cool trick?" Of course I said yes. He told me to stand up and stand completely still. He reached up toward the lamp, still reclined in the recliner, and turned it off. The exact moment he turned the light off, I felt those claws on my hips, and I heard my brother panicking. In that instant, I flew across the room and smacked the wall really hard above the couch my brother was lying on. I screamed for my mother, and as her boyfriend turned the light back on, he was still reclined in the recliner. My brother and I were screaming, and my brother said it was the shadow man. He saw him behind me as soon as the boyfriend turned the lights off. He said he saw the shadow man throw me. The shadow man messed with me until I was about 9 years old. My mom had her own encounter with him and packed us up, and we moved to another city, away from the boyfriend. We got into church and became Christians. I remember a preacher praying over us. We never saw the shadow man again. It wasn't until my brother and I were older that we brought up the shadow man, and my mom then told us her stories that she experienced and told us that her boyfriend at that time was a Satanist. He did rituals and everything. She didn't believe in any of it until she encountered it herself. Shadow child follows me around. So since I was like 12, I've noticed this dark figure just standing in dark areas of homes and darker areas outside, and it looks exactly like a child, like 6 to 7, because of how tall it is. It's never given me a bad feeling like it wanted to hurt me, but it has scared me a few times, and I think it low-key enjoys getting me spooked sometimes. It's also never tried to communicate, and I've never really tried, but there have also been some weird occurrences that happen while guests were around, papers flying like someone just smacked them, and I've found the book I was reading in a spot I've never put it before. I asked my BF if he's moved it, he said no. My BF's stuff gets moved, and our dog often stares at the door, and the hair on her back stands up. It honestly looks like a little boy, or maybe a girl with shorter hair. And like I said, it never gave me the impression that it wanted to hurt me or my family, and I'm not the only one who's seen him. I invited a friend of mine over, and he spent the night. Now my friend is, like, all into the spirit stuff, like spirit boards and tarot and all that good stuff. He started freaking out, saying he saw a kid in my kitchen right behind me while using the spirit board. He got up and turned the lights on, and there was nothing. He then gathered all his stuff and left at 4:30 in the morning and called me the next day, still freaking out and crying, telling me about the little boy. I've since started calling him Aiden. I think he's cool with it because nothing has happened the past few months. But he has followed me when I moved out of my parents' house and into my boyfriend's. Other than that, I haven't seen him for a while. I grew up in an 1800s Victorian farmhouse in rural Missouri. The front 2 rooms used to be used as viewing rooms for wakes. A lot of history and a lot of activity there. My mom would tell me she could hear organ music in the front rooms sometimes. We didn't have an organ until much later. Things I experienced were things on the mantels getting turned around. There were footprints on the recently vacuumed carpet, even when the room was empty. You could feel someone sitting at the end of your bed at night. Slamming doors and cabinets. Shadows out of the corner of your eye. Particularly on the stairs, I felt as though someone was watching me closely. I hated going up or down them in the dark. Now, story time. I don't remember much, but my mom told me when I was little I had an imaginary friend named Joan Cordy. I would talk to her and play with her. My mom asked me who I was talking to, and I told her and then said, "She protects me from the bad people." My mom asked me if she and my dad were the evil people. I said, "No, just the bad people." My mom then told a story about the hired hand that lived in the back 2 rooms of the house in the 1800s. He was like a caretaker. He was reportedly not a very nice man during his lifetime. My mom and I were going to bed and we were going through the walk-through closet in my room. She could hear someone breathing in there. We go into their room, which was one of the back rooms, and get in bed. She hears something and looks over, and there's a man standing there. She tries to wake my dad, and he grabs her arm. He said, "If you wake him up, I'll kill him." She tries again, and he says it again. She then tried a 3rd time, and he bit her arm and then disappeared. She woke. My dad and I said, "Look." My dad said there were indeed bite marks on her arm. He thought maybe she bit her arm in her sleep or something. Then, not too long after, my dad had seen someone walking through the back bedroom one night and thought it was my brother, but he never came back up to the room. My dad got up to check, and he found that my brother was still asleep. They decided to remodel the room after, and I was up there with my mom. We had heavy double-pane storm windows on the house. It took a lot to open and close them since they were so old. I remember looking out the window and watching the old wallpaper get tossed out. My mom told me to be careful, and I said okay. I felt like I needed to get back from the window, pulled my head inside, and right after, the window slammed down. After they put the wallpaper up and let it set for a few days, it looked good. One night we were in bed, and you could hear the wallpaper peeling off the walls. It peeled off in perfect rolls, so it may just have been old glue or something, but with everything that had happened, we thought it was that guy because they redid the room. So a few days later my parents are visiting with some neighbors, and they're showing them old pics of the house, and my mom panics and says, "That's him." It was a picture of the people who lived in the house, and one of them was the man that bit my mom. The hired hand was present. They also asked about Joan Cordy, and they said she was a real person and was buried in a cemetery not far from there. I have grown up around things that I have never been able to explain away. Some I have. I definitely believe in the paranormal and that we stick around for a while after, at least. You know, there's something I've carried with me for a long time, nothing dramatic on the surface, but it never really left me. Back in the early 2000s, around 2001, I think, I borrowed $7 from a friend. Just $7. I wanted to buy this rugged-looking metal necklace another buddy of mine was selling. It looked cool back then, especially to a teenager trying to carve out an identity. I wore that necklace for years, into my 20s and early 30s. But by the time 2019 rolled around, it felt like something I'd outgrown. Not just in fashion, but in spirit. Therefore, I tucked it away and forgot about it. Then, in 2021, I unexpectedly learned that the same friend to whom I owed $7 had passed away. Heart complications or something quiet like that. No dramatic ending, no news headlines. Just gone. We hadn't spoken in years, since I transferred schools after junior high, but I still went to his funeral. It felt like the right thing to do. After that, though, something shifted. I started feeling watched. I didn't feel like I was in a terrifying movie, but rather as if someone was simply present. Close by. Occasionally, when the house was quiet, I would hear strange sounds or catch a glimpse of a shadow flickering past the corner. It wasn't terrifying, but it was unsettling. Then one night, it hit me, the debt. That small, stupid $7 debt. I don't know if he ever remembered it, probably not. But I did. And maybe that mattered more than I wanted to admit. The next day I did something that probably sounds ridiculous to anyone with sense. I went to his grave, dug a small hole with my bare hands, and tucked a $10 bill in there. Maybe it was to clear a debt. Maybe it was to clear my conscience. Maybe both. A few weeks passed, and I noticed the feeling was gone. There were no longer any strange noises or unease. All I felt was a strange and peaceful sense of relief. Like something had finally let go. I still don't know if it was guilt, grief, or something else entirely, knowing the personality of my friend. Yeah, I think the guy came back just to ask for $7. I couldn't even begin to tell you everything. But it started when I was 3. I had my own bedroom. I was an only child. I would see faces in my window, especially at night. I'd scream, and my dad would come in, and I'd tell him there were wicked men. He'd say it was just a bad dream. It's possible. But it was real to me. Then I started seeing shadow people, but they seemed to be children like me. I wasn't scared of them. As I got older, my senses grew more, and I could sense when a spirit was near. I became afraid of them because there was a malevolence about them. A hostility. We had what I thought was a demon that stayed at our back door in the utility room. I hated going in there after dark. As an adult with more experience, I know now it was a guardian, although I don't know how it got there. It was serious, solemn, but not hostile. But at the time I was afraid anyway. One time in my mid-20s I went to visit my parents and stayed a few nights. I stayed in my old room. I woke in the middle of the night hearing a dog growling. I was confused and listened to determine where it was coming from. It was snarling, too. I realized it was not a dog. It was a hellhound at the foot of my bed. I was ducking terrified. The only way out was to go through the hellhound to reach my door, as it was positioned close to the bed. I jumped out of bed and ran to the couch in the living room. As I've gotten older, I'm 47 now, I've been able to start communicating with them. I've had encounters with several human spirits, especially in 2020. In the last few years there's been a lot of activity in my apt. Last October I was lying in bed at noon watching YouTube. Suddenly I heard a crash. At the foot of my bed I had a table with a cloth on it as well as a salt lamp and a bunch of jars. I got up to find the cloth yanked and the jars broken on the floor. Other stuff was also on the floor. I didn't even feel anything in the room with me, so that was weird. I have so much in between that I've experienced. There's no doubt in my mind that there are things in another plane that come over to ours. Still don't understand this one. I am now 55 years old, but I was 16 at that time. I was walking down the street to go to the store. At the stop sign about 1 block to the right was the store. To the left was a cemetery about a block up the hill. Straight ahead was another street. I was in deep thought thinking about what I wanted and had to get done that day after I got my smokes, then suddenly I heard low voices talking all around me. I was like, oh wait, what did I come in here for? Then the voices suddenly stopped, and I found myself about halfway in the cemetery. I was so shocked and freaked out. I looked around for a second, thinking I was nuts, and basically ran to the store. Still to this day I do not know how I made it to the stop sign and walked up to and into the cemetery without getting hit. Falling over stones or something? How did I hear chatting voices in the cemetery? Almost like I was in a trance or something. Still creeps me out to this day. An eerie encounter occurred at 3 a.m. So it was a Friday night, and I didn't really hang out with people. My house had neighbors close by, always welcoming. So one quiet night I was watching TV, just chilling like usual. I always use the bathroom early so I don't have to go. Because I'm an early bird. I wake up at 9, but this time it was really different. I always look around in my room. Wasn't really comfortable sleeping by myself in the dark. Mind you, it had another room close by, which was pitch black. Couldn't even see anything except crossing the hallway. I always check my living room before I go to bed. Call me crazy or paranoid, I just do it. I always have my door closed at a certain time every time I get done eating. I had a trash can close to my room, so I didn't have to worry about going back and forth to the kitchen. Which in my case was pretty good. So I closed my door quietly, and I turned my fan on because it is hottest in my room. It is 64 degrees in my room, and I have a cover all wrapped around my body. Because I didn't care at the time. I slept on my stomach and was always moving around, looking up at the ceilings for any strange shadows. P.S. I had a reason why I was acting crazy, but I'm sleeping quietly. I can hear my heartbeat pounding rapidly. The next minute I hear a noise at 3 a.m. It was a strange sound coming through the living room. Next a devilish, maniacal laugh I hear, and my tricking name is called 6 times to come here. Mind you, I'm thinking and trying to figure out what was going on. So I get up and peek in my living room to make sure I wasn't losing it. I'm panicking, it was real hot. I'm like, what could possibly make that loud noise? Am I crazy? Because I'm saying to myself no one is in the living room. I lay down again, it ended up stopping at 3:30 a.m. I'm still checking the door. Being quiet, just thinking this is strange. What could possibly make that noise or call my name out of the blue? Mind you, there wasn't a camera in the living room, the living room would be cold. The table would be empty. Also had an entryway through the kitchen. So you tell me, is this a hoax or real? Let me know your thoughts. BTW, it was on a Friday. I saw my grandmother as a shadow figure in the middle of the night, and that is now why I believe in the paranormal afterlife. The sighting took place about 16 years ago in my home at the time. I was approximately 11 years old. I knew my grandmother wasn't doing well on my father's side of the family. With my mom having full custody of me and my father having weekend visitations, I unfortunately did not have much of a relationship with my grandmother, and my final memories are of seeing her in a nursing home. Her communication method is pen and paper due to having a trachea and not being able to verbally communicate. Being told she was not doing well and that these were her final days. To the best of my memory, I do not recall being spoken to about her passing or attending a funeral. As I look back now, all I recall is one day not visiting her anymore. Now on to the paranormal part of the story and why I'm a believer of the afterlife today. One night, I was later told it was the week after her passing, I was sleeping in my mom's room. Not sure why I chose her room instead of my own for the night. Anyhow, I woke up in the middle of the night for no apparent reason. In the corner of the room, about 5 feet from the end of the bed, I see a shadow of an outlined human being. This shadow had no detailed features. Just a black mass. How did I know it was my grandmother then? The shadow's hand was positioned against its face, with its chin resting on its thumb. It's difficult to recall my full reaction. I was startled, scared at the least. I've never experienced anything like this. My mom was woken up, the bed lamp was turned on, and within seconds it was gone. After describing what I had seen to my mom, she truly believes this was the spirit of my grandmother watching over us and saying her final goodbyes before passing on. It was told to me that the posture of what I described is how she used to stand and would do all the time. Sure, maybe the experience could be classified as a dream, with me recalling more details of her presence before she passed than I remember and turning it into my own creation. But I truly don't recall ever seeing her in that posture and position. I consider myself a skeptic unless I am given a reason to believe. Well, here it is. I believe in the afterlife and the paranormal. Something happens. Even if it's for just a short period of time. I've never experienced anything visually like this again after that day, besides one other day of feeling a presence and being hit with emotions from my other grandmother years later, when I was in college. Coincidence shortly after her passing. I've visited her grave. Spoken to her. Asked her if she is who and what I saw that one night. Not much has come from those actions, but I still carry the thought with me from day to day. The experience has definitely left me searching and wondering more about what the paranormal afterlife can bring. Now that I have developed a mindset that embraces curiosity and intrigue rather than fear, I am more open to exploring what is possible and seeking explanations for various occurrences. My niece told me something terrifying. I was having a conversation with my niece. She told me that in November 2024, she began seeing a figure that she described as tall, approximately 6 feet, smiling and wearing a gold watch, which appears once a month. This figure will appear in a corner somewhere or outside a window and smile, then point at the watch, which is counting down. The time started at 12 o'clock and is now at 6:25-ish. It appears to her once a month, and she has not seen it this month. She's not sure why she's seeing it and is worried she's crazy. Her mom is worried that she's schizophrenic, but I lean on the spiritual side of life and do not think this is mental illness. She is also completely normal, does not hear things that aren't there, and does not see things besides this. She's asked her friends if they see that when it appears, but nobody else does. I've asked her in-depth questions in an attempt to find out more, like what time, date, when, and where she has this experience, in hopes she's keeping track of when it's happening, but she hasn't. I asked her to do this. I understand that the situation may not be what I think it is and could be a mental thing, but I also don't want her to think she's crazy, and from the interactions I've had with her, I just don't believe she is. If anybody has any idea or has experienced something similar, please let me know. The most believable ghost story you'll hear. This incident happened to me 15 years ago when I was 17. I've never managed to find any sort of explanation behind it. I live in Scotland. I went for a run around a loop, which went from my village, around a tarmac road, around 4 miles, and then back into the village. It passed through farms, woods, and a few remote houses on the route. It was mid-December. Around 5 p.m., so it wasn't daylight, however, it wasn't dark. I was about 2.5 miles into the run with headphones in. As I was running, there was a long old farm building to my right, a field behind a hedge on the left, and then woods on either side of the road about 200 meters beyond this. I saw a man walking towards me. He had his head down, a beanie hat on, and a dull-looking jacket. He had a particular build, similar to one of my friends, Ross. He was just under 6 feet, broad-shouldered, and not fat, but built. As I got closer, he moved into the shadow of the farm building to my right, so I pulled my headphones out, as it was strange. I slowed to a walk as I was around 10 meters away and found he was gone. The wall was sandstone, but there was an old doorway that was previously bricked up. There weren't any other doors. Once I thought I had seen a ghost, I had the option to run back to a house, where I knew the person who lived there, or run through the road with woods on either side. I quickly decided I couldn't go to someone's house, as I'd look weird, so I ran home via the woods. I told my mother about this when I got home. She said I must have hallucinated, etc., and didn't believe me. The next day she was at work and told her workmates the story. At the end of the story, one of her coworkers pulled her aside to ask what the person looked like. She told him he was built like Ross, who was well known. She went white and explained her husband's father had been cremated that day and used to walk from the waterworks, along that road, to his house each night after work. I saw in the newspaper a couple days later a statement saying Jimmy had been cremated that day. I've been back many times since and never seen anything similar. I and a family member were going to visit the cemetery. It's a small, old cemetery for the nearby villages. Although it's old, it's attached to a church that's not really used but kept up, and the cemetery that wraps around it is still currently being used, and people are still being buried there. Hence why we were going that day to visit a grave. As we walked up the gravel path towards the cemetery, I could see over the wall a man, probably in his late 20s or early 30s, walking among the graves and looking at them while wearing dark trousers or jeans and a jumper. Someone looking around isn't out of the norm. As we approached the entry gate, the man's head whipped up, and he looked at us with utter disgust, his face twisted in what I can only describe as pure rage. He immediately started sprinting along the row of graves to get to the path leading to us. I was stuck in shock, just pointing at him and going, "Oh, oh, oh," getting louder with each word. My family member was nearly as shocked. She only noticed him when he began to run. She just keeps saying, a man," as if his intent couldn't be mistaken. He got onto the path that led straight to us at the gate in seconds and was running straight at us. I don't know why we didn't scream or run to the car or do anything but stand there practically waiting for him. We genuinely thought he was about to attack us or stab us, but that's what we did. I just stood in shock, pointing. Then before he got the last 10 yards to the gate, he disappeared. 1 minute he's barreling down at us, and the next he's gone completely. At that moment, our hearts were racing, and I honestly can't express the relief I felt when he disappeared. My first words were, "Oh, thank goodness it was a ghost," as that was genuinely the first coherent thought my brain had. I was bent over to get my breathing and pounding heart under control, hands shaking. My family member simply muttered a ghost and then burst into hysterical nervous laughter about how funny it was. We were both so relieved and truly happy it was a ghost. Instead of being scared, we saw a ghost when most people would be, but we were actually relieved by it. As in that moment a ghost was far safer than this large man attacking us in the middle of nowhere with no one else around. He truly looked just like every normal person. There were no signs or telling that he was a ghost, and even almost on top of us, we couldn't tell at all until he disappeared. I have returned a couple of times since then, but the ghost has never appeared again. When I was about 10 years old, I stayed at my grandmother's house in Sydney. I was sleeping in a room with my sister. We both had bunk beds. The curtains were open, and it was a full moon, so I could sort of see into our room, and the door was open. Everyone else was asleep. I personally couldn't sleep. I looked from my bed past our doorway and into the hall and saw someone standing by my grandmother's door in the darkness. I assumed it to be my grandmother, but as it noticed me, it moved closer, and I quickly realized it was not my grandmother. Panicked, I hid under the covers and tried to stay silent. I was on the top bunk and my sister was at the bottom, but she was asleep. The room seemed to get colder, and at the time I honestly was sure I could hear breathing. I was absolutely frozen with fear. I stayed like that for a time, but then I felt something grab my ankle beneath the sheet and pull me down. The railing of the bunk bed is the only reason I did not go over. I was so terrified I did not even scream. I curled up into a ball and stayed like that the entire night. That, however, was not my only encounter in that house while visiting my grandmother, but for a long time I assumed I must have either dreamt it or been crazy. The second encounter happened in a different room when I was 17. This time my sister and I were not sharing a room anymore. I sadly had such a fear of the house that I'd always play an audio Bible whilst I slept at my grandmother's house, but I had limited internet. My grandmother at this time did not have her own. On this particular night I ran out. I was incredibly terrified. For a while I lay awake. My grandmother was almost like a clown that she had hung from the ceiling in the corner of that room. Most of the night my attention was on it, and for some reason I just felt like I was being watched for hours. Eventually, I decided to try to sleep. I curled up into bed and closed my eyes, and honestly, maybe not even 10 minutes went by when it happened. I heard something actually whisper into my ear. A man's voice, but it was disturbing. I couldn't make out what it had said. I just know it sent fear straight through my entire body. Once more I didn't want to move, but this time I opened my eyes because I needed to really be sure that I was alone. When I opened my eyes, nothing was there. I did not sleep again that night. Unfortunately, eventually my family ended up moving into that house. And my family for a long time believed me to be crazy, but now we all have our own stories from that house. My husband included. Even my grandmother, before she passed, had her own experience. Hers, as she told it to me, was. She was asleep in the middle of the night when she felt something get into bed with her. Now my grandmother had a cat, and at first she assumed that to be what it was. Her cat. However, whilst she felt around in the dark, she realized that nothing was there. So she opened her eyes. My grandmother then claimed that standing over her watching her was my grandfather's mistress. How my grandmother didn't have a heart attack then and there, I do not know. Many unusual and inexplicable events occurred in that house. I actually feel sorry for the people who moved in after us. One time when I was younger, I had ended up going to hang out with these two girls in historic Ellendale, Delaware. The girl who invited me over claimed that the house was haunted, and although I was skeptical, I had previously experienced some questionable paranormal events in my life. It kind of piqued my interest even more just because of the claim, and the reality of it is, I was not ready for what I experienced. This building was a big house beside the road. I remember driving through there all the time and seeing the building because it stood out due to the massive size in comparison to other houses in the area. So when I went into this house, she told me the only working bathroom was downstairs, and even so, the sink barely worked. She lived with her grandfather and her significant other. She told me her grandfather never goes upstairs because of his old age, so the two girls took me to the room where we were hanging out. At the time I had never had alcohol, and I've never smoked weed or anything of that nature. The girls' room was on the second floor. And not even 5 minutes in, you could hear heavy footsteps happening above. It would walk across the ceiling, and my head sunk into my shoulders, and then it went in the opposite direction, and even the cat that was sitting on the dresser was watching the sound move across the ceiling. I looked over to one of the girls and I vividly stated, "Man, you weren't kidding about this, were you?" And she responded with, "This happens every night." When it went silent for a few minutes, it sounded like a piece of furniture was being dragged across the ceiling after the fact. So I asked them if we could go up there and kind of poke around and see what's going on. The one girl, Ariel, asked if I really wanted to do that, and I said, of course. Being an old house, they took me to the bathroom, which had graffiti all over the walls, not necessarily with spray paint but with wood, like magic marker and things of that nature. It wasn't really like satanic or anything like that, it would look like somebody had just drawn all over the walls. And the bathtub had a bunch of junk in it. The sink wasn't even there. If you're looking into the bathroom from the door, think of an elongated rectangle-shaped room, and in the far right corner of the room was the closet. Except it wasn't a closet. It was actually the staircase to get up into the attic. Again, because of how old this house was, the staircase was completely made out of wood but was steep as anything, so when we walked up the stairs, I was sandwiched in the middle between them. When we finally made it up to the top of the staircase, Ariel started freaking out because a door to another room was propped open with a Santa Claus statue, and she stated that nobody has been up there since she was up there the last time. Apparently one night she was trying to sleep, and whatever it was would not stop making noise, so she went up there, picked up a book, and threw it into the door. It kind of slammed shut by itself, and it's been shut ever since, but again, apparently the door had opened and was held open by the Santa Claus statue. Now, if my memory serves me well, I didn't necessarily feel any different up there. I did not feel cold. My hair was not standing on end. At that point, I was just very curious about all of it, considering I was awake, and it was all surreal. We left the house and drove to McDonald's to eat, and they talked about using my recording hardware/software to see if we could capture anything. When we returned home, I heard footsteps again 3 stories up as I said goodbye. Years later, I visited Ellendale because my sister lives in that town, and I noticed that the building was gone, so I messaged Bree, the other girl, to corroborate my memory, because I honestly thought it was nothing more than maybe dream or maybe it was just something made up in my head. I asked her through Facebook if she could verify that something weird happened in the house in Ellendale, and she said that she could. Fast forward 2 years later, and I asked my sister whatever happened to that house, and she stated that the Firehouse bought that land and had the house demolished because it was condemned by the town for the condition it was in. This is the only time in my life I can definitively say I had a true ghostly paranormal experience. I have had a few experiences, but only one was very minor and potentially explainable in relation to the paranormal. My experience: I was in college and lived in a wing and floor of a dorm that was supposedly haunted. One night my roommate and I were asleep, and the bright overhead room lights, which we never used, came on while we were dead asleep. The RA for my floor had stories too, like random cold spots and showers turning on randomly during the summer when the building was empty. A friend of mine lived in another dorm on campus at the same school that was the oldest on campus, and she had several stories. That building was rumored to have a couple of ghosts. Another reason, the same friend from the last paragraph has a long, detailed story about a ghost that she let into her family's house while playing with an Ouija board with friends during a sleepover. The ghost disappeared once they found out who she was through internet digging. Lastly, I love science, and I'm also a skeptic. Science explains a lot, but there are plenty of things that science doesn't explain. I'm more open to the idea than a straight-up believer. The encounter that made me believe in the paranormal. This experience happened about 3 years ago, but I still think about it. At that time, I was living with my girlfriend, who enjoyed going out with friends, while I preferred to stay at home. So this one night she left, and I stayed home watching The Sopranos when I heard something move near my entrance door, and at that moment I saw the lock turn over into the unlocked position. It made that turnover noise too, and I froze. I stared at the lock for a few seconds, thinking that maybe my girlfriend was about to come in. She did not. Instead, it just stayed like that, so I texted her to see if she was outside, and she said no, that she was still out. She was an hour away. This is the moment I realized there was some sort of paranormal activity, and I was freaked the hell out. It took me a few minutes to build up the courage to go up to the door and lock it back up. Now I have no idea what could have caused that. I lived in an apartment, so maybe the maintenance guy unlocked the wrong door? I doubt it. No one else has a key to that apartment but us, management, and maybe maintenance? Before this occurrence, I and my girlfriend at the time fought a lot, and I think our bad energy was causing spirits to enter our apartment, or they were causing us to fight. Before we lived together, we would stay at her parents', and I heard 3 knocks on her wall at night. Also, her brother was found to have satanic rituals and pagan gatherings in his room. We broke up eventually and left that apartment. I still think about it to this day, and I consider it the event that made me believe in the paranormal wholeheartedly. I experienced my first paranormal activity. I wasn't a believer, but I am now. This just happened to me less than 24 hours ago, so forgive me, I'm still a little spooked lol. Yesterday around 12 p.m., I was getting ready to take a shower. I turned on the shower water. I'm all alone at home, which has usually never bothered me. I was on the phone with my friend. I was talking to her about being here alone and how I kinda miss Keisha being here. Keisha moved out a couple weeks ago. I was just basically saying I feel a little weird being alone. After that I began to lock the doors just because I am generally paranoid of real intruders, nothing paranormal. My friend and I then started discussing the topic of ghosts. I'm not sure who brought it up, honestly, I forgot. Keep in mind the shower water is still running, as I'm in my room looking for some clothes to get in the shower with. My room is literally right next to the bathroom. I remember saying I don't believe in ghosts necessarily because I haven't seen one, and my friend was basically saying just because you haven't seen something doesn't mean it isn't there, which was pretty true, and I literally said, ghosts just don't make any sense to me, why would they still be stuck on Earth? Because I believe in heaven and hell, but as I'm sitting there saying that, my cat pushes the door open wide and fast, at least I think. I still can't really confirm this, and I get super spooked thinking it was opening up by itself until I look down and see my cat. Then I and my friend start laughing, but not even 2 minutes later, as I was sitting there looking for clothes still, I hear a click, and I immediately get chills down my entire body, especially since I was basically already on edge. I look up as soon as I hear it, and I see that the bathroom light just clicked off. I literally have the scariest chills going through my body as if a ghost were breathing down my neck. I start to tell my friend, hello, please say something, because I have never been this scared before. I was too scared to leave my room, but I wanted to run when she barely responded. I literally walked backwards to my window, scared to turn my back, and jumped out the window with no shoes on and shower clothes still in my hand, and it's cold and raining outside. I run to my friend's house, which is only a couple buildings down, and I tell one of them to please come back with me because I left the shower water running. I really did not want to go back alone, I was so spooked. I had to go back through the window because the doors were locked, and I hoped the light was on so I could think I was hallucinating. I had to flick the light switch to turn it back on, the light bulbs were all fine. The craziest part is that I was talking about ghosts, which I don't believe in, and then something hit the light switch. I was trying to find a reason the light switch could flick off, but it would need the pressure of a finger. Was this a huge coincidence or a ghost trying to prove itself to me? This encounter is the reason why I now believe in ghosts. The event happened to me and my siblings about 2 weeks ago. My house has a history of being one that creaks in the night and feels eerie when you are the only one alone. I haven't been much of a believer of the paranormal, always trying to talk it away as simply the house settling or the pipes freezing causing noises to be heard. I'm 16, and usually when my parents go out, I will watch my two siblings, my sister, who is 14, and my little brother, who is 8. My neighborhood is rather quiet, and there are rarely any break-ins or robberies. My parents decided to go out to bingo one night. They did win bingo twice, by the way, but I was tasked with watching my siblings, which wasn't very hard at all. My sister stayed in her room mostly, and the entire encounter happened when my brother was eating his dinner. I didn't notice it at first, but my brother pointed out to me that he heard the bathroom sink turning on and off. At first I didn't believe him, but to humor him I muted the TV and stood at the bottom of the stairs. I didn't hear anything, but then after about 30 seconds I heard the sink in the upstairs bathroom turn on full blast and then off again after about 10 seconds, almost like someone was washing their hands. From my spot on the stairs, I could see the bathroom door closed and the light on. The gate that is usually at the top of the stairs to keep my dog from going up there and pissing was moved, like someone had moved it to get upstairs. I tried to play it off as the pipes, but I then heard footsteps moving around upstairs. I had zero thought that it could be a ghost, and my mind instantly went to a logical answer, that someone was inside the house. I pushed my brother into my sister's room and pressed myself against the door to keep whoever it was from getting into the room as I heard footsteps going down the stairs. I had called my parents, and they were on their way home already. We waited for nearly 10 minutes, the footsteps going up and down the stairs over and over again. The footsteps stopped when my mom parked outside the house and my stepfather barged into the house raising hell. All windows and doors were locked when they came home. They found no one in the house at all. I again tried to play it off until about a week ago. I was having a hard time sleeping one night. It was late at night, way past midnight, and I decided to try and fall asleep. I was listening to some music and facing my wall. My bed is against my wall, and my back was facing my TV. I was lying there for about 5 minutes and was nearly asleep before I was suddenly overwhelmed with terror. When I say I was frozen in terror, I was. My heart suddenly began to pick up pace, nearly pounding in my chest, and the hairs on my body stuck up. I lay there for a minute frozen in fear before I decided to confront the random fear and turn around. There was, as expected, no one there, but I did notice the time was 3:33 a.m. These two encounters made me a believer in the paranormal. Whatever terrorized me and my siblings that night decided to terrorize me again a week ago. My father passed away in this house, but I refused to believe it was he who decided to make me fear for my life. The presence I felt made me fear for my life and felt malicious. I don't know what to do. If anyone has any suggestions, please comment. To begin with, I tend to be skeptical about many paranormal phenomena. There are definitely some unexplained happenings, but so many hoaxes have tarnished my perception. Please don't take my words as an invitation to convince me. I do, however, want to share an experience that I can't explain from this summer. My wife and I were building a pig shelter in July. As we were placing the posts, we were checking the level and distance from a foundation post. I was kneeling down and packing the dirt around the post that she was bringing. I mentioned time to check distance as the post was pretty secure and grabbed the tape measure. She said, "One more shovelful." So I put down the tape and heard the sound of the tape retracting. I noticed her shovel was full, and I happened to notice it was mostly white clay. Not uncommon here, but it was different than the rest of this post. We finished packing the white clay down, checked the level, and went to grab the tape. But it was gone. We searched. And when I say that, I mean we searched. Went as far as to dig down past the white clay. We raked the dirt where I had been standing, but I hadn't moved more than a foot in any direction. Maybe the force of the tape flung it somewhere? We checked a 10-foot perimeter. Nothing. Under a board? Nope. It was getting later, still plenty of sun, but I was spent, and supper was long overdue. We called it. The next day we went out to finish and brought a different tape. Took the measurements, it's good. We get back to our post, about 8 feet from the foundation post, and begin clearing the trench to the next post in the line with our hands. Almost immediately as we began working, the tape measure appeared. Like we both simultaneously looked a little one way, and then we both looked back, and it appeared in that instance. In shock I looked up and went to exclaim, "The tape." But she was already pointing at it. She had the exact same experience. That it was barely out of her peripheral, and when she scanned back, it was there. It was the exact spot I put it down, and the spot we raked. The dirt under the tape was still raked. It would have been close to the anniversary of her father's passing in July. He was never at this farm, but her mom had been. Weird. I told this story to my dad, and we deliberated for a few minutes. I said the only logical explanation is my wife is pranking me. He agreed, but he knows her well, and I saw her face when she first saw that reappeared tape. And there is no way. I don't know if I really believe it anymore, but here's what happened to me without being able to explain it. I think my family's house was haunted. I always felt like I was being watched, and there was something gloomy and heavy in the house, especially when I was alone and especially at night. Every night for years, I heard noises as if someone was interacting with furniture and dishes and even footsteps while everyone was asleep. Small house, you could hear when someone was walking, except that the footsteps led nowhere. The most disturbing thing, I think, is that from my childhood until I was about 15, I always woke up with a start because I felt like I was being punched in the stomach. There was no pain or mark, just the sensation of being violently hit. One morning, I was left alone. Everything was fine until I suddenly felt in danger. The heavy air and the feeling of being watched were even stronger. Another day, I was walking down the hallway leading to the bedrooms and the attic, which terrified me. My mother had set up a wooden stand to display some decorations, and on my way to my room, I felt something and stopped for a moment, staring at it. I immediately left, and as I turned my back, a box of cookies that was on it flew in my direction. One night, my brother and I were in our room when we heard a dull scratching sound from outside our door. It was very aggressive and as if someone were scratching the door. We looked at each other for a moment, then he decided to open it. Nothing. No one. And we didn't have a pet. It was the first time I'd seen my brother so confused and scared. But the most terrifying part was at night. I wanted to confront my fear of this house, which I thought was irrational, so I started staying up late in our living room, which has porcelain dolls in a display case, to add spice to the situation. At first, despite this ever-present sensation, nothing happened, and I went to sleep relieved. I was slowly getting used to it. But a few days later, maybe 2 or 3, things started happening. The first was my brother turning off his computer and going to bed. A few minutes later, it turned back on by itself. I went to check. There were no ongoing updates or any other issues. It just turned on normally. I went to sleep too after turning it off again, and the next day I asked if he had programmed something on his computer to turn it back on. He told me no and had a confused look on his face. It was just a small event that didn't particularly disturb me, so I continued my nightly sessions while being a little more on my guard. Nothing, until that night that still disturbs me today. I was alone on my computer. It must have been 2 or 3 a.m. when I felt someone pull on my headphone cable. I instinctively thought it was my mother coming to tell me to go to sleep like usual, so I turned around, and there was no one there, not even footsteps or anything. I stayed fixed, and a disembodied voice said my name. I got scared, got up without turning anything off, and ran to take refuge in the bathroom with the light on. I tried to pull myself together, to tell myself that I had misheard, that it was nothing, and that it couldn't exist. Then, I heard footsteps coming from where I had heard the voice and had been sitting a few seconds earlier. They were going into the kitchen. I heard the sound of dishes, and the footsteps continued to the garage, where they stopped. I completely freaked out. I hadn't had any hearing problems in all that time. After gathering some courage, I went to turn off my computer as quickly as possible before going under the sheets in my bed. And I stopped staying up late in another room of that ducking house. I've had other rather striking events since then in other homes. During a particularly intense episode, I felt so repulsed by the atmosphere in the bathroom that I nearly hesitated to use it. I've already been woken up by a scratch mark, or I've seen a human shadow watching me before walking towards the door, another female shadow where the curtains were. And my TV suddenly turned off while I was playing, only to see an object a few centimeters away move on its own as if someone were tugging on it. It's worth noting that there was a nightclub on the street, well known for its regular violence. From my window, I've seen people unconscious and bleeding on the ground, for example. And otherwise, more positive, signs of love and the presence of a recently deceased person or animal. And also, when my grandmother came to see me to make the sign of the cross on my forehead with apparently blessed water, I instantly felt relieved of something. I wasn't sick, but I still felt better. A strange sensation. From what I've been told, my grandmother knows how to speak to spirits and summon them into an object. My mother and a few members of my family reportedly witnessed this. Apparently, she came to bless the house and my family after summoning an evil spirit instead of the good person. Last night I became a believer. Last night on the baby monitor, I saw a hand gently patting my 4-month-old son's belly when he was crying to console him. This is not the first time. We have 2 dogs, work from home, and have no squatters or attic access to the bedrooms. We would know if someone else was secretly living with us. So back towards the end of May, my son was taking a nap in his bassinet in our room. He's just a baby, so he naps very frequently throughout the day. The time was probably about 5 p.m. My wife and I were on the deck outside grilling and had the baby monitor out with us. He was starting to wake up and was fussing, so she went inside to go to the bathroom before getting him upstairs. I was bringing food inside as she was walking out of the bathroom, and when she saw me, she stopped dead in her tracks, like she was absolutely shocked to see me. I jokingly said, "I live here too, you know." And that's when she told me she just saw a hand on the baby upstairs a second ago when looking at the monitor. In a sudden panic when she realized it wasn't me upstairs, we rushed up and didn't find anything or anyone in the room. When she told me, it's not that I didn't believe her, I was just trying over and over to think of a logical explanation for what she saw. Nothing ever made sense. Now my first thought from an outsider would be, oh, this is common and is just a glitch showing a previous image on the screen. However, this baby camera and monitor is just for a live feed, there is no recording or on-cam memory. The image is very clear and does not have visual artifacts. If it is out of range, it just goes to a white screen stating the signal has been lost. It does not drop bitrate or get blurry. I also am a videographer for a living, so I am quite familiar with the concept of the artifacts or occasional compression glitch showing old footage you would see on security cams that have onboard memory. This is not that. In the 4 years of owning and using these cameras for our 2 kids, that has never happened. Fast forward to last night, about a month and a half after that first occurrence. Our son now usually sleeps in his crib in his room until he wakes up for a feeding in the middle of the night. At precisely 3 a.m. last night, I heard him crying on the monitor on my nightstand. I attempted to encourage my wife to bring him in, but she was not in the bed. As I rolled back over to look at the monitor, I saw a hand come into frame from the side, gently pat him as he was crying with 2 soft pats on the belly, and then leave the frame. I didn't think twice. I figured it was obviously my wife, and she was maybe prepping the changing table to change his diaper, which is why she patted him instead of picking him up right away. That's when my wife came out of the bathroom in our bedroom, confirming she was not in his room across the house. I immediately stood up and said, "Oh my God, I thought it was you." As the adrenaline was rushing through my body, I could barely speak. It's true when people say something happened and they froze or couldn't speak. I was choked up and had a hard time explaining what I meant. Again, we both went into his room, and he was alone. Now what I don't get is, if this is a ghost or spirit, why is it making itself visible? We have 2 cameras in the room, his baby monitor and a blink camera on a shelf that we use just for live viewing, so we can't access previous cloud storage that only triggers with motion. 2 separate occasions of being seen, I feel like, go against all the stories you would hear about spirits and cameras. Not an orb, not a light, but a physical hand. This spirit is seemingly friendly, because otherwise I feel like it wouldn't try to comfort our baby. Has anyone experienced anything like this? Trying not to overreact and taking this experience as a guardian angel looking over our baby. 2 encounters, same location. In the summer of 1991, I was a young Air Force officer who had recently returned from Desert Storm and finally had the opportunity to visit my parents at home. They wanted it to be a special occasion, so they rented a cabin on a lake nearby. It was an old place with a sort of saddleback roof, but it was perfect for our reunion. All my aunts and uncles were going to drop by at some point, and we were enjoying the lake time. One night near the end of my stay, my brother's friends were all over, and we were sitting around the kitchen table telling stories of our lives growing up out in that farming area. We all grew up in old houses and had stories about strange noises and other spooky events, which could mostly be easily explained. One of my brother's friends, who was sitting to my left, had a pack of cigarettes on the table with a Bic lighter placed on top of it, which was common for smokers at that time. The cigarettes and lighter remained visible in my field of view the entire time, positioned slightly to my left. All of a sudden, the Bic lighter shot across the room right past him as if someone had flicked it. He was staring at me, and I was staring at him, both of us wondering how the other had done that trick when the lighter was clearly in everyone's sight. About 4 seconds later, a clicking sound came from the latch of an old china hutch against the wall at the end of the table, and then the door of the hutch slowly opened. The atmosphere in that cabin entirely changed and was almost electric for the rest of the night, and none of us staying there could really sleep well after that. Flash forward nearly 10 years, and I'm now married with 2 young kids of my own and still in the AF. My father had passed away a few years earlier, and my mom was living in a small apartment near the lake, and we were planning to go visit. We didn't want to crowd my mom in her small apartment, so we decided to rent a cabin at the lake, and wouldn't you know it, the only one for rent was the same one as before. I told my wife about the events of my last visit, but neither of us was intimidated by it, so we rented it and had everyone over. Nothing happened until the last night we were there. We had put our kids to bed next door in the living room with a night light on and gone to bed ourselves. As I was drifting off to sleep in that cozy light sleep you get into sometimes, I heard something softly hit the floor near the end of the bed and figured it was my shorts that I had laid on the end of the bed getting kicked off, and tried to drift back to sleep when I felt the end of the bed dip down like someone sat on it, and my wife startled awake saying, "Honey, what is it?" To what we thought was one of our kids coming in. My wife says she felt something like a hand come up the side of the bed touching her as it went, so she thought it was one of the kids. I turned on the light at her exclamation so we could take care of our child, but the room was empty. We went to check on the kids, and they were out cold. On the way back in, I saw my shorts in the middle of the room and told my wife what I thought had happened, and she said she had moved them to the chair in the corner some 4 feet away before she went to bed. Something had tossed them into the middle of the room before waking us up. Those are the only paranormal experiences I've ever had, and they were both in the same cottage with other witnesses. If I get another chance to rent it, I'm definitely going back. I never felt scared or threatened. I was just spooked because something invisible was interacting with us. Seriously weird sensation. The woman at the top of the stairs. I swear on everything that I love that this is a true story. You don't have to believe me, but I want to share it anyway. I was 7 or 8 years old and lived in a house with just me and my mom. It was a fairly big house with 4 bedrooms, and my room was at one end of the landing and my mom's room was at the other end. If you were to stand by my bedroom door, you would look down the hallway and see my mom's bedroom door, as well as the top of the stairs. Anyway, my 2 slightly older cousins, 9F and 11F, had come over for a sleepover, and we had spent the whole evening/early night playing around and doing childish things as you do. My mom told us it was time for bed, and they went to sleep in the spare room, and I went to my room. When I was younger, I had really bad trouble sleeping and would often wake up around 2/3 am and walk down the hall and go into my mom's bed and sleep there. Almost every night I would do this. Anyway, so it comes to about 3 am and I wake up. I get out of bed and open my door as quietly as I can not to wake anyone up. As I rub my eyes and look down the hall, I see a floating dress with tears in it that looks exactly like what you would expect a wedding dress that has been worn by someone living in a forest or on the streets to look like. It had tears in it and was a bit muddy at the bottom. It was floating almost like it was moving through water. There was a woman wearing this torn and muddy wedding dress walking down the stairs. I remember freezing and slowly walking back, closing my door a bit, and getting into bed. I put my pillows over my head and closed my eyes and pretended I was asleep. I can't remember how much longer I was awake for before falling back asleep, but the first thing I did when I woke up was tell my mom and my cousins. Obviously, as a little kid, my mom didn't believe me, and my cousins thought I was trying to scare them. I am 20 years old now and moved house a long time ago. I remember this woman walking down the stairs so clearly I could draw you a picture now. I tell this story to people to this day, and obviously no one believes me. But I swear on everything that I saw something that night. There was something in my house. Something happened to me in 2017 that still has me wondering what I saw. In 2017, I and my family moved to West Plains, Missouri, into a 3-bedroom house, and everything was going well, and we never experienced any kind of scary encounters. But one day that all changed. As usual, I got up one morning to get ready for work and finally left the house, leaving behind my 5-year-old son and his mother and sister. Later, after returning back home from a long day's work, I came home to find the house empty and everybody gone. No big surprise, I thought. Because 9 times out of 10 they're at the store or doctor's office. I decided to check the whole house just in case they're hiding and ready to jump out and scare me. But after searching the house high and low, I finally determined that I was home alone. So, I went back to the living room and sat down on the futon closest to the very short hallway that takes everyone to the 3 bedrooms and bathroom. I rolled up a joint and lit it, but before I could even bring it to my mouth, my son ran right out of the bedroom that was not in my line of view. So when he just popped up and was suddenly standing there, he scared the living shit out of me and made me jump up and run towards the kitchen a little. I stopped and turned back towards the hallway, but my son was no longer there. Before I continue, let me first point out to you all that at the time of this incident happening, my son was only 5 going on 6 years old. So as a parent, I believe that we all can agree that a child that age wouldn't be able to hold his laughter or excitement. So, when I looked back towards the hall and didn't see my son, my first thought was, oh, okay. They're still trying to scare me. But then I remember that I checked the whole house from front to back, and there's not a single place in this house that 3 people can hide. It's not upstairs or in the basement. I took a little time out to just listen but heard nothing. And that's when I became terrified. Because I know for a fact that my son and stepdaughter wouldn't be able to contain their laughter or even sit still that long. But besides my fears, I ran and checked all the bedrooms again and even the bathroom, but the house was empty. So, being the scary cat that I am, I ran outside and waited until they came back. Finally, after a long wait, I finally spotted them coming up the street heading my way. That's when the fear hit me hard. Because I knew without a doubt that little boy that came out of the back bedroom looking just like my son was not human. True paranormal experience. One time in the summer of 2020, I and a few buddies went out to this place in our hometown known for being haunted called the Gaines Tavern in Walton, Kentucky. The TV show Ghost Hunters actually did an episode on it, season 14, episode 6. It was 10 to 11 p.m. and pitch blackout besides a couple dim lights in the parking lot in front of the house. We went to just mess around and maybe catch some orbs on camera because we all love paranormal unexplained stuff like that. After, 30 minutes of walking around the property and looking in windows with our flashlights, we started to leave, and I decided to take a photo of the very front of the building to maybe catch some orbs. For context, it's a big manor with the front having 2 rows of 10 windows top and bottom with the door right in the middle, and in the very far left bottom window, you can make out multiple figures, one of which is clearly a bald man in a wife beater and overalls. Didn't see this until zoomed in. At first it was just a white blotch to us, but you could clearly see it zoomed out. I didn't move and had my friend stand in the exact same spot I did and take the picture the exact same angle and everything, and it looked completely black like every other window. We took a few more and could not replicate the first photo. After realizing the photos were actually different and that I got something on camera, we booked it out of there because that shit was freaky. Driving back to my friend's house is when I zoomed in, and you can see the silhouette of the man. I swear you can make out his belt buckle too. That same night, my grandma died. My mom called while I was back at my friend's house and told me around midnight. She'd been battling spine cancer, and I knew she wasn't doing great, but the timing was wild given what just happened earlier that night. Around 3 a.m. my best friend sat up from the couch, 5 of us were sleeping in his basement. It was summer, and just started clicking his tongue and talking about his back and that he needed a new back, but it was barely coherent, and he would not respond to me and my other friend that was awake, and we were at full volume asking him what he was talking about. Then, like it never happened, he passed right back out. A few minutes later I woke him back up and asked him what the duck he was talking about, and he started saying the same thing about his back. Then all of a sudden he stopped talking and said, "Dude, I honestly have no idea what I'm even trying to tell you," and he was back to normal and started talking to me like normal again. After we told him what he was doing, he was adamant that he had no recollection of what we were talking about. Freaked us out, but also some cool dad lore. True story, I have 5 other guys that can back it up. Thank you for listening. I never used to believe in ghosts/the afterlife. On the 15th of November 2022, my little sister passed away from a form of cancer called leukemia. Since that day, we've come to notice things happening around the house that are starting to change our minds on whether the afterlife is actually a thing. Repeatedly, almost every single evening, whenever I and my parents would sit to have dinner, our dining room light would flicker. Every so often it would sparkle and flicker, which it had never done before in the years we had lived there. There was one night I remember vividly. I was walking down the stairs to grab a snack before heading off to bed. How our house is structured, I have to walk through the dining room to get to the kitchen. Now, due to it being dark, I switched on the dining room light to be able to see. Then as I walked into the kitchen, the dining room light began to flicker. And don't ask me why, but I decided to just stand there and look up at it. By this point, I and my parents had said, "Oh, the light flickering is her," as a kind of way to make ourselves feel better. But something happened to make me really believe it. As I stood there, looking at the light, I whispered, "I love you, Sophie." My sister's name. Then, not even a split second after I said so, the light flickered in such a unique pattern. I've wondered if that was maybe her saying it back, perhaps in Morse code or something. Tears began to roll down my eyes as I truly felt a presence in the room with me. Then, that very same evening, as I was about halfway up the stairs to go back to my room, I 100% heard a footstep on the stairs behind me. On everything I own, I swear I heard a footstep behind me, walking up the stairs. I instinctively turned around, quite spooked, and just stared down at the stairs. And the feeling I felt was indescribable. I felt a presence. A real physical presence. As I stared down that flight of stairs, I could feel someone looking back at me. That isn't the only example I have. Another is that at the exact time she died, every single physical analog clock in the house had stopped at that time. They hadn't run out of battery, we hadn't done anything to them. but every single clock had stopped at that time. We've also had the Xbox she adored playing on turn itself on countless times, without the help of any of us, even after switching it off. So, I never used to believe in the afterlife, but now I do. I find comfort in the fact that I know she is still in this house, and although I can't physically see her anymore, I know she's still by my side every step of the way. Help me make sense of this experience. I had these experiences as a teen, and I'm looking for answers. To provide context, we lived in a house that often felt strange. Every single one of my friends and family who was the slightest bit intuitive, i.e., more the women who are accustomed to being on guard than my uncles or dad, who are very out of touch with emotions, independently expressed that our house, particularly the part of the basement that was fully underground, felt wrong. I have a considerable amount to share, but I must keep it concise. The house had a basement that opened to the outside on two sides, with the main floor above. I had a bedroom in the basement with a window facing the woods. We own the 19 acres the house sat on. On the ground floor, there was a deck that stretched over where the basement opened to the backyard/woods. So from the basement, you exited to the backyard under the deck. This deck was accessible from the ground outside, and you could access it from inside the house via the living room and primary bedroom, my parents' bedroom. Long story short, a lot of weird things happened. I'll explain some of the context now, but the thing at the end is what I need clarity on. I can accept the ambiguity of a silly little ghost story of strange sounds and weird occurrences, but I've never heard anyone talk about something like what I experienced at the end of this post, and if it weren't for my dog, I would think I was crazy. In short, there were always these knocking sounds on the basement glass doors and windows. My friends heard it too. We always felt like we were being watched. It was deeply unsettling. The further you went into the basement, the more evil it felt. I know it is so cliché to say evil, and maybe it was just the primal discomfort with being underground, but something felt awful back there. The knocking felt intelligent. There were no trees or bushes near the house to cause it, and the knocking moved from window to window or glass door to glass door. While it did sometimes knock on one of the windows upstairs, because most of those windows were on the deck, it mostly stayed downstairs. It was always 3 to 5 knocks at a time. It felt like it was taunting me. It happened more when my parents were not home. They never heard the knocking, but my friends all did when we would be home alone. But fine, maybe this was a person with malicious intentions for a teenage girl. A human stalker. I don't really believe in the paranormal. Actually, I did at some points in my life, but I don't anymore, and I've never believed in cryptids. However, this experience is what I just keep going back to, and it almost makes me feel like the other weird things I've experienced aren't so easily explained as I would like. I was home alone at night when things got particularly weird. I was in my downstairs bedroom. The knocking was much worse this night, but there wasn't any reason why. For example, the weather was normal and calm. My dog, feeling the weird vibes, was lying protectively on my legs and facing the doorway. He felt uncomfortable enough that he would go on patrol at the house occasionally, and he would bark and growl at the knocking. Suddenly, I hear big, heavy footsteps on the deck upstairs. It was so distinct, I could even tell you that it was a man and that it sounded like heavy cowboy boots. Heavy, like the steel-toe kind, but of course you can't know for certain they're steel-toe. Cowboy boots are also not uncommon in this rural community in SW, Missouri, Jasper and Newton counties. My dog launched off of me and raced upstairs. I could hear him in front of the window/glass door to the deck making sounds I've never heard him make. I thought it was just an intruder, so I was very glad that my big dog might scare him off. The thing is, though, that I never heard the footsteps leave the deck. I call my mom after my dog calms down enough to come back to me, still on edge. I ask if I should call the police. What's the point if they take over an hour to arrive, though? We call a neighbor to drive over and take a look around. He says he doesn't see anything and leaves. I stay upstairs in my parents' bedroom. Again, the bedroom has access to the deck via a glass door. The glass has a privacy film over it to blur the details. I'm sitting on the bed, facing the door, on my phone. My dog is, again, lying protectively on my legs when he's not getting up to patrol the house. He's very on edge. I'm starting to calm down when I hear him growl. It's not the typical growl I hear when, for example, a strange man comes over, a man I know but the dog doesn't. It was more primal. I look up, and what I see still terrifies me. There's something pressed against the window that resembles a face, but it lacks any recognizable features. It's pressed up against the glass, and I can make out a white person-colored face, but I see no contours of any facial features. That's the thing that terrified me. Yes, there was a privacy blurring film on the window, but I would have been able to make out light and shadow where there would be eyes or a nose or a mouth or something, but there wasn't anything. It was short, too. It doesn't turn away, it very slowly just backs away. I can't explain why, but I get the feeling that it wanted me to see it and that it only left once it knew I had seen it. I can't explain it, but it felt different from the other things. The knocking felt masculine, tall, and skinny. Again, I never saw anything. These are the vibes I got. The cowboy boot footsteps were heavy, like a huge man. This was feminine, and it felt far scarier than any of the other things. The knocking felt malicious, certainly, but it also had a trickster quality. The cowboy felt malicious, but this faceless face was just deeply horrifying, I guess because it was so brazen? If it weren't for my dog, I'd have thought I'd gone crazy, but even when my parents came home, they noticed he was agitated. I know it all had to be real because I saw how he reacted, and it's nothing I'd seen before or since from him. I've looked into local legends and folklore, but I've never heard or read anything like this. The only thing I consistently find is that Navajo legend of the thing that should not be named, but that doesn't quite fit what happened to me. I'm at a loss, so I was hoping the people of this community might know some obscure legends. I guess I just want to know that I'm not the only person to have experienced this. Like I said before, I'm not really a believer in this stuff, but this one event keeps me coming back. Do you know anything about a faceless face in southwest Missouri? I experienced a banshee encounter yesterday, and my parents didn't believe it until it happened. Okay, so I'm still terrified, as this happened yesterday. But to start it off, it was around, I think, 10 to 11 in the morning, and I was just in my bathroom brushing my teeth, and I had a video replaying on my phone because I was too lazy to get off TikTok or swipe, Lamau. And then I hear my mom scream my name, BTW. She and my dad were in the kitchen ATM, and the kitchen is like a few feet away from my bathroom, and she keeps asking if I'm okay, and I say that yeah, I'm alright. I found it very weird as to why she would be asking me that since I'm just brushing my teeth. At first, I thought it was because of the song the video had, and maybe she thought that was me. When I get out of the bathroom, she asks me again if I'm alright, again. And I told her, yeah, I'm alright. I was just brushing my teeth. Why? What happened? And let me tell you right now, the horror on my face when she told me what happened and why she thought I was not okay. She told me that she heard my exact voice screaming. She and my dad heard it even though I was in the bathroom and heard nothing whatsoever. She said it sounded exactly like me when I was having period cramps, and my screams were pretty horrific, NGL. Another thing that shocked me was that she said it didn't sound distant, it sounded like it was right beside her and my dad. Now, my mom is in the kitchen cooking, and my dad is sitting on a chair on the island. And my dad would have seen if it was someone or something because my mom pointed behind her, where she heard the scream. And it wasn't a muffled scream, no, she said it sounded very clear, and at first they thought that it was just someone outside, but I told them that if it was, not only would I have heard it if it was as loud as they said it was, but it would have also sounded muffled, not clear. And obviously I start panicking and literally ducking horrified because I remembered the story of what a banshee is. If some of you don't know, a banshee is an Irish legend of a woman screaming as if she were distressed, mournful, or in despair. This reminded me of the fact that I was screaming just like that when I had my cramps. However, why the banshee screams is why I'm scared. A banshee is said to scream to alert the family that someone is going to die or that something bad will happen. And I tried to tell my parents that, but my mom didn't believe me, and my dad said that it was probably someone outside. Additionally, I partially accepted that explanation because my fear led me to hope it was not true. And my mom tells me afterward that she saw a lady walking down the stairs. I don't live in an apartment, it's basically a mix of houses and apartments if you quim, and that sort of eased up my nerves a bit because, you know, maybe it was one of her kids or something, but the fact that I would have heard it and that it would have sounded muffled still stuck with me. Well, the entire day I was just thinking about it. We went to the park, but nothing bad happened, quite the opposite, actually. We played a few games, and I explained my favorite book, The Outsiders. After we left the park, my parents started doing Uber, and by that time I had already forgotten about the whole banshee thing. Eventually I fell asleep for, like, a good 20 to 30 minutes maybe. Until we were heading back home, it was around 10:53 p.m. or something. Maybe even 11 p.m., and I just don't remember, but it was around that time. And I have one of those fancy cars that has 3 rows of seats, and I'm on the 3rd row, and I'm just lying down, scrolling on TikTok. Until I feel myself literally fly across the seats, and I look up because instead of being on the right side, I'm now on the left side, and guess what? We got into a ducking car crash because someone was reckless driving, and I was already pissed off because I knew my cat didn't have any food because my parents insisted that I don't give her any more food because, oh, she's getting too fat. And the only reason I didn't put her any food even though I wanted to was because I thought we were just going to the park. It's usually just 1 hour and 30 minutes that we spend at the park. I didn't know they were going to be out until flipping midnight, so I'm already pissed off because of that, and then we get into a car crash. However, all of us are fine. My shoulder just hurts a bit because, I was literally flung from one side to another. However, my mom's arm still hurts because the car hit her side. But we got let off easy, and it wasn't that bad. It could have been worse, but other than that we're okay, and we got home safe. And I told my mom to remember about the whole scream thing, and she finally believes me. My wife and I had what we believe to be our first paranormal experience this morning. This morning, at around 6:15, I got woken up by what felt like something grabbing or lightly slapping my foot. I have 3 cats, one of which, Leo, loves to attack mine and my wife's feet under the blanket, so my first thought was that it was Leo. However, when I leaned up to check, all 3 of my cats were lying next to me, 2 of them to my left and 1 to my right. Probably about 5 or so seconds later, the cat that was lying to my right jumped up, like those videos of people putting cucumbers behind cats, and he hissed and jumped off the bed, ran to the other side of the room, and just sat there staring at the bed. It kind of creeped me out a bit, but I ended up just getting ready for work and not really thinking much about it. Now, earlier today on my lunch break I called my wife to tell her about it. She had to go into work early, 5 a.m., so she was already home. After telling her, she was pretty freaked out because she said that at about 2 to 3 in the morning she had what she described as a lucid dream/sleep paralysis where she saw a dark figure pacing back and forth at the edge of our bed. She said she felt like she couldn't move, which is why I said sleep paralysis, but it could also be the typical frozen in fear. But when she was able to move, she turned on her phone flashlight and looked around but saw nothing. I somewhat recall waking up and seeing her with the light, but I'm a heavy sleeper, so I did not fully wake up. We were both pretty weirded out by the fact that we both had creepy experiences on the same morning but not really sure what to make of it since something of this nature has never really happened before. Just to add, my grandmother died when I was about 1 to 2, and according to my father, she was very attached to me. I remember as a kid seeing what I described as colored dust. If you close your eyes really hard and you see that almost colorful TV static stuff, that's what it looked like. It would move around my room in the dark and make somewhat humanoid shapes, and I always just kind of felt like someone was always around me. It scared me sometimes as a kid, but thinking back on it nowadays, I wouldn't consider that stuff scary anymore, especially the colored dust, because I think that was just my eyes doing weird stuff in the pitch black. I would tell my parents about it, and they would always say it was my grandmother watching over me, but as a kid that was quite a confusing concept to grasp, especially since I never really met her considering she died when I was so young. Just thought that information would be useful to add. The time I encountered a demon. I was 7 or 8 years old at the time. It was around midday, and one of my sisters was at her friend's house, while the other was in her room. My dad was outside in the backyard mowing the lawn, while I and my mom were in the workout room in our basement. My basement is average sized, and all of the floors are carpeted, and our basement stairs go straight down, and as soon as you get to the bottom of the stairs, to the left is the workout room, and to the right is the rest of the basement. There is also a corner leading to the storage room. But, while my mom was exercising on the treadmill, I was on the ground showing her my new toys my grandma got me. She ended up getting off the treadmill and asked me if I could get her some water from upstairs. So, of course, I went to get her the water. As I was exiting the workout room and I closed the door, I looked up, and right by this pole we have in our basement, there was a super tall, disfigured shadow that slowly walked past me and walked in the direction of the storage room. I was terrified, and I ran up the stairs, and I never got my mom's water. She later came upstairs and asked why I hadn't come back downstairs with her water. I explained to her what had happened, but she didn't believe me and insisted that it was just my imagination, so I decided to forget about it and move on. Nothing really happened for a few months until this one day. So, I was sleeping in my older sister's room, and she woke up at around 6 to get ready for school. It was also very dark outside since it was the winter. I ended up just going back to sleep. She ended up waking me up at around 7 to start getting ready for school, and at the time my school started around 8:30, while my older sister's school started at around 7:30. So, as she woke me up, I left her room to go get dressed, and I immediately froze with fear, just looking at this thing that was in my room. I could tell that whatever it actually was, it wasn't good. It had its own presence, in the worst way. Anyways, my door was wide open, and right against the wall, closest to the end of the door, is where it stood. I don't even want to give it actual proper pronouns. LOL, it appeared like a normal person, but I could tell it wasn't. It was breathing really heavily, like it was running away from something. It was wearing a long white dress with pretty lace on it, and I specifically remember it having a pretty flower headband. Something you would imagine an angel wearing. I also remember it wearing a tiny silk bracelet on its right wrist. I remember this like it was yesterday. It had pretty long curly brown hair. It had huge white wings on its back. Now I know you might be thinking, that doesn't sound like a demon at all? But whatever it was, I am telling you that it had an evil presence, especially when it looked at me. We just stared at each other for what seemed like 5 minutes, but in real time, it was probably around 3 seconds. Something strange that happened, right after it was done staring at me, like you shouldn't be the one who's scared. It seemed like I wasn't supposed to see it or something because it immediately ran into my room and then I couldn't see it anymore. I ran to my older sister's room and started crying. I told her what happened, but she obviously didn't believe me, so she went inside my room and said, "See, look, there's nothing here." But I know what I saw, and when this incident happened, I decided not to tell anyone because I knew they wouldn't believe me. A month later, my aunt visited. While she and my mom were setting up mousetraps, my mom asked me to grab candy from my room. I panicked and said no, not wanting to go back in there. My aunt noticed and asked me what was wrong. I told her everything, and she said, "Don't be scared. You saw your angel." But if that was an angel, why did it run away? I continue to see frightening things around my house, and I am certain that whatever I have seen was not motivated by good intentions. Thanks for listening. Let me know if you have any questions or concerns in the comments. My first ever paranormal experience made me a believer, although I still remain skeptical. This happened just 3 months ago. I was trying to sleep at around 12 in the afternoon after pulling an all-nighter. The moment I fell asleep, I started suffering from sleep paralysis. I had people in my house, and all sorts of noises were also coming through. I tried very hard to open my eyes, but I couldn't. I was fully aware, I could make out where I was, who was talking and saying what, and everything, but I couldn't open my eyes for a while. Then I did open my eyes, and I literally saw a black shadowy figure running back and forth in the room. It was black and smoky. I couldn't make out its body, but it seemed small and kind of shapeless. Then I said some prayers and tried to sleep, and I started dreaming immediately. I saw that I'm in a war, wounded, and I'm fearing that I'm going to get captured by the enemies, and I know that they'll torture me horribly, like dismember me and all. Then I woke up again and felt something touch my face, and that was the point where I believed that I'm not alone in the room. I was terrified, but I forced myself to wake up and stayed awake for the rest of the day. Then a couple days later I was trying to sleep in my room. Previously I was not in my room, and my room is secluded from other rooms, so I'm all alone, and I was about to fall asleep and felt a sharp pain on the side of my chest as if someone was pushing a finger against my chest. I felt the pain, and I woke up and turned to see who it was. I saw a human figure standing right next to my bed. I thought it was one of my cousins, and I also tried to ask who it was because I couldn't make it out in the dark. Then I woke up fully and realized it was gone and there was no pain at all. I was scared, but I dismissed it and slept, and right then I felt someone grab my neck with their cold hand, and I stood right away, turned on all the lights in a panic, and noped my way out of my room to where my siblings were hanging out without telling them what just happened. I told them I can't sleep in my room, so I'm just going to sleep on the sofa for the night in the living room. These were the two main and very realistic incidents, but I've felt taps on my shoulder multiple times after this, and I still have skepticism about the incidents. Was it paranormal, or could it be something in my head? I don't know, but I'm just a guy. I don't know for certain what that was. So this is a true story. This incident actually happened. I have to preface this with saying that because a lot of people do make up stories, and this absolutely is not made up. So one night it's raining heavily in my area, and I mean it's just pouring water out of the sky. It's raining so hard that anybody even walking for 2 seconds would absolutely be soaking wet. It's 12 a.m., and I was about to go to sleep when I felt the sudden urge to look outside my window down below, and I see this very old man with a beard just standing in the rain by himself, pouring rain. I felt worried about him because I thought maybe he's having trouble, but he's standing dead still just staring forward, and so I immediately think, let me go down and ask him if he needs help. I don't even think it's paranormal at all, lol. So before I even go down, I say, let me take a picture of him just in case. Maybe he's sketchy. Maybe it might help in case police or an ambulance need it to help him out if he's like delirious or walked out of a nursing home. So I take out my phone and open the camera app. I'm not on any drugs either, BTW. Aim the camera at him, and as I go to press the capture button below, I press it. The picture snapping sound clicks on my phone, and my screen flashes as it does any other time when I take any other single pic, as I have millions of times before. The old man literally turns into a blue ball of light, shoots up very fast, up to me on the third floor straight through my window and directly into my phone's camera, and the picture never even saved. It's like whatever it was didn't want me taking a picture and prevented my phone's electronics from ever saving that pic. And so also, mind you, I'm not schizophrenic, and a great way to tell if it's a hallucination is to take out a camera phone and point it at your hallucination, and if it doesn't show up on the camera, it's a hallucination, and guess what? He was on the camera the whole time. To this very ducking day I have no idea what it was, but that was cool. Whatever it was didn't want me snapping a photo. Now I wish I had gone down and interacted. I like paranormal stuff. I lived in a haunted house. It was benevolent but still frightening as a kid. I've seen small things get thrown, like paper clips, and seen things other people also saw, and my parents, and later my mom's boyfriend's mom, kept things from me that I already suspected as a child. For instance, the wife died in the living room and spent most of the time in the kitchen. It was a heart attack while she was canning beans. I always knew that someone had died in that room, and I could almost pinpoint the exact location. I felt weird about those two places well before I knew the history. I only saw the wife once, but mom's boyfriend's mom saw her quite a few times while babysitting me. She kept a very tight lid on that until I brought her up in detail after my incident. I wouldn't tell a 10-year-old about the crazy shit I was seeing either. Two other people, who didn't mention anything about being sensitive or anything like that, walked into my childhood bedroom, and we saw the hairs on their arms stand up. They had zero clue about deaths or anything like that in the house, but boy did they pick the right room to have a physical reaction to. We were just giving them a tour of the house. 2 people died in that room from natural causes. They had to leave the room immediately and were very worked up. There were probably a dozen instances I could point to in that house alone, but the only time I've seen a ghost directly was there. I just got home from school and rushed to go play Guitar Hero 3 before my mom got home. Someone whom I assumed was my mom walked in the living room, so I hit the pause button and said, "Hi, Mom." Instead of my mother, I turned my head and locked eyes with an older woman in a sun hat and sundress looking at me curiously. She was blurry and strictly in black and white. I saw her walk into the room in my peripheral vision and heard the creaky floors there at the entrance. After telling my mom that when I got home, we were all a lot more open about the events at the house. I could mark that up as childhood imagination without the corroborating people, but the thing that really cemented my belief was my high school friend's house. I saw a ghost out of the corner of my eye, as did my friend, heard a voice simultaneously with someone else confirming their name, saw shit move in the company of others. My buddy broke down in tears after a photo of a random orb, had a mild possession incident, and finally, had it follow me home and set off a car alarm in a locked garage after I taunted it one night. The car never once did that in the 10+ years my grandma owned it, and it happened shortly after every hair on my arms and neck stood up and told me to go double check the garage was locked. The keys were inside it, by the way. That friend was my groomsman this year, and still to this day he hates talking about it all. Like, borderline PTSD levels of stress when I brought it up just once last year. The entire experience is one I prefer not to detail, but I assure you, it was quite distressing for all involved. My grandfather was a reverend who had an interest in the paranormal, which he passed on to me. He never told me any ghost stories, he usually alluded to God's work somehow, but he definitely believed there was more out there than the Bible said. He gave me books about the paranormal and was part of a bunch of old school secret clubs. My grandmother, his wife, who was also a God-fearing woman, now she had the ghost stories. Pop would never tell me them even though he was there too, he would nod sagely when she retold them though, and they were freaky as F. The one I remember strongest is that they moved into a house in the 1980s that was haunted by a little old lady. She was gentle and mostly seemed interested in modern inventions. Between 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. in the morning, she'd come out and play with things. My pop's little handheld Tetris game was her fave, beeping away, but the shower often got turned on or off, the microwave switched on and off, and the TV and radio. When my grandparents were bothered enough by the noise, they'd tell her to go to bed, and it would turn off immediately. They knew she was a little old lady because my grandmother asked her friend with the sight to come around one day to meet her. They entered the spare room, and the friend sat down on the bed and said, "Ah yes, she's here with us now, come sit," and Gran said she watched as a small butt-sized imprint appeared on the bed next to her friend. They had a brief chat, explaining that she had died many years ago and she was stuck on Earth when she should be moving on. The friend said the lady was quite confused and kept asking for her children, didn't quite understand that she had died. So the friend told her that this wasn't her house anymore, that a nice new family lived here, and that she needed to leave and find her children, who had moved on too. The friend said she stood up and walked out of the house at that. Then Gran and her friend had a celebratory cup of tea before heading out to a nearby convenience store to shop. As they left the shop, a bus drove past, and the friend gasped, "Oh my God, she's in the bus." My Gran looked up and briefly saw a woman's face, which appeared almost grayscale and slightly transparent, smiling down at her before the bus drove off. Gran reckoned she didn't know how else to find her kids, so she just jumped on the first bus heading out of town, hopefully on her way to the other side. My first paranormal encounter. As a kid I always wanted to believe that there was something else out there, something paranormal, but I didn't really want to experience it firsthand. What can I say? I was the kind of kid who could barely survive a single scene of even the most mild horror movies. All of that changed after I experienced the following events that I still can't scientifically explain to this day. Growing up I had a close friend that I always hung out with. We were inseparable throughout elementary and middle school, and we always found ourselves hanging out at each other's houses, so much so that we became almost like brothers. As a preteen I knew him so well that it came as a surprise to me when he informed me, on a brisk autumn night, that his house was haunted. How could your house be haunted? I mean, well, I've been to your house a million times, and I haven't seen any ghosts or anything. What kind of joke are you trying to pull on me? It's not a freaking joke. He replied. Do you know how hard it is to sleep here at night? I had no room to doubt him, though. Theoretically, if ghosts were real, they would be in older houses, right? Part of his house dates back prior to 1800. Well, have you actually seen any ghosts? I asked. I've seen much more than just ghosts, he replied. Sometimes when we're driving home from dinner, the lights are turned on upstairs, even though we left all of the lights turned off before we left. Occasionally we've even seen the apparition of a Confederate soldier in the window of the study. My parents even saw it, he added, trying to make his story more convincing. His parents did later confirm with me that they had experienced this, as well as many other paranormal sightings in the house. I believed him but wasn't satisfied with just the story. I didn't really want to try to prove him wrong though. Although I was a skeptic, I had a good bit of superstition. Within a few weeks, he threw a Halloween party at his house. Attending the party was a close group of friends that consisted of 4 guys. 2 of them were him and me, and the other 2 were our other close friends, whom I am still in contact with to this day. That night, T, who we will refer to as my original friend, told us a bunch of horrific ghost stories that he claimed were real and had happened in his house. Obviously they were ridiculous, and none of us believed him. Either way, there were 4 of us teenagers having a good time and messing around, so it didn't take long for T to mockingly convince us to man up and take his camcorder upstairs to try to capture some paranormal activity. I honestly didn't expect anything paranormal to happen, but I wasn't too scared either. I had my 3 main guys by my side. We grabbed his camcorder, its battery fully charged, from the charger and brought it upstairs. T stood in the doorway of his room, with us by his side, and pressed the bright red record button on his camcorder. He pointed it toward the upstairs hallway of his house and recited a lame video intro that consisted of paranormal jibber-jabber and many overused words, such as ghost hunters and trained professionals. After a while we all crowded around and stared at the screen of his camcorder as he panned around the 2nd floor of his house. Within 30 seconds, which felt like an eternity from the perspective of my superstitious and anxiety-induced mental state, the camera screen went black, and with a subtle beep the camcorder shut off. What the heck, man? Try not to bump the power button again, idiot, one of us muttered, laughing. The whole situation felt like a lighthearted joke for a second. After a moment of confusion, T spoke and made all of our hearts skip a beat. I didn't hit the power button. Look. His tone conveyed both slight frustration and fear. He turned on the camcorder again, and we all stared in disbelief at the dead battery symbol flashing on the screen. Wasn't that fully charged when we brought it up here? I muttered, freaking out beyond belief. Yeah, it was, he said, calmly, trying to hide the fear that was tearing him apart inside. Supposedly spirits can drain batteries if they have enough energy. Why didn't we see a ghost then? One of the guys asked. They don't always manifest themselves, but the camcorder might have caught an image of the spirit that toyed with the battery, T replied, trying to keep his cool. Why don't we go downstairs and have another round of sodas? Later that night we were playing pranks on each other, which eventually led to one of the guys, who we'll call C, and me hiding in T's room, the same room where we had experienced the camcorder's battery being drained earlier. The lights were out, and from our positions in the room, we could not see through the doorway and into the upstairs hallway. After a few minutes of waiting, we heard heavy footsteps slowly drag down the upstairs hallway toward T's room. At the time I thought nothing of it and assumed it was his dad. The footsteps got closer and closer to T's room and were abnormally loud as they trudged past the doorway. After they passed, the sound seemed to stop altogether. I got out from where I had been hiding and went into the upstairs hallway, looking around. The lights were out, and there was nobody upstairs. C and I went downstairs and asked everybody if they had been upstairs in the past few minutes. Nobody had, and there were no boots in the whole household capable of making a footstep of the volume that C and I witnessed. To this day C swears he witnessed the same footsteps that I did that night. Reflecting on that experience, I realized that our foolishness with the camcorder that night appeared to trigger a significant amount of paranormal activity throughout the house. After I left the party, the guys charged the camcorder and checked out our few seconds of footage on T's computer. All three claimed to have paused the footage right at the end and seen the apparition of an old man with a dog by his side. The three still swear by this testimony. Late that night, T and his family couldn't seem to find his dog. After they tore apart the whole house, T's parents sent him into the attic to search. The attic is essentially an off-limits part of the house, even for the family, due to its high occurrence of paranormal activity. T was very reluctant to search for his dog in the attic regardless, considering it has a thick wooden door that is bolted shut on a regular basis. After mustering up the courage, he went into the attic to find his dog stuffed into a large cardboard box on the bottom of a giant pile of boxes, whimpering. Obviously, I cannot attest to the truthfulness of the accounts of the other eyewitnesses, but this document as a whole, under the agreement of the other eyewitnesses and me, has been deemed the most accurate to our compiled memories. The events. The most important event for me occurred between 2011 and 2013. The following happened about 15 years ago at a ranch-style house in the middle of the country, surrounded by farmland and sparsely spaced houses. I haven't talked to my dad in years. I am a very strong skeptic and an atheist. But I have become spiritual in my late 20s and 30s. I believe in the universe and energy, if that makes sense. It was between 8 p.m. and 10 p.m. at night, and my dad and I were home. He was in his office room with the radio very loud, and I was in the living room working on community college homework. My dad can't hear very well due to a lifetime of severe hearing damage from farming, hunting, trucking, loud music, loud vehicles, and manual labor work while mostly not using hearing protection. He wears 2 good quality hearing aids and still cannot hear well, and I highly doubt he was wearing them at this time. Especially since his office radio was cranked up loud. We both heard the kitchen door open with a pop, squeaking kind of sound, which was the typical sound when opened, work boots walking heavy on the kitchen floor. We all wore work boots because we were outside laborers and walked heavy, and the sound of both the work boots being taken off and being dropped on the kitchen floor, which is what we, my dad, little brother, and I, did, in a very common noise. My dad and I both heard it and figured it was my little brother coming home. However, the outside free-roaming dogs hadn't barked, and the driveway alarms didn't go off. Maybe the dogs were out roaming, or maybe the driveway alarms didn't pick up the car. That's how we tried to rationalize it. I called my little brother, and he was 45 minutes away. I told my dad to grab his pistol because there was either someone or something in the house with us, so he did, and we searched the entire house room by room, upstairs, ground floor, first and then downstairs, and then looked outside. It was just us. I said that we should search the outside too, and my dad said, "Nobody is here," implying no other physical persons, and why would an uninvited stranger take off their boots? To which I agreed that made sense, but we both were 100% certain we heard something. It should be noted that my dad is a very immature person, likely a narcissist, and doesn't like to admit he is wrong or flawed. And even he said something along the lines of, "Damn, insert coins to begin, I can't believe I heard that." You can be standing right next to the man on the quietest day possible, and if he is not actually paying attention to you, he won't hear you. If I had just experienced that experience myself, I would probably have dismissed it or doubted myself, but since his hearing literally is that horrible and he heard it too, there's no way I can or will. Not to mention, his office room is on the opposite side of the house from the kitchen. My little brother's experiences. In that house my little brother experienced seeing shadow people for years, multiple ones at times too, constantly hearing boots walk in the kitchen and connecting dining room at or around 3 in the morning, having something heavy but unseen crawl on and be in his car after visiting what he calls the demon house in the closest town with a friend whose family was renovating the house to rent out. The friend was in the car while something crawled on it. Having the same friend tell him that it feels like you're being watched while in the basement of my dad's house and mention the basement hallway, hearing children in our home laugh as well as tell him help me / us, being upstairs and hearing my mom call his name from the basement while she wasn't home, constantly seeing the Hat Man, and many, many more stories. He could literally write a Harry Potter-sized novel on everything he experienced because it was that frequent and over that long of a period. There was a time in my teenage years, about 15 years ago, probably between 2007 and 2010, when I swear I heard something breathe heavily directly in my left ear. However, over time, as I told others about it, I began to doubt myself and thought maybe I heard my own breathing. Nowadays I'm unsure of the validity of that event, but when it happened it scared me enough that I jumped/fell out of the chair I was sitting in. The following occurred likely between 1999 and 2002. Another event is that my older sister said she saw what she thought was my little brother, when he was just a toddler and she a young child, but it turns out it was a toddler-like light figure. Sometime during the middle of the night when she got up to use the bathroom, she thought she saw my little brother in the hallway by the bathroom. She walked up very close to it because it had its back to her, and she called out my little brother's name to it. It wasn't my little brother. She locked herself in the bathroom, fell asleep in the bathroom, and wouldn't come out until someone woke up, knocked on the door, and vocalized who they were. This was 25 plus years ago, and eventually, as she got older, she wouldn't talk about it anymore. But for the longest time, when asked about the story, she said the same thing. The most recent event I know of, probably between 2017 and 2019, is that my dad and an ex of his were in the basement. They were standing near the hallway in the basement and had a ping pong ball tossed at them from the basement hallway. For descriptive purposes, the basement was mostly still how it was when it was built in the 70s, the right side of it being a big open area, a bar, and a bedroom. The left side being a hallway with 3 rooms, 2 on the left side and 1 big one on the right. In the big room on the right of the hallway, there's a ping pong table. That hallway does not have a light, each room only has a singular light. That hallway is pitch black, the entire basement is very dark, as the basement walls have had very dark brown wood panels and inadequate lighting, and the hallway is just tall and wide enough to walk through. It would be impossible for the ball to roll at them from the height that it was projected at them, and it would have to come from the center of the room on the right, around a 90 degrees turn, through and around a doorway, and down the hallway. At least 15 to 25 feet. September 29, 2024. A friend who is a direct neighbor brought over some homemade apple cider and soup. After she left, I heard a disembodied voice say something I couldn't make out. My dog reacted to it too. I tried to get it to speak again, but it didn't. I told my friend what happened, and she said she had an event a week or 2 prior where a candle warmer with an adjustable knob she had turned on had turned itself off. She also said she has thought she has had a presence in her apartment for some time. If someone else told me these events, I probably wouldn't believe them, so I understand if you don't, but these are true stories. Nobody believes me, and I don't believe myself. I really don't think ghosts exist. I mean, it doesn't make sense to me, and I really hate the ghost shows on TV, they are all so damn fake it is painful. Having said that, I will tell you a story about something I experienced but can't explain, so the answer is really up in the air. I know it is hard to believe a random person on the internet, but let me say this story is 100% true, and I just want to put it out there in a non-judgmental space. I was about 14, there was a family that lived behind us on an adjacent street, but you could walk between our yards like you find in American neighborhoods. It was late afternoon, maybe 6 p.m. There were a couple of girls that lived there close to my age that I didn't know too well. They saw me in my backyard and asked what I was up to because they were bored. We ended up hanging out, and they invited me over to jump on their trampoline. We talked and jumped for an hour or so. While jumping I noticed there was a basement storm door on the back of their house, and I had actually never seen one, so I was intrigued. Most basements in this area only have standard stairs leading from the main level. I really wanted to open it and see how the door worked. I inquired about it, and the older girl said, "Yeah, we only go in there if there is a tornado. My mom says it's haunted." I had always dismissed hauntings and ghosts, saying, "Oh, I don't really believe in ghosts." The younger girl giggled while the older one remained serious. "Go down there if you aren't afraid," she said, essentially daring me to do it. Why does this sound so much like a movie? I accepted her dare and went over to the storm door and unlatched it. I pulled up the heavy door, and to my surprise, both doors actually came up at the same time due to the levers and gears. It was actually quite cool to me, so I closed it and opened it again. It was half lit from the few small windows in the basement and a little cluttered with old junk. Not filthy and no spider webs, though. Seemed like a pretty normal basement. I went down the steps, and the girls actually followed me halfway down. I reached the bottom and looked back at the girls. The younger girl pointed for me to keep going. I made my way close to the opposite corner of the basement and looked around. It almost seemed like someone lived down there. Books were neatly placed, and there was a little couch with an end table next to it. I looked over to a clearing behind the couch. an area that was dimly lit from a nearby window, and I saw it. My whole body froze up for a moment, and I felt a massive adrenaline rush that started to shake my hands and water my eyes. About 8 feet away, a green-tinged but mostly white, almost transparent, cloud of mist in the rough shape of a man was half floating and half standing there looking at me. I heard the girls silently run up the rest of the stairs. I was locked on this figure, and it was locked onto me, frozen in fear, almost like we were both waiting for the other to make a move. I felt like it was watching me, but there were no eyes or a face, just a head shape in this mist. Nothing happened, but I stood there staring into the shape for at least 15 or 20 seconds. The shape very slowly rotated around like you would expect mist to, but kept the same shape and position. It looked like it started to stretch out an arm. I immediately turned and ran, very, very fast, even though it felt like I was running in sand. I didn't look back, I just ran all of the way up the stairs and out. I stopped at the trampoline about 20 feet from the basement door. The girls were gone. I looked back at the door, still wide open, and decided I had to work up the courage to go close the door. I moved over slowly to the door and grabbed the corner, peeking over it into the basement. I didn't see anything and started to close the door. About halfway through closing the door, it was ripped out of my hands and slammed shut. It was loud, and I heard the steel sound echo through the basement. It was jarring. It hurt my fingertips, and it didn't do that before when I closed the door the first time. You actually have to push it down for it to close all of the way, with how the mechanism keeps it from possibly falling on your head. I stumbled back and caught myself from falling. The girls were nowhere in sight, so I just went home and sat in the living room with my parents, not saying anything. I never actually talked to those girls again. Every time they saw me, they would turn around and try to hide from me. They moved away after a couple of years. My guess is that they saw it too, and it affected them more than it did me. My parents still live over there, and sometimes when I visit, I think about it. You can see that storm door from the kitchen window, and it gives me pause every time I see it. I don't know what it was. I probably never will. It didn't change my mind that much about ghosts. I simply can't explain what I saw. As far as what I saw, it is so hard to explain in words. It was definitely the shape of a man, almost like if you used a projector to put a shape on a cloud of smoke, but it wasn't neat. It was very wispy and not like an image. It had a very aggressive presence, and I felt like I was in danger. I felt the overwhelming sense of an imminent attack, which is why I was full of adrenaline and almost ready to fight for my life. I had a rough upbringing and had been in many fights as a kid, so I wasn't sensitive. The adrenaline was racking my body, and I was absolutely sore that night, like I just had my ass kicked. I just knew that whatever it was, if it was real, it was not friendly, and I was going to fight if I had to and run if I had the chance to escape. What led me to believe in the supernatural? Before I get into this, I want to clarify this is all 100% true and is what has turned me from a skeptic in the supernatural into a believer. I've never written down this story, I've only ever told it aloud, so I'll do my best to make this make sense. About 4 years ago, when I was 17, I stayed at my mom's house quite a bit alone, and I never had a problem with it. I liked my privacy. One night, I went out to my favorite pizza place, which was roughly a 40-minute drive round trip. Before leaving my house, everything felt perfectly normal, just like any other night, but that feeling was fleeting. When I returned, I immediately felt like I was being watched. I need to take a moment to depict the house layout. It was a 2-story house, but the bottom story was just an unused guest bedroom, the laundry room, the entrance to the garage, and old wooden stairs leading up to the living room. With that said, I can resume. As I was saying, this feeling of not being alone, or feeling watched, kept my eyes glued on the top of the stairs. The feeling was so bad that I swept the entire house, upstairs, downstairs, garage, closets, everything, and I was alone. Looking back, this is when I should have just driven to my dad's, but I thought I was a big boy that could handle a little fear. I was sick of this feeling of dread, so I went to my room, which is just down the hall from the living room, to play video games. I kept my headset off and my hunting knife next to me just in case anything happened. While I was playing, I swear I kept seeing flickers of shadows under my door, as the hallway light was on, but whenever I looked over, there was nothing. This started to really freak me out, but I just kept acting like everything was fine. Eventually, I was sick of video games and got ready for bed. I turned my light off but kept the lights on everywhere else in the house just so that it looked like it was a busy house to any potential unwanted visitors. When I lay down, however, I noticed 2 dark spots under my door that looked like shoes. All I could do was lie there in horror with my hunting knife firmly grasped. I waited, and waited, and waited for those shadows to move, but they never did. Eventually, I summoned the courage to confront this shadowy being standing outside my door, and when I swung my door open, there was nothing. No one. No shadows. I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. When I laid back down, however, the shadows were gone. I decided to leave my door open and turn on my light in my room. My time for sleeping could wait another night. So, instead of sleeping, I watched YouTube videos mindlessly on my phone when I heard what sounded like large footsteps slowly ascending up my creaky wooden stairs. I'll tell you, even 4 years later, in a completely different house, I have turned the lights on in my room to finish writing this. Anyways, I was frozen in shock/horror that this wasn't all in my head. I realized that someone or something was coming up my stairs while I was home alone. In a split second, I decided that the best course of action was to lock myself in the bathroom that was halfway down the hall. I bolted, didn't take any chances, didn't look to see what was there, and I called the police. It was the first time in my life calling 911. I was trembling in the bathroom trying to whisper because, keep in mind, I still believed this to be a person in my house. They sent over a squad car while I remained on the line, and the operator told me that they didn't see any signs of forced entry and that after a sweep of the entire house, no one was there. This helped relieve me, and that was the last incident of the night, but not where the story ends. The next day, after telling my mom what happened, she was obviously horrified, but we decided to do some digging ourselves. I swept the house again, but this time I found something I missed, and the police missed it. I learned a fun fact about my room that next day. The only entrance to the attic was in my ducking closet, and the lid was open. We couldn't believe it, the attic hatch was cracked ajar. My mom swore that she didn't even know it was there, and I sure as hell didn't know, and neither of us could reach up to it and move the lid. I told her that day that I would never stay at her house for the night alone, and I stuck to my word. I never did again in that house. After all that, after moving out, the story still wasn't over. My mom's curiosity was stronger than mine, because she talked to the previous owner of the home to try and find out more about the history of owners of the home. God's honest truth, she texted me this: just spoke with the previous owner, her parents built the house, and her dad died in your room. When I received that text, a shiver went down my spine, and there was a ringing in my ears. This entire time, I kept telling myself logical reasons for what happened that night, but I couldn't anymore. The last update to this story came just a few weeks ago when I was visiting my girlfriend's family for Christmas, when I found myself retelling this story to my girlfriend's brother's wife's mom, lol, and she describes herself as a medium. While I was retelling the story, right when I got to the part of the footsteps coming up the stairs, she said to me, "Those were heavy steps, weren't they?" He was a big boy, and I just stared at her with shock. She also kept saying that there was a big boom or noise, and I kept racking my brain for that, and I couldn't recall it at all, but then I remembered. The night of my encounter, I forgot to mention that I did end up falling asleep in the 3 to 4 a.m. range, with all the lights on and my door wide open, but when I woke up in the morning, my door was closed. I hope y'all enjoyed my story. It's definitely not the creepiest thing to happen, but man, it has shaken me for years. True story that happened to me in 2021. Around 2019, my grandmother's eyes began to fail her. I was the only living relative she had that could be there for her because I have a business that allows me to do so. I noticed she was falling asleep, and then she was speaking in her sleep. I couldn't really make out the words because it sounded muffled. Those of you who have seen something like this probably understand, they are legitimately speaking to someone on the other side. For about 2 years I was her caretaker almost full time. This was running to and from appointments, running errands, cooking, cleaning, medication management, the whole 9 yards. At the time I didn't really understand how much of a toll this was taking on me mentally, physically, and emotionally. But after she passed, I became aware of it. I didn't feel depressed or sad. Somewhere along the way I just went numb and didn't realize it. The result is a level of numb that I didn't know existed. Not the numb that people love to post about online. I was literally a shell of a person who didn't care about anything. Not eating, not my business. Literally nothing. I self-isolated for about 6 months. The days just rolled together, and nothing felt real anymore. I covered all of the windows in my house and basically sat in the dark alone for most of this time. I had no motivation to do anything. After the scenario went on for a while, I started to realize that I'd rather check out than live this way. And that's when it happened. One day I was sitting in my living room. Suddenly I saw these 2 small blackish semi-transparent orbs fly past me in my living room. They were about the size of a ping pong ball and had blackish, semi-transparent, smoke-looking stuff rolling off of them. This happened very fast. I thought maybe I was seeing stuff and shrugged it off. I've always been a magnet to paranormal things, but this is something I'd never seen. Anyway, later that day I saw 3 huge black buzzards in my backyard. I've lived at this place for 20 years and have never seen a buzzard in this yard. Also, there was nothing dead, dying, or even thrown out. They were just looking at me. It was creepy, but once again, I thought nothing of it. And here's the biggest one and the reason I took the time to share this story. Later that night, probably around 10 or so, I took my dog out to use the bathroom. I was standing there allowing my dog to relieve himself when, quite suddenly, I noticed movement in my left peripheral vision. For context, the side I saw this on has a large street light and a building that's probably about 20 feet tall. The entire reason I caught this movement is because it briefly blocked the light from the street light. I looked over and saw nothing. Once again, I shrugged it off. This scenario happened about 2 more times and was starting to get on my nerves, so I decided to just turn that direction and stare at that spot. It gives me goosebumps to type this up even now. But all of a sudden I saw something peek its head from behind that building and rapidly pull back out of sight. My blood ran cold. This thing had to be easily 12 to 15 feet tall. It peeked like this roughly 4 times, and I got a better look at its upper torso to a certain degree. It had no features, just a shadow. It was broad, easily 3.5 to 4 feet wide. The best description I could provide is that the outline resembled what one would imagine the Grim Reaper to look like. It was so black that it would stand out in the dark. The street light was hitting the area it was peeking from, and I could see the building being illuminated, but this thing was immune to that light. I ran across the backyard and went into my house, with my dog on the other side of the house. I grabbed my .357 and flashlight and did a full sweep on my yard, convinced I was about to engage something that might not flinch. But when I went out and did so, I found absolutely nothing. It was just gone. I've never seen it again since. The only thing I can say is, I was so numb that I convinced myself that I'd rather be dead. And yes, I had suicidal thoughts because of it. I believe it was the angel of death who was watching, waiting, and lurking, just to collect souls. I realize this might sound over the top/fake. Trust me, I've been called many things because of talking about this one. But I assure anyone that listens to this story, it is 100% true. And if you ever see it, you'll never forget it. Thanks for listening. 3 loud bangs. My first experience, and one that made me a firm believer in the paranormal. This happened about 6 months ago. What I'm about to say is relevant to the story and not a promotion. I host a paranormal podcast, and during an episode, I got a little cheeky with my banter and said something along the lines of, "Ghosts know where to find me." Lighthearted joking aside, that was still stupid. I ended up getting what I apparently wished for. That same morning, technically, I was awoken by 3 very loud bangs that clearly went off inside my bedroom. I cannot stress this point enough. It didn't come from behind the walls or door, and definitely not from outside. The bangs weren't muffled or distant in any sort of way. It was like a shotgun had gone off right in front of my face, with only a second or 2 between each bang. The first bang jolted me awake. The second one brought me out of whatever sleepy daze I could have still been in. The third bang 100% confirmed what I heard wasn't just my mind playing tricks on me in some way. Strangely enough, I merely fell back asleep shortly after. The real kicker, though, is that my son was staying up late playing video games in the living room. The first thing he asked me when he woke up was, "What were those loud bangs in your room last night?" I hadn't brought it up to my wife yet, but she was nearby when my son asked about it. Her eyes widened, and she said that she heard the bangs too but thought it was just a nightmare. I asked my son what time he heard the bangs, and he said, around 3. Had I been the only person to hear them, I'd be compelled to write it off as a case of exploding head syndrome. But I'm convinced that something was sternly cautioning me to watch my words moving forward. I have been. Shadow people, my first paranormal encounter. This was only my first occurrence with shadow people growing up. I had many more, mostly in my preteens to teens. The majority of my paranormal experiences took place within a span of approximately 15 years. My earliest experience began when I was 3 years old or so, and my last profound experience tapered off around 19 years old. The story begins with my first paranormal experience of shadow people. My parents met in the late 80s, and they were both serving members of the military. Shortly after they met, both my parents were assigned to an Air Force base in Ontario. I was born in there, and my brother followed shortly afterwards. Roughly a year after my brother was born, we were transferred to the province of Quebec. We were located in a highly francophone region in Quebec, where my father had been posted to an army base. My parents decided to buy a house in a neighboring town. It wasn't a luxury home, but I enjoyed my time there as a kid. We had a large backyard, which I spent a lot of time in. The history of the house is unknown to my family. From the looks of it, the house didn't appear haunted. It wasn't bent out of shape, it was just a 1970-80s cookie-cutter house in an ordinary middle-class neighborhood. I suppose the house might be one of many visions of what a basic family home would look like in North America. In this house, at 3 years old, everything started. We were what I thought was an average family, but happy and in good health. Nobody had any serious issues, the family dynamic was awesome, and my dad was incredibly creative and fun. For the most part, we were good children. We did well in our early school years, and we weren't too spoiled, especially because we couldn't afford to be. But my mother did everything she could to pamper me and my brother. She wanted a good life for us. She would save her money to ensure we always had new clothes and shoes for school. She also always taught us good manners, to treat all people with respect, and to not judge others. Despite their eventual separation, they remained amazing parents. They always did their best to offer us a good life. When we moved to this town, my mother sacrificed her service to follow my father's. I think it was a fluke that they were at the same base before, since career managers in Canada were less accommodating to service couples in the 1980s. She decided to use this opportunity to raise her children and look after the home until we were old enough to look after ourselves. Once you entered the front door of the house, there was a small square area for removing your boots and hanging your keys. There were 2 sets of stairs directly in front of you. One to the ground floor and one to the basement. Below, and directly to the left, there was a bathroom, and inside the bathroom on the left side, there was a small storage space. The space was large enough to kneel down and walk into, so my dad used the space to develop the film since it was a dark and secluded room. While the restroom was on the left, my room was on the right, which was beside my parents' room. I had a small window in my bedroom on the left side that had a partial view of our large, fenced-in backyard. I couldn't see anything, though, since the window was located high enough on the wall, and I was almost at the basement level, plus, I was just a little guy. I vividly recall many details. My parents purchased my first bed for me when we moved into that house. It was lifted up onto a metal frame and painted bright red, like a maraschino cherry. There was also a railing that my parents later took off when I became older. I had a life-changing experience before kindergarten, between ages 3 and 4, that I still remember. Most nights, we probably went to bed between 7 p.m. and 8 p.m. We were familiar with the routine, and we followed it. We had a very military style of discipline in our home. Not only were my parents in the military, but so were the previous generations in my family, and that culture carried on. We weren't perfect kids, but I like to think we were well-behaved kids. One night, which looked identical to all other nights as a child, except for Christmas, I awoke in my cherry red bed. I knew it was late because it was dark outside my window, but not so late that my parents were asleep because I could hear them talking upstairs with the TV on. I struggled to fall asleep, so I lay down on my bed, looking around the room like any curious child. I was getting uncomfortable, so I turned over to my left side, which would have been facing the door to my bedroom. It was dark enough in the room, and I was in my room long enough for my eyes to be well adapted to the darkness at this stage. The only light I had from my room was the gentle backside of a faint porch light and any ambient light from the moon, if any. I looked around the room, and then I began to draw my attention to my bedroom door. It had passively piqued my interest, because I noticed that the area located directly in front of my closed bedroom door was unusually dark. I remember being able to look at the surrounding walls, but not that specific area for some reason. I continued to watch the black mass while occasionally looking away and scanning the room. I looked back at the door and, in the confusion, saw an opaque black figure in the outline of a person standing right there. It was probably about 8 feet or so away, give or take. At first, I wasn't scared. Instead, I found myself giggling because the figure resembled a person, and I assumed that an object in my room was casting a shadow that looked distinctly humanoid. I kept looking into the shadows, but I started to realize that something seemed strange. The shadow itself was not on the wall. It was off the wall, in the room, standing like a person and opaque black in color. No light seemed to come through. The shadow was neither transparent nor translucent, appearing as a deep black hole. I was still confused, and I didn't put too much thought into it, so I kept gazing. In one moment, I was relaxed and intrigued as to what was causing this image in front of me, but in the next, I was struck with paralyzing fear, as I started to see the figure move towards me. It wasn't walking like a human or something I even recognized on the planet at that moment in my life. There were almost no features. There was no face, but I could clearly discern the shape of the body, arms, legs, and so on. He resembled a man. When the shadow approached me, it didn't do so by walking. There were no fluid, human-like limbs moving around in a human-like or even earth-like fashion. This shadow would vanish, then reappear a step or two closer in a moment, as fast as a shutter can trigger on a camera. I didn't stop looking. I could not shout, I trembled and cried while pressing my blankets against my eyes, but I kept watching as if it were a film. It continued to move itself towards me. Disappearing, reappearing, disappearing, reappearing. Until he stood right over me by my nightstand. I was petrified by that moment. With speed, I threw the blankets over my head, and I buried my face as deeply into the pillows and blankets as I could without suffocating. It never left. My eyes were closed, but it made no difference. 3 of these shadows were penetrating their way into my mind even though my eyes were sealed shut. These shadows were morphing vividly into horrifying faces, shapes, and grotesque images, all with the purpose of causing overwhelming fear. I could see them in my head, they were clear as day. It was almost like they were telling me, you can't hide from us. I felt them taking immense pleasure in my fear. It was very dark and sinister, and I couldn't get these figures to leave. I felt trapped, like a deer being surrounded by wolves. I could no longer bear it, as I knew I had no place to hide. Somehow, I had the courage to dash out of my room and scream for my parents. I remember running up the stairs to the living room, tripping on the way as I shouted, "Mom, why? Dad, I have a man in my bedroom." I was emotionally distraught, weeping, trembling, and hyperventilating. My mother did what I think most moms would do and tried to reassure their kid that it was just a dream and to go back to sleep. I insisted on the fact that there was a man in my room. My parents took me back to bed, turned on the light, and said a prayer while leaving a holy crucifix underneath my pillow. It is the only case I can recall in this specific town. But it wasn't my last experience. They came back at times later in my life, from the age of 9 to 18, and at a much higher intensity. Small selection of my numerous paranormal experiences over the past 20 years. I don't even believe in this stuff, so why me? I am neither a believer nor a non-believer in the paranormal. I consider myself more of a reporter, it happens to me, and I relay it. Although I do not claim to fully understand the paranormal, I strive to accurately describe my experiences in detail so that I am not the one interpreting them. I apologize for the long length of this. From an early age, I have had various paranormal type experiences. The earliest in my memory occurred when I was in high school. I came home, and my mother engaged me in conversation about an old woman she had met that day at the grocery store. "You'll never believe what her father's occupation was," she said. I blurted out, without knowing why, "He was an engineer. On a train." Her mouth dropped open, I was correct. Moving on to the college years, one experience that stands out in my mind was the time a ghost, I guess? Read my mind, for lack of a better way to explain it. My roommate and I were the only ones at home in the large apartment we shared. We were in the kitchen cooking, and she asked me to put on some music on the small CD player that sat on the table next to the kitchen. I had a song in mind, and while I was looking for that CD, the very song I had in mind came blasting out of the CD player on full volume all the way across the apartment in one of the bedrooms. Later, in that same apartment, I reached in the oven one day to pull out a tray of food. For some reason, the heat of the oven said death to me. I can only explain it by saying that I felt the heat on my face. No sooner had I said this out loud to my roommate than the building's RA knocked on our door completely in shock to let us know that one of his parents had suddenly passed away and he'd need to leave college for a while. Then, I moved to a big city on the West Coast and lived on the campus of a university as a result of my job working with students. Things were disappearing from my room on a daily basis, but I lived alone. In particular, my toothbrush went missing quite often, my room was small, and there weren't that many places it could be hidden. I'd check everywhere, the bathroom, my makeup bag, my suitcase, my desk drawers, everywhere. And repeatedly, it would be nowhere. I'd even ask people to come into my room and help me look, and still, nothing. Finally, I'd give up and go buy a new one. As soon as I'd walk in the door, new toothbrush in hand, the old one would appear in my room again, always somewhere obvious, like right in the middle of my desk. Someone affiliated with the university later let me know that the school had partly been built on a graveyard, though I don't know if that's true. I moved to a small city in coastal California. By another coincidence, I ended up living in a haunted house. A certain light bulb would burn out, but by the time the facilities guy got there to change it, it would be working again. He'd leave, and it would burn out again. This went on and on. There would be puddles of water in the bathroom that I didn't make. And then, I woke up one morning and went to the sink to brush my teeth, as was my habit. But my toothbrush wasn't there. It took me a second to realize why. The porcelain cup that I kept it in also was not on the ledge of the sink, it was face down in the sink, but my toothbrush was nowhere to be found. It took me a good 10 minutes of looking to finally find the damn thing. It was across the room, in the opposite corner, wedged between the bathtub and the wall. Again, I lived alone. Strange things continued to happen to me throughout my time in that town. For example, cats would follow me home. They would literally jump out of the bushes and follow me up the hill to my house. I felt like the bloody Pied Piper. At one point, someone I knew was having her cards read by a friend who was in training as a reader, and I asked the woman if she'd mind reading mine afterwards. She said sure, but after she started shuffling the cards, she changed her mind. She seemed alarmed and said, "Nope, I'm not doing this." I asked for further info, and she said she couldn't explain it, other than something or someone was blocking her, and she refused to push through. Finally, this all came to a head when I moved to an ancient city in Europe for a job opportunity. I lived in a several hundred-year-old boarding house that had its origins as a Roman temple. Not only did I see a giant, wood-framed floor-to-ceiling window violently slam closed by itself, but a friend of mine saw what she described as a living gargoyle in the basement late one night and came to me, frantic, claiming that the thing had communicated via its mind and told her it was coming after me. I assure you that my friend was and is perfectly sane. Came back to the States. I decided to get acupuncture for my lifelong migraines because I had had it with them causing me to miss work. To make a long story short, the person I went to that day was not only an acupuncturist but also a shaman. She claimed that acupuncture would not help my migraines, it was more of a familial problem, if I got what she meant. She wanted to perform some elaborate soul-cleaning ritual on me, but I declined. There was just something about her eyes, and the way she was looking at me, that made me feel uneasy. She became insistent, aggressive. There is more to this story, but I will skip it for the sake of brevity. Needless to say, she 1. Claimed she could shapeshift and 2. Asked if I wanted to be powerful, as she knew I could be, and that she would assist me in becoming so. I left and went home without her assistance. After relaying this story to my dad, he casually let me know that his mother and grandmother were witches. I asked several family members to tell me about my great-grandmother, and, as it turns out, there was a huge rift between her and my grandma. She was also, reportedly, a horrible woman. I decided to try and connect with this part of the family by visiting my great-grandmother's grave. It was the only one at the cemetery covered in a thick coating of ice. I couldn't even make out her name under the ice. On the other side of my family, I had occasion to speak with the oldest living member of my mother's family. After what my dad spilled on his family, I was on a kick to learn more about my whole family's heritage. So I proceeded to ask my mom's relative about my great-grandmother on that side. What he retold was probably too personal to recount here, but suffice to say that there was strong evidence that some sort of curse had been placed over my great-grandmother by an enemy. In the end, they found bones, amulets, photographs, candles, and dirt in one of the walls of their house. My great-grandmother became frantic and called the local priest. According to family legend, he took one step inside the house, turned on his heels, and left. Only one time in my life have any of these experiences turned violent, when I lived in Thailand. Some strange occurrences there included me finding fresh blood on the wall of my bedroom and having something whisper in my ear. Again, good times. LOL. During the course of 12 months I almost died more than once, in addition to having just about everything else that could go wrong. When I came back to the US, someone that I did not know was a psychic/intuitive approached me and said that something there had been trying to kill me. So the story goes like this. In Bangkok, I rented a room in what I would describe as a mansion. The owner had been transferred out of town and rented rooms in her house while she was gone. Most of the time, I was the only one living in there, with the exception of a maid that lived in a studio apartment on the ground floor. There were 4 other floors. The place had an eerie vibe and was full of expensive Asian antiques and relics from the owner's time spent living in Thailand, Cambodia, Vietnam, and Nepal. I once found a large dot of fresh blood on the wall in my room. I later found another similar one on my bedpost. The place was creepy overall, so I asked a Thai friend at work what to do. She said that Thai tradition dictates trying to appease the spirit as a method of getting it to leave you alone. She suggested I ask it what it needed that it wasn't getting. So I sat on my bed and asked it this question in my mind. A few seconds later, I heard a very scary deep male voice whisper in my ear, "Still here. The house owner's friends came to stay, on another floor, for a weekend. You don't drink the water from the tap in Thailand, of course." It was night, and I realized that I was down to my last bottle. Made a mental note and brought it upstairs to my room to drink it. Passed the 2 other guests in the living room along the way, said hi, and went to my room with the water bottle. I was doing some reading and drinking the water when I decided to go down to the kitchen to get a snack. Past the ladies again, this time without the water bottle. Got a snack. Went back to my room, and the water was gone. It was nowhere to be found. I even looked in the closet and under furniture. Went downstairs, the ladies confirmed that I hadn't even been carrying it the second time. Checked the kitchen, and it was not there, not in the fridge, garbage can, or anywhere. They helped me look for it. It simply disappeared. BTW, the maid was not home when this went down. I had a near-death experience in the house. I choked and almost died. Around the same time the animals began to suffer from weird health problems. One dog almost died and was hospitalized for 10 days. Then my partner came to Thailand and moved in with me there. He is not a believer but reluctantly agrees that something was off in the house. This culminated in us both being violently awoken one night by a noise that sounded like metal banging on metal. All the power in our room went out, but not the rest of the house, except for the bathroom light, which we could see from our bed. For maybe a minute it glowed bright red and rhythmically clicked on and off, tick tick, tick tick. During my short time in Thailand, I was also diagnosed with a sudden physical illness that could have killed me, and somehow I had never had symptoms before. I also ate mangoes my whole life but suddenly had an allergic reaction to one and nearly died. I also had an accident in which I fell in a hole. I also had financial problem after financial problem, all due to 1 in a million type glitches. Everything I touched went to shit, basically. Every single day I was there. That's the abbreviated version. I was a sophomore in college. I entered my math class as I typically did and took my customary seat, approximately 4 seats in on the third row. Even though we didn't have assigned seats, there was always a girl sitting 2 seats to the left of me, empty seat between us, and her male friend was to her left. They appeared to be close friends, frequently sharing laughter, which never gave me cause for concern. This day in particular, I sat down, got my spiral and pencil out, and just quietly sat there, looking forward and thinking about what I was going to do after class. Suddenly, I got this eerie feeling. I looked up to my left, and my heart practically stopped. The girl was staring straight at me, blank-faced, and her eyes were shining like a bright, piercing electric blue. Shining like lasers. Nothing at all natural. I can't explain accurately. I was basically paralyzed and couldn't move or say anything. I eventually blinked and looked forward, then looked back, and the girl's head was turned back to her friend as he was talking again. About 2 years later, I was with friends, and we were driving to a restaurant. Traffic was building up since it was rush hour, and we were stopped in the right lane. I'm in the back seat, and I happen to look up, diagonally to the left, and through the windshield. I look into the car sitting in the lane next to us. Its back bumper is parallel to our front bumper, so I can see the driver easily. He's turned almost completely around and is looking back at me, staring intensely. Even from that distance, I could see his eyes were that piercing, bright, laser-like blue, and I froze again. Just like the last incident, I was eventually able to blink, look away, and then immediately look back. The man was turned forward, the light turned green, and we all started moving forward. It's now been about 20 years, and I haven't experienced anything like that again, but it ducked with my mind for a while. I had an encounter that would turn anyone into a believer. It takes place when I was back in college a few years ago. I just told this story for the first time in a long time a few days ago, so I thought I'd share it here with you all. One night my sweet mate Brian and I were getting ready for a thirsty Thursday or something of the sort when it happened. We were close friends and shared a suite with a Vietnamese couple that we barely knew, Hazel and Richie. That being said, we're in front of the double vanity mirror that is located outside and to the left of the bathroom, which has a toilet and a tub in it, no sink, when Brian decides to head into the bathroom. At that point, we were playing music as we were getting ready. I hear the door slam and Brian yell out, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry," as he runs back to the vanity with his hands over his mouth. He whispers, "I almost just walked in on Hazel, dude." She was like, "No," and slammed the door back on me. He was obviously embarrassed at the awkwardness, especially because Hazel and Richie were quiet, polite, and private people. I jokingly teased, "Damn, don't you ducking knock, dude?" Anyway, I was done before him, so I told him I would head downstairs to the lobby and wait up for our other friends who were supposed to be coming down to meet us too. After a few minutes of people watching students badge into the dorm, my jaw is suddenly floored. I ducking see Hazel and Richie walking into the building holding a shit ton of ShopRite bags. I instantly got that shit out your heart feeling that you get on a steep roller coaster drop. As they get into the elevator and it closes up, the one next to it dings open, and I can see Brian standing there. I can tell by his face that he immediately notices something's wrong. As fast as I can possibly get words out of my mouth, I say, "Dude, Hazel and Richie just ducking walked by." Now he's seriously confused and says, "What are you talking about? Hazel just freaked out on me, remember?" I tried to keep my shit together and told him, that couldn't have been Hazel because I just saw her and Richie walk in. His eyes widened, and he turned around and viciously started pressing the elevator button. We rush upstairs and crash into the room like a SWAT team. Hazel and Richie are in the kitchen unpacking their groceries, and the bathroom door is wide open, lights off, and no hissing of a toilet that had recently been flushed. We inspected the bathroom, but there was nothing there, no sign of anyone having just been in it. Brian and I are ducking shook at this point. He runs into the kitchen, freaking out on Hazel, asking if he just walked in on her in the bathroom like 10 minutes ago. She gives him a confused look and motions to their groceries, pointing out that they just got here right before we did. After some research, we figured out that we may have been dealing with a jinn entity, which has been said to sometimes inhabit bathrooms. A little bit of backstory here. This was the final straw in a string of events that led us to believe that this room was seriously haunted. From human-like knocking and noises in the walls to random baby cooing, amongst other things, we already had our suspicions about not being alone in this apartment. Furthermore, one of my friends who was an RA warned me about that apartment, 401, as he lived there 2 years before I did and experienced some seriously spooky shit too. He knew I was living there because of a video I posted on my socials at the time that hosted noises coming from my room that were creeping me out. Backstory on the apartment/dorm building. I believe it used to be some sort of nursing home or assisted living because there are old, defunct call bell strings in the bathroom walls. Thank you all for sharing your stories and encouraging me to share mine. We are here because we believe in something, so please don't rip me for what I believe. The haunting I experienced is the reason I believe in the paranormal. Approximately 8 years ago, my family and I resided in a house that initially seemed perfectly normal. For several years, we did not encounter any unusual occurrences. However, after we welcomed my cousin into our home, strange events began to transpire with increasing frequency. The first incident we experienced involved an unexplained sensation of something touching my mother's leg. She initially assumed it was one of us playing a prank on her, but we were all gathered in the living room watching a movie at the time she came out. She was really pissed off at one of us, but we were never in her room. The reason why she was so mad is because she had to work at 4 in the morning the next day. Weeks later after that, she was wide awake, and something touched her leg again, and that's when she realized it was probably a ghost or something supernatural. She also used to see an orb dance around her room when she was trying to go to sleep for work. This happened a few times. My very first experience in that house was one night when I and my cousin were up late talking, and I swore I heard my nephew, he was very young at the time, maybe 3, run from my sister's room, which was just straight across from mine, into the kitchen, and when I got up to investigate, of course, there was nobody there. I wasn't the only one to hear the footsteps in my house either. My little brother, my sister, my dad, and my mom also heard them. It sounded exactly like a little kid running through the house, maybe 4 years old, and when it hit the linoleum in the kitchen, you could tell that it was barefoot because it would make a slappy kind of sound. My little brother had one of his friends over pretty often. He and my little brother both told me that when they tried to sleep on the top bunk in my room, they felt like they were being electrocuted, and then they were poked repeatedly in their backs. One night when I was completely by myself, I decided to give it a try. So I slept on the top bunk, which nobody usually did, but I did just to see if it would work or not, and of course it was exactly like they said. It felt like I was being electrocuted, and something jabbed me in my back, so I rolled off the top bunk and landed on my hands and knees. Shortly after that I dismantled the bunk bed, and then I took it out and burned it, no joke. The next strange occurrence happened when I and my brothers were watching Dragon Ball Z in the living room, and we heard the front door slam, and there was nobody on that side of the house. My sister was there with her kids, so I figured it might have been them, but then they came out of their room, which was right by the living room, and she asked who went out the front door, and then we all realized that nobody went out the front door. When I went outside to investigate, my dog was barking up the hill behind my house at seemingly nothing. Later my sister told me about a very loud bang she was hearing on her wall late some nights. Her wall was separated by a bathroom from my wall in my room, but I had never heard it. One night, on a stormy night, actually, I was completely alone in the house. I heard it, and it was so loud I swear the wall should have been torn down. I was so terrified I couldn't even get up and check. After it was done banging on the wall, I did get up and check, and there was an odd smell in the bathroom, but of course there was no damage or anything other than the smell, which I don't want to say smelled like rotten flesh, but honestly it kind of did. Other than that, pretty much everyone that paid a visit to my house had their own personal experiences that they told me about. sometimes much later on. One of my brother's friends said he'd witnessed a thumbtack levitate from one wall to the other in my bedroom. He would rather not tell anyone about it for fear of them thinking he was crazy. And another one of my brother's friends, the one that got poked in the back on my top bunk, told us he saw an apparition behind him while he was on our computer, and it was a bright blue silhouette. So those are the odd things that happened in our old house. I tried to keep it as short as possible, but a lot did happen. I'm also leaving out little details and smaller occurrences, otherwise, this would be a friggin' novel. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed it. Feel free to let me know what you think. There's an upside down cross on my ceiling and a face in my basement. So I am a religious person. I am Catholic, and I believe in Jesus Christ. I also believe in the other side, the darker side. I do because growing up that's all I knew. Okay, so on August 6th I was in my mom's basement doing laundry. I was on FaceTime with my boyfriend because he was out of town due to work. I placed my phone on a bottle of laundry soap so that I could do the laundry while he was still able to see me. But as I was bending down, he noticed something behind me. He wouldn't tell me what it was. Asshole, but he told me to move out of the way. She took a screenshot of what he saw, and he waited for me to get back upstairs before he sent it to me. He didn't want to scare me too much, I guess. But he sent me the picture, and I kid you not. There was a face in the background. He swears on his life he didn't mess with the picture and fake it. And I believe him. He literally couldn't have done that within a few minutes. So I was at my boyfriend's house, we are both sick, and I sleep better when I'm with him, so I spent a few hours there sleeping. When I woke up, my anxiety was through the roof. I had such a heavy weight on my chest, and I kept telling him I had a bad feeling. I'd what it was. So fast forward a little bit. He dropped me off back at home because he had to work. I was lying in bed talking to my little sister about my anxiety. And then I just happened to look up, and when I did, I saw a cross on my ceiling. No big deal, right? Just a cross. What's the harm in that? Well, the fact is that where I was lying, it's an upside down cross. If you've seen all the Conjuring movies, then you know that an upside down cross is supposed to be a threat to Jesus Christ. Something a demonic thing would do. So skip back to last week. When I was downtown, I ran into a small shop called Marion Center. It's a place I had no clue about, but it sold a lot of religious stuff. And for some reason I felt the need to go in. I ended up purchasing this cross necklace. I was just drawn to it. Additionally, since my house is haunted, I wanted the cross necklace so that I wouldn't have to sleep with a rosary in my hands. Instead, I could wear the cross on my chest while I sleep. But what just happened tonight with the cross upside down on my ceiling meant to me that the demonic thing is trying to threaten me, basically saying that my religion isn't enough to overpower it. That's the message I got from this whole thing. I also have a picture of the cross on my ceiling if anyone would like to see that also. Any thoughts? I'll have more stories soon so y'all can see what I've been going through now and what I grew up with. My friend has agreed to let me write down some of her scary experiences, and I'm going to share some with you. My friend MK has been a magnet for the abnormal her entire life. When she was little, she would sleepwalk and have sleep paralysis and was witnessing all sorts of absolutely horrible things. I know that bad things can happen during sleep paralysis and other things, but the fact that she was so young and had never been exposed to gore or violence convinced MK and me that this was something more unnatural. She lives in an extremely Catholic family that wouldn't introduce her to violence until she was about 13, at which point she promptly got addicted to zombie movies and has absolutely no fear reflex. These first two dreams happened when she was anywhere from 2 to 4 years old, and both happened while she was living in a trailer park. The Burning Man. Through the entire experience, MK's eyes were open, and she was physically moving through her trailer. She was lying on her bed at night when she says she smelled smoke. She got out of bed and went to open her door. Immediately she was engulfed in clouds of suffocating gray. She then walks down the hall and into the living room, and absolutely everything is on fire. The hallucinations were so vivid that she could physically hear the china in the cabinet cracking from the heat, and it was hard to breathe through the smoke. Out of nowhere in the middle of the room, all of her muscles suddenly stiffened, and she was trapped in her body. A man then walks out from the fire. His eyes are completely black, and he is burning. She describes that he has a look of fear and anger and pain on his face. She could see his hair had burned from his scalp and saw ash falling from his head. His skin was bubbling and blistering as he turned to charcoal right in front of her eyes. He stood only about 5 feet away from MK. She says the man had a very distinct face and says that even 20 years from now she will remember his face. The man's jaw falls from his skull and hits the floor, melting. He begins to scream. It was an absolutely deafening sound, inhumanly loud. A scream of horror, anger, pain, and fear. The screeching continued for what seemed like forever. Then MK felt like she was falling. She fell, and then the man's screaming cut off, only to be replaced by her own. Her father's face appeared right in front of her. She has been screaming the entire time and had woken up her parents. After that experience they took her to her pediatrician, but he dismissed it as extreme sleepwalking or something like that. When she was older, her parents had told her that her pupils had expanded so much that there was no color left in her irises. She remembers every detail even to this day. And this was only the first of many encounters, paranormal and otherwise, whispering heads. In this story, she was living in the same trailer park and was about a year older. MK was sleeping on her bed when she felt cold water drip onto her face and wake her up. The water was icy cold and had gotten into her mouth. She sat up and saw all of the floor of her room was covered in a sparkling mist that would swirl around her feet when she walked. The door to her room was open, and she walked out to the hallway, which was covered in black mold. MK's trailer seemed to be tilted, and down the hallway black water was congregating in the tilted corner. MK describes the scene as cold and wet, with a weird feeling and things dripping from the ceiling. She finally looked up and saw hundreds of heads hanging from the roof that were entwined with wire. Their faces were frozen in agony, and blood was dripping from your eyes, mouth, ears, and everywhere else. The moment she peered upward, all of the heads suddenly turned toward her and started babbling in languages she didn't recognize. She couldn't make sense of what was happening and was terrified as blood dripped on her face. The voices rose in volume until her ears rang. But then once again her house was leveled out and water-free. Her mother and father were with her again and were holding her shaking body, saying that a plane or helicopter had flown over and had made a loud noise. To this day she is somewhat unsettled by loud noises. Thank you for listening to these first stories. In case any of you are worried, MK almost never sleepwalks anymore, nor does she have sleep paralysis. But things got worse before they got better. Not only with her own head but also with encountering some spirits in the house that her family would later buy. Thank you for listening. An experience at my friend's house from 2011. So I live in a fairly rural/old small town. My friend lived not too far from me, about 3/4 of a mile away if I walked on the local wilderness trail. We frequently spent time at his residence, and he often mentioned that his house had an unusual quality, claiming it was haunted. He'd told me stories of his experiences, but I figured he was just trying to spin a good story to tell me most of the time. His house was definitely old, built in the Victorian era, but it had been somewhat renovated since, with the exception of the basement and the room leading into the basement. I'd spent quite a bit of time at his house previously, staying overnight sometimes. Previously, I'd experienced some unsettling sensations, such as a sense of surveillance, but they weren't particularly concerning. Anyhow, that's the background. Well, one day in October I'd walked down to his place because we were going to have supper and discuss plans and probably play some D&D. We were both teenagers and often were unattended at his place, but on this particular day his mom was home, but she was taking a nap upstairs. So when I got there, he was getting everything together for supper and preheating the oven. We were standing in the kitchen talking when I felt that same old feeling of being watched. It wasn't too unsettling because I'd been exposed to it before in this house, and I didn't really believe in anything remotely paranormal at the time. I just figured my mind was screwing with me. The dining room, living room, and kitchen were all basically in a row, with open doorways and no doors between these rooms. So I decided to step out in the dining room to grab my pack of cigarettes, and I saw this dark form kind of hovering directly at the front door, which was in the living room. At this point, it was probably 20 to 25 feet from me. It didn't resemble a shadow at all, it appeared more like a black void in the room. Mind you, there weren't many lights on, and the room was quite dimly lit, but whatever it was seemed to almost absorb light, so to speak. The television was turned on in the living room. The light from the screen made it cast a shadow on the wall right behind this form on the stairway and banister. As soon as I internalized that something wasn't right, that dark form completely vanished without a trace or any sign of movement. The front door was locked and deadbolted. My friend's dogs, a boxer mix and a bulldog, had been playing in the doorway between the living room and the dining room. I could see them staring at where this thing had been, and they showed obvious signs of being on high alert or agitated. The dogs had their fur raised, backs arched, and tails completely still. I remember saying something like, "Dude, what the duck was that?" Then that same sort of black void seemed to reappear and stick to the dining room wall on the left of me, except this time it was legitimately like a shadow cast by absolutely nothing on the dining room wall. Both dogs started barking and snarling like they were about to attack whatever this was, and the shadow faded into the doorway to the bathroom. The dogs then hauled ass into the living room and up the stairs in a total panic. They stood at the top of the stairs barking like crazy and were pacing around up there and whining. These dogs were generally pretty well behaved and obedient, but they were not having any of this shit at all. My friend was still in the kitchen at this point but had come over to the doorway to see what was going on. I had quickly grabbed my pack of smokes and almost knocked him over when I went back into the kitchen. He asked me what the hell was wrong with the dogs, and I told him, something was in the living room, man. I don't know what the hell that thing was. So we're understandably a bit agitated by this development, and we started talking and lit cigarettes trying to dispel this nervous energy. He was telling a story about this shadow man he had encountered in the house before. The story he told me was that he thought it was related to a suicide that had happened in the house during the mid-90s. He had no real proof of it, but the story he related to me was that this man had apparently been in some real legal trouble, and when the police arrived to take him in, he had tied a belt around the banister on the stairs and hung himself. Mind you, these stairs were right next to the front door in the living room. Precisely where I saw this black form the first time. So we're pretty unsettled by this point but pretty well determined to hold our ground and eat our food. We're both standing in the kitchen smoking when both of us watch the hot water handle on the faucet turn and water starts pouring into the sink. He mutters, "What the duck," and steps over to turn it off. The kitchen stove had a light above it on an exhaust hood, and both of us saw a shadow move in front of that, as though whatever it was had been hovering above the countertop. Another thing I'll elaborate on here is that right off the kitchen, there was a small room, the door to which was located right next to the stove. This small room was mostly a junk room, but the entrance to the cellar was in this room. Now this room always kind of confused me because it had clearly never even been touched during any remodeling/renovating work that had been done. This room showed signs of a fire having occurred at some point during the house's long history, and when you walked in, you could always smell soot or ash inside. I found it really odd that this room was totally left alone and untouched. Also, the cellar hadn't even been touched with the exception of adding lighting fixtures. It was a legitimate old Victorian style cellar with a dirt floor and stone walls. Anyway, after we saw that shadow move before the light above the stove, the door to this small room was flung open with an incredible amount of force. I'm really surprised it didn't knock a hole in the adjacent wall because there was no doorstop. We heard rapid, heavy footsteps like boots on a hardwood floor, and the door slammed shut with just the same amount of force. Now by this point both of us are pretty much losing it, and we pretty much understand what's going on, and it's clear that whatever this is trying to screw with us. So my friend storms over to the now closed door, and he grabs the handle and recoils from it as if he'd been shocked. He curses and moves away from it and says, "It's hot. What the duck is this?" I walk over and make an attempt to open the door, and it didn't quite shock me, but indeed I could feel that the doorknob was incredibly hot. If I'd left my hand around it for very long, I'd bet that it would have actually burned me. So finally, we're through with this shit. Something has malicious intent and is quite clearly trying to tell us to leave. My friend shuts off the preheating oven and turns off the stove burners, and we both walk out through the dining room into the living room. As we get close to the front door, we hear a loud crash from the kitchen, and then a timer on top of the refrigerator starts ringing loudly. The dogs were nowhere to be found on the stairs, most likely they'd gone into one of the bedrooms. We both basically leap through the front door, and he slams it behind us. We stood outside, smoked a cigarette, and tried to make sense of what had just happened, but there were no good answers. My friend told me that he really didn't want to go back in the house, but he also didn't want to leave his mom there unaware of what had happened. After about 20 minutes I told him I was going to head out and to let me know if anything else happened. The entire walk back, it was probably around 9 p.m. at this time if I remember right, on the wilderness trail, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed or observed from afar. Finally, when I got home, the feeling relented. My friend told me that he'd gone back inside after chain-smoking a few more cigs and immediately went up to his mom's room and stayed in there the rest of the night. He had many more experiences in that house, and they eventually ended up moving out, but he, his mom, and his dad never experienced anything quite as aggressive and malicious as what we encountered that night thereafter. Before this experience, I was very skeptical of anything paranormal. I honestly thought that most of it could be explained away by some rational cause. Whether it's a strong wind draft, the creaking of an old house, issues with the electrical system, plumbing noises, or the presence of a raccoon or something else in the attic or basement, it can often be attributed to various factors. But in this case I do believe that we encountered something very malicious that did not want us to remain in the house. I have never been able to come up with any kind of records or articles about the stories he'd told me about the history of the house, but an old man who had lived up the street from him for 30 years or so did say that a man had committed suicide in that house and that it had at one point caught fire. From that point forward I've been a firm believer in the paranormal, and I really do think that there are certain forces or entities present in the world that can't be explained. With the exception of a few captures of orbs in photographs, this is my only paranormal experience that I'd consider legitimate, and I've pretty much explained the orbs away considering that they were probably just dust particles. That house has since been renovated again, but nobody seems to stay there long. My town has a long and storied history of creepy and odd occurrences, as well as many urban legends. I'm interested to hear what you all think of this story, or what you think this entity might have been. Feel free to share your stories. I thought I'd share mine because I haven't told too many people about this since they'd probably think I was delusional or making it up. I've been interested ever since in doing some proper paranormal investigations or just checking out haunted locales, and I plan to do so as soon as I have a reliable vehicle and some folks to come along with me. My mom and I saw the same thing a year apart. I was 14 when I moved in with my mom right after she and my stepdad got a new house. They were living on the wilderness, some of the bloodiest battlefields of the Civil War. It was just after I moved that I started hearing footsteps at night. Every time I checked, I found nothing, so I decided to leave it alone. Right after I turned 15, I was up really late one night, playing video games, and needed to go to the bathroom. As soon as I stepped out of my door, I thought I saw something out of the corner of my eye. I turned to my right to look towards the stairs, and there was nothing there, so I turned left to go to the bathroom. As soon as I opened the bathroom door, I saw an oldish-looking tall man in a gray suit and hat with a grayish beard go down the steps. After a moment of fear and shock, I ran to the stairs to catch him. He was not there. I chalked it up to being up for almost 24 hours and too much soda. I proceeded to go to bed and not talk about it with anyone. I did not see the man again until I was almost 18. My mom told me she thought her medicines for her back were making her hallucinate because she had seen a man in the hallway going down the stairs. I respond with, "A man?" She said, "Yay. A man with a gray hat, and..." I cut her off with, "In a gray suit with a grayish beard." She just stared at me for a second before she asked how the hell I knew that. I then told her about the time I saw him. The next day I was in history class learning about the Civil War in Virginia, and our teacher got all excited about his lesson, which was about the Battle of Wilderness. He put up a picture of the battlefields with an overlay showing the areas of concentrated fighting and one of what's there now. The area in which I lived was particularly bloody for the Confederate. On impulse I asked how severe the battles were. He said it was so bad that neither the Union nor the Confederates could retrieve their fallen, so they were left. So to summarize things, we lived on a giant mass grave, and we lived on a section of it that was mostly Confederate. I told my mom as soon as I got home, and we mutually agreed that we had a ghost of a Confederate soldier. He hadn't done anything to disrupt us, and we didn't think he could harm us. That night I thought I heard footsteps but decided to ignore them. The next day I woke up to my mom banging on my door. When I opened it, she looked pissed and told me I got her good, but I was in trouble for not locking the door, and she would get me back. I asked what she meant, and she showed me the stairs and the door. It was wide open, and there were what looked like wet footsteps coming up the stairs. They weren't wet, though. I told her it wasn't me, but I think it was easier for her to blame me than to think that our friend was now leaving evidence that he was here. I'm 27 now and have moved out. I have not seen him since I was 17, and if my mom has, she hasn't told me. A handful of times I would think I saw the silhouette of a flag through my blinds when there was nothing there. I just blamed it on the trees, but looking back now, it couldn't have been because I saw it in the winter too. I still don't know what to make of it. Does anyone know what to make of the flag or our friend? Well, I guess I believe in ducking ghosts now. I'm a hard skeptic, but I always trust other people's experiences. So basically, when my coworkers tell me there's a ghost at our workplace, I smile and nod and affirm their experiences but don't strictly believe there isn't a rational explanation for their various stories. I'll include a couple below, because what happened tonight was pretty tame compared to theirs. Anyway, tonight I was working on the retail floor closing with a coworker, which I do sometimes for extra money. So we've finished all of our respective tasks. She and I both do pretty thorough closes since it's the only shift we do. It's about 11:30 at night, and she and I are shooting the shit while she finishes her last task, taking money back downstairs. I followed her down for the company. We get downstairs to the mostly dark retail floor, and there's a big boom. Like someone just jumped loudly in one of the locked offices upstairs. We look at each other in silence, then go to the cameras. I'm trying to explain that while she was off the floor, the only person on the retail floor except me was her boyfriend, and I made him leave at closing. I'm 100% sure no one else was inside, as I had to check all the rooms as part of my closing duties. We build tasks into each other for redundancy, so I have to check the bathroom to clean it, and I have to check the fitting rooms to take out trash, etc. so I know there's no one in there. She's silent still and staring at the cameras. Nothing is moving, nothing has fallen off shelves, no one is upstairs, and all the office doors are still closed. She says, I just want to see if I can see it. I got goosebumps. The ghost? I ask. Before she can answer, it happens again. She says she wishes her boyfriend was there to check it out. Well, I'm a big, strong, brave, skeptical man who knows there's no one there, so I go to check. She turns the lights back on for me, and I walk the whole floor and check the rooms while she watches. Nothing is even weird, except some products are in the wrong places that we missed, so I fix them. Finally, we decide to go upstairs to turn off the last computer that we close with and submit her paperwork. When we get up the stairs, my office door is open. At this point I'm feeling very uncomfortable when one of the floorboards in the hall to my right squeaks loudly. Definitely not a boom, just like someone was walking too heavily on them. Now I'm convinced someone is still in the store, and I miss them. I storm down the hall and turn on all the lights and start opening offices. No one. Nothing. So I close the doors behind me as I go through all the offices and get to the stockroom, right behind where the squeak was. Obviously, it's a stockroom, so I don't have the key, but it's the only place that has floorboards from the hall running into it. So I ask her to unlock it, and I notice she's very frightened. She says, I don't want to. I say, if you unlock it, I'll check it, you can wait here. She agrees. I step inside and turn on the light to find absolutely nothing out of place at all. I step inside, and lo, there is the squeaky board, just inside the door. So by now, I already am giving more credence to the stories of the boxes in that room moving. And I for sure am not ducking with the stories about my goddamn office, so I close and lock it without stepping inside. Now, for why the heck I would never set foot in my own office after close if you ducking bribed me after that night. The stories about that office are way scarier. The rest of the building has stories like oh, boxes move. Oh, sometimes stuff falls off of hangers at night, etc., but that office has straight up demonic stories. Looming shadows that move on their own, booming, unearthly growls that fill the entire upstairs but come from there, stuff like that. The two I heard first. One night, one of my coworkers apparently was finishing up his close, which includes taking the trash out of my office. In the next room, his girlfriend was completing the cache close on that last computer I mentioned, which is in the upstairs lobby area. While he was in there, alone, he heard the booming, unearthly growl and apparently left the room immediately, dropping the trash bag and leaving the lights on. She was staring at him wide-eyed. Apparently she heard it very clearly, too. I heard the story from each of them at different times. So one night I was closing with another girl, and she said it was spooky in there that night. Amused, I asked if she'd heard their stories and told a brief summary of them. She became very pale, halted her actions, and stared at me in horror. Have I told you that story? Apparently neither of them had mentioned to her what they'd experienced, and she had experienced the same while closing with her girlfriend one night. Her girlfriend uses my office to process some things, and at some point in the day she had gone to pester her and left her jacket in there. She was sleepy by the time she finished closing, so she whined at her girlfriend to go get the jacket for her. Her girlfriend saw a weird shadow that moved across the wall, so she flicked on the lights, and the growl happened to her. My coworker heard it from the bottom of the stairs, where she was waiting. Needless to say, she got the jacket in the morning. So, I had just excused those as maybe there was an animal in the ceiling, but we don't have gaps in the ceiling, it's just ceiling, insulation, and roof. I know because I work closely with our electrician, who has some stories of his own about that place, but none that I remember well enough to recount, and he has to run all the wiring through the 2-inch gap between the walls. This building is almost as old as white settlement in the region and was originally built as a small factory, later served a brief stint as an under-the-table brothel. They installed the walls upstairs. Also, I know what a trope that is, I take that with a grain of salt, then a bar, and then came to be owned by the guy who owns it now, where he runs this boutique. He tore down some walls downstairs and built an upstairs bathroom. I have no idea how a bar could operate in this building with so little space between walls and floors for piping, but so go the stories. I just want the tale to make sense. I've never heard someone in a place where I know no one is, and I know to y'all this is probably so old hat as to be unexciting. But I literally did not believe in ghosts until tonight. I'm actually pretty eager to go back to not believing in them, if I'm honest. How a skeptic became a believer in the paranormal, aka the activity in the first house I owned. After listening to this channel for a while, I decided to recount the experiences that transformed me from a skeptic into a believer in spirits, ghosts, and other paranormal phenomena. For background, I am in my 40s. I am married and have 2 kids. I grew up in a happy home. I never considered myself exceptionally religious. I have never had any sort of mental health issues or hearing problems. I am a little nearsighted, but not enough that I am required to wear glasses to drive or anything. I've never had sleep paralysis or anything like that. A few years into my career, in 2002, when I was in my mid-20s, I ended up buying my first house. I bought it from a couple who were divorcing. When I took possession, I discovered the front door had been kicked in once and repaired. There were dozens of odd half-moon marks by the light switch in the upstairs bathroom, as if someone had managed to shove their fingernail in and rock it in the drywall. Other than that, everything seemed alright. For ease of the story, I drew out the layout of the house. Living in this house is what changed me from a skeptic to a believer. This was back in the days when internet dating was young and still considered odd. I was the only person I knew that did it but found it fun. It was very useful, as I eventually met my wife that way. About 6 months after moving into my house, I have a first date with a woman who I met on one of the dating sites. For the story, we will call her Lisa. I get home at around midnight and go to bed. Around 3 a.m. I wake up to the sound of a phone ringing. I reach to the bedside table, pick up the landline, and say hello. There is just a dial tone. At this point I sit up in the bed with my arms supporting me. The phone is still ringing. I think to myself, where did I leave my cell phone? As I am trying to remember where I put my cell phone, two things suddenly occur to me. One, that is not what my cell phone sounds like. It is the sound of one of those old-style rotary phones that actually have a real bell inside them. This is also back years before smartphones and texting. 2, it is coming from the corner of the room to the front and left of me, near the TV. As I realize these things, I get a horrible sinking feeling in my stomach. At this point the phone has to be on its 14th or 15th ring. I turn my head in the direction of the sound, and the ringing cuts off mid-ring. Suddenly I hear a little girl's voice speaking distinctly, not yelling but slightly louder than normal conversation level, and she says, "I'm cold." The voice may have said more, but I didn't hear it as I freaked the F out. I grab the TV remote to turn it on and get some light in the room. I am not about to step out of the bed, as I have seen enough horror movies to know things will grab you from under the bed, or at least that was my thought process at the time. I get the TV on, and there is nothing in the room. No other odd sounds are occurring. So after several minutes, I managed to convince myself that my stereo, which was hooked into the cable box, must have been playing the sound from the cable box, and there was a commercial for the Ring on, as it was about time for it to be out on video, HBO, etc. It was a horror movie where a little girl would call people on the phone. That made perfect sense. So I laugh at myself and go back to bed. The next morning I wake up and am laughing at how silly I was. I grab the remote to demonstrate to myself what had happened the night before. I switch the stereo to auxiliary, and I cannot hear a thing. I turn it up all the way and can barely hear a whisper. Examining the settings, the cable box, which had a volume independent of the stereo, wasn't muted but rather turned all the way down to the minimum volume. So there is no way the sound I heard last night could have come from the cable box and stereo. I am a bit freaked by this but go on about my way. Fast forward a few weeks, and I have begun dating Lisa steadily. She has been to my place a few times previously but is staying the night for the first time. At about 2 a.m. we are both woken by a loud thud. We both check with each other with "Did you hear that?" We both did. So, trying to be manly, I grab this old smooth table leg I kept by my bed in case of burglars and go search the house. I look at all the downstairs windows and doors, and everything seems fine. I come back and tell her that I can't find anything. It must have been the wind making the garage door pop. Not that it ever had before, though. As soon as I say this, suddenly we hear 3 more thuds in rapid succession. These thuds were so solid I expected the house to shake. I am in the master bedroom doorway, and it sounds like it is coming from somewhere on the backside of the house. So I go back to searching. I begin thinking someone is trying to open the sliding glass door. I kept a wooden rod in the track to keep it from opening even if unlocked. I sneak to the door. There are vertical blinds covering the door. I decide I am going to scare the crap out of whoever is out there. So I creep up to the blinds, then quickly pull them apart and stick my face to the window, all while yelling like a crazy person. No one was there. I pop open the door and look around outside. Nothing. It is a clear, calm night with a nearly full moon. I can see my backyard neighbor's back deck and can identify the various objects, like a skateboard and a pair of shoes. There is nothing outside. I go back in, and over the course of about 45 minutes, this process continues. Sometimes it will thud once but usually 3 times per set of thuds. Sometimes it would be several minutes between sets of thuds, other times just a few seconds. Anytime I say I think it is over, it does it. Eventually I track it to be the area of the TV in the corner, the same area that the phone ringing sound came from. Whenever I am standing there, it won't do it, but when I walk away, it will do it again. Lisa was in a total freakout meltdown at this point. Eventually, after trying to calm her down without paying attention to the thuds for a while, we realized they have stopped. The next day, I went around the house and unsuccessfully tried to replicate the sound. I even took a hammer to the floor joists in the crawl space. Nothing I tried could get a sound as loud as what happened. Fast forward several more weeks. The relationship has progressed, and Lisa has moved in. No other events have occurred. A few more weeks and stupid me proposes and we get engaged. I was in my mid-20s. I had gotten the degree, career, and house. I was feeling unsure as to what I was supposed to be doing with my life, and she was my first serious adult girlfriend. So getting married is what I assumed I should do, but I digress. There have been a few odd sounds, but nothing like the thuds. One weekend I decide to go visit my best friend, who lives just over an hour away. The plan is to stay the night. We are nerds and are going to be playing board games with other friends, so Lisa decides to stay home with her 6-month-old puppy. This is the first night she stayed in the house without me. Around 11 p.m. my friends and I are still hanging out. I get a call from Lisa, and she is in utter hysterics. She says there is someone in the house. I yell to hang up and call the police, as I am an hour away. She refuses and begins to explain that all evening, she kept seeing something out of the corner of her eye, like a black shadow. Whenever she would look toward it, it would disappear. It kept getting worse as the night went on, and eventually she got so scared she ran upstairs to a bedroom 2 on the map, with the dog and locked the door. While we were on the phone, she said she could see a shadow passing back and forth in the crack at the bottom of the door. There was an overhead light just on the other side of the door. It was as if someone was pacing outside the door, and she was seeing the shadow cast by the overhead light. So I grab my things, jump in my car, and speed the whole way home. When I get there, every single light is on. As I come in the front door and yell for her, she opens the bedroom door and comes down. I search the house, and nothing is out of place or missing, and no one is there. My logical explanation for this one is fairly simple. I am dating a crazy woman. Not that I was stupid enough to say something to that effect. A few more weeks go by, and while she may not have been crazy, we start having relationship issues. Eventually she moves out, and we break off the engagement. Dodged a bullet there. Due to the odd events and relationship issues, I move into the one bedroom where nothing odd has occurred. I end up getting a couple of kittens. Small sounds keep occurring, but nothing that worries me too much. Eventually I announce to whatever is in the house something to the effect of, I don't care if you are here, but don't let me see you. I do not want to see you. Some other small things continue to occur. One day I am walking from the kitchen to the living room and look into the master bedroom. As I walk by, I see one of the 2 kittens, both are white with orange tabby tails and spots, run under the bed. I say out loud, "Hey kitty, which one are you?" Or something like that. I turn my head and see both cats curled up together on the couch. Another night, I am sitting on the couch watching TV in the living room. The stairs have a half wall instead of a banister. The TV is against the stairs, and the couch is across the room. As I am looking at the TV, I see a white wisp/mist come down the stairs and disappear. I explain this one as headlights coming through the front window. They never had before or since. The window had both 2-inch leveler blinds and blackout curtains on it, with both closed. But yeah, headlights. This doesn't have anything to do with the house but occurred during all the activity there. One night my friend who lived nearby asked me to come over and help him move some furniture in his basement. I have a convertible, and it is a nice warm night, so I head over with the top down. He lived in an affluent neighborhood, think McMansions, but it was down a bit of a country road to get there. As I am driving on the country road, I suddenly become completely terrified. I was more terrified than I had ever been in my entire life. Over the years, I have learned that when faced with odd occurrences, I tend to get mad rather than scared. So being belligerent, I slam on the brakes. I come to a stop in the middle of the road and sit there. As I am there, terrified and also mad about being terrified, I look around and try to figure out what caused my sudden fear. I can't explain it. Eventually, after sitting still for about a minute or so, the fear lifts. It is hard to explain, almost like the feeling you get when you get a sudden chill, and then it fades. I go on to my friend's house and help him with the couch. It only takes a few minutes, and we head outside and are standing on either side of his truck, leaning on the bed, talking to each other. We are talking for a few minutes when I hear someone shout, "Call 911. Call 911. I see a young man running toward me wearing a towel. As he gets closer, I realize it is actually a young teenager, and he is wearing a white t-shirt with his legs through the armholes and is holding it up with one hand. He tells us the story of how he was riding his bike in the not-so-good part of town where he lives, and 4 men pulled up in a car, jumped him, dragged him off the bicycle, robbed him, and beat him. I learned what a grill was in slang that day as he told his mom on the phone about it. They had stolen his grill, wallet, phone, and clothes other than his shirt. They had wrapped the shirt around his head and beat him up while they drove. The trip from where he lived downtown to this area would take about 30 minutes. They told him they were going to kill him but eventually pulled over and kicked him out of the car, naked except for the shirt around his face. Where they dropped him off and the time it would have taken to walk to my friend's house was such that I believe they had driven that country road minutes if not just seconds before I did. Odd coincidence? We called the police and got him some clothes, and he made it home safely. So back to my house. Some more time passes with the odd sound here or there. At this point I have decided there are 2 entities that I am dealing with. One seems to want to cause fear or harm, and the other doesn't. My best friend and I took pictures of the house. They were completely coated in orbs. Basically stacked on top of each other in layers. But surely that was just dust. After Lisa and I broke off the engagement, we still maintained a really awkward relationship. She was the one who ended it, but she wanted to regress to just dating. I am an all-or-nothing kind of guy, so I wouldn't agree to that, but at the same time I was miserable over the breakup. So we still talked, and once in a while we would see each other. It was normally premised on an odd joint custody of her dog. A few months after we broke off the engagement, one evening I finally decided to break off all contact and move on. While I was still sad over the failed engagement, I recognized it was my bullheadedness that was making me feel like I failed when logically, I knew we just didn't fit each other. I felt like a weight was lifted. A week or so after my decision to cut all contact with Lisa, I go to sleep with the TV on in the bedroom. Bedroom 3 on the floor plan, since getting the kittens, if I rolled over in bed, they would start pouncing and attacking. That night, I wake up in the middle of the night but am not being attacked by little paws. I look around and can see both kittens sitting in the doorway. I call for them, and they don't budge. This is unusual, as they normally come running if I pat the bed. I am slightly confused as to what may have woken me up. Giving up on getting them to come cuddle, I roll over to face the TV. As I am lying there, I notice that slightly off my direct focus on the TV, there is a shadow that doesn't dance with the light from the TV. I turn my head and see a dark circle about 2 feet in diameter floating midair. There are pitch black spots where eyes would be, and while the center seems solid, I couldn't see through it. The edges are wispy, almost like the smoke that curls off a match after you blow it out, except if the smoke were black. I stare at this thing for about 10 to 15 seconds, and as I said before, when faced with such situations, I get mad. So while I am lying on my side in bed, I jerk forward and lunge at the thing. I take a swipe with my right hand, trying to rake my fingers through it. The thing is too far away, and my fingers pass by several inches, 6 to 8, short of the thing. So I stare at it for a few more seconds and say out loud, well, shit. I was thinking to myself that it broke the deal I announced to the house about not having me see it. Almost as soon as the words were out of my mouth, it swiftly moved backwards, growing larger as it did so, until it hit the wall and appeared to burst into wisps of smoke. I continue to stare for a bit and also try to convince the kittens to come into the room. They still refuse to budge. Eventually, as I sat there, the uneasy feeling that had been in my house for months seemed to fade away. About 15 minutes later, I laid back down and went to sleep unconcerned. The next day I moved back out of that room and into the master. Things returned to normal, and there didn't appear to be any further activity. Months went by, and I decided to go back to school and change careers. During this time, while I didn't hear from Lisa, I did actually still have an entire bedroom full of her things. Bedroom 2, it wasn't in my way, as the house had more rooms than I had furniture. I sold the house, and before closing, I called Lisa to let her know I was moving and she would need to come get her stuff. She did, with her new boyfriend. It was awkward, and I said good riddance to that whole mess. A few days later, I mow the yard for the last time, the night before I am to move out. While I never actually saw anything with my eyes, I couldn't help but feel like I was being watched. In my mind, I kept seeing a little girl in a dress with a small flower print standing in the windows looking out at me. I couldn't get her out of my head. I would look at the windows, and nothing would be there, but as soon as I turned away, I was sure she was there. I really didn't know what to make of that. My wife believes there was a negative entity tied to Lisa and an angel or positive spirit protecting me from it. I was the third owner of that house. When I moved in, I painted, and my father changed out the carpet for me. He used to lay carpet and was still friendly with the owner of the store, so he borrowed all the tools. I didn't do any other construction. The yard was always a bit wet in one corner where an underground spring seemed to seep out a bit. Also, the crawl space would collect water if a PVC drain in one corner got clogged. The prior owners put pine chip mulch around the pipe, so it did clog. During the buyer's home inspection, about 4 inches of water had accumulated. A year or so after I moved, my dad revealed to me that when he changed the carpet, he found huge rust orange/red stains on the back of the carpet. He had never seen anything like it but didn't want to tell me, as he thought it would freak me out. I remember seeing some of the stain when I carried the cut rolls of carpet out to the curb for trash pickup. I left that house and moved into a townhouse as the first owner. I didn't have any activity there. I met my wife and moved into her house after we married. No activity there, she was the second owner. Then we moved towns, and the first house we bought together was also quiet. Then we moved into the nearly 200-year-old family farmhouse where we still live. There is activity here. It doesn't seem malevolent. My daughter appears to be sensitive to the paranormal, and in a search for answers to questions that have come up, it appears my wife is also sensitive. I know this one is insanely long. I hope you enjoyed hearing about my experiences. I'll be happy to answer any questions and would love to hear everyone's thoughts. True ghost story. A scary encounter turned my skeptic mother into a believer. Before any of this happened, my mom never believed in ghosts. Not so much that people stopped existing after death, as she still believes in heaven, but she didn't think the souls would stick around or get stuck with us. I believed and still do believe in ghosts, which she thought was weird until about a year ago. I had moved back in with my mom after college while waiting to get an apartment of my own. Her house, which she bought the year before, isn't that old, late 2000s or early 2010s. It's small and serves as a nice place to live after she retired. As far as we knew, the previous resident had died in a nursing home rather than on the property. However, there may have been an earlier resident, the first after the house was built, because we occasionally received mail for the same person. Let's call him D. We'll come back to him later. So here's what happened. It's late at night, and I'm getting ready for bed. Hair in rollers, clay mask on, putting body moisturizer on my arms while listening to my music on speaker. Mom's already in bed, and her bedroom is on the other side of the house. Just as I'm halfway through my routine, I hear her yell my name. And it wasn't in the way that parents yell when you're in trouble or need you to put away the groceries. It sounded like something big happened. I think it's her old dog using the bedroom as a bathroom again, so I head over. When I walk in, my mom's white as a sheet, looking around like she's looking for something. I ask her what's up, and she is freaked out, saying that a man was in her room. I'm weirded out, since no one could get into her room, the window is too tiny for a person to climb through, and I had just checked the front and back doors locks before I went to the bathroom. She goes on to say that she was lying in bed, waiting to fall asleep, when she looked over and saw a man coming towards her from her bathroom, hands stretched out to her. Described it like the drawing of the evil uncle from Twitches. She bolted up out of fear or to scream for help because he looked so real, only for him to just not be there when she moved. I joked that she had a ghost in her room, and she asked me not to say that because she was thinking the same thing but didn't want it to be true. My mom got up and was pacing around in the room for a bit and tried to go back to sleep with the light on but ended up sleeping on her recliner that night. She did go back to sleeping in her room after that night, but only for a couple nights before she had a flight across the country to visit my siblings. I agreed to sleep in her room since that's where her pet's kennels are and joked that I would tell her if I ran into the ghost. Kinda mean on my part, since the experience really shook my mom, but it felt kinda funny how serious she got and insisted it was a ghost after not believing in them before. However, my first night, something just felt wrong when I turned off the lights and settled into the bed. I felt a sense of impending dread while lying there, and something told me not to fall asleep. It was so creepy, and despite no logical reason to be, I was scared to go to sleep in my mom's room. Like something was waiting for me the second I lost consciousness, and I was the stupid character who was walking around the haunted house while the ghost got closer. Too spooked to go to sleep, I turned on the light and grabbed some sage and moon-charged crystals I have in my room, putting/burning them around the bedroom and her bathroom doorways. Then I texted my mom and told her yep, her room is haunted and that something was scaring me from going to sleep. She was not happy to hear that I got spooked as well and needed crystals, sage, and the lights on to sleep. So right before she came home, my mom did a lot of research and got crystals and a cross that were supposed to help filter out strong negative energy. She brought it home, replaced my protection stuff with hers, and even made a proclamation her first night back in her room that this was her home, and if the spirit was going to scare or hurt her again, he was not welcomed and had to leave. Thankfully, it seemed that all of it worked, as she hasn't had an experience like that again. So who was this spirit? We honestly don't know. I suspect it was D, since he was the first resident and might have come back if he died. But we don't know if he is actually dead, so it may not be him. But since then, my mom still affirms that something tried to grab her that night and hasn't moved her protection since. I had a friend who got into ghost hunting. I thought it was dumb. He asked me to go and bribe me with booze and mad joints, or probably a blunt. We were kids then, shit. I got there, and he gave me some gear, and we met up with 2 others from his team. I thought they were nerds. Anyway, I started mocking and talking shit in a cemetery in Old Lyme, Connecticut. We had this moment recorded when I said, laughing, "I hear footsteps." My buddy said, "Where?" And they stomped right up to me. On the recording you could hear my mind break because I didn't buy any of that shit. I replied, scared shitless, "It's right in front of me." It sounded like a wood floor too, but at the time I was staring at some body of water. We interacted with it for like a half hour. Shit was wild. Never saw anything, but we heard and felt shit and got weird recordings with a woman's laugh. It also wasn't particularly scary, though I felt like whatever it was towering over us. Leaving was the wildest part. They told me to say goodbye or whatever, but we must have ducked that up. When they pulled the batteries, I swear on my dog's life that shit turned on and off with no battery in. We all watched it happen. Then leaving there was a path with bushes on either side, and something was just whipping through them in every direction. Shit made no sense. Anyway, after that crazy shit, I got ducked with every night for 2 years until I moved, and it just stopped. The situation worsened significantly during that time. Duck ghosts and ghost hunting, that shit sucked. A Correctional Lieutenant Stories, Ghosts/Haunting. Here are both my posts wrapped into one. These encounters have obviously been weird, and when I first encountered them, pretty damn unsettling. That being said, I've always been a skeptic, so I welcome skeptical comments and possible debunking. For the last 10 years, I've been employed by the Department of Corrections as a correctional officer, sergeant, and then lieutenant. Over those years, I've encountered a wide range of experiences, from the relatively mundane to the downright unsettling. So, here it goes, I suppose. Now, I'm far from a brilliant writer or narrator, so apologies ahead of time. The facility where I work was once an old medical hospital for the state, but it was later repurposed into a work camp and eventually a correctional facility. For context, this place used to not have a fence when it first started, according to some of the older officers I work with. I never bothered to look into the place's background until some of the stranger things started happening. Trust me, I know it sounds cliché, but the more I researched, the more I discovered that a fair amount of old hospitals were repurposed into prisons. My first encounter with strange happenings came some years ago when I was still a fresh-faced officer. The facility has 2 different parts. One side has a higher-level security setup, while the main side houses our lower-level offenders. At the time, I worked on the higher-level side with the level 2 offenders. For the most part, they behaved pretty well except for a few times here and there, but that's not important. What is important is that their cells had thick metal doors that locked whenever they closed. These doors could be opened via a mechanism that would unlock them all at once or individually with a normal lock. I was walking the halls, checking in through windows, making sure doors were secured, pretty much doing anything to get me through the night. For those that work nights, I'm sure I don't have to explain that some nights can be dreadfully boring. While performing my rounds, I turned the corner to head back to my office when I heard the loudest slam from where I had just come from. I turned back around, and to my surprise all of the doors had somehow unlocked themselves and flung wide open. Needless to say, all of the offenders were freaked out once they realized what happened, as was I after ushering them back inside their rooms and giving another check. I went back to my office, almost expecting it to happen again, and phoned my sergeant. I asked them what the cause could have been, and he just laughed. Let's delve into the background of this individual. According to some of the stories I've heard, he had been a sergeant for what seemed like forever. He was one of those experienced individuals, seasoned enough to maintain his position without completely losing hope, if that makes sense. He was a good guy, overall. He employed an older approach to dealing with some of the offenders, but that was a natural part of his role. I trusted him well enough. However, when he said, "Oh, that's just Ben acting up," I was skeptical. Who's Ben? One of the old TB patients. Huh? Yeah. This wing used to be part of the tuberculosis clinic back when the place was a hospital. So, the ghost of some TB patient opened all the doors at once? Yeah. Ben. He's harmless. Just annoying sometimes. Right. So, needless to say, I asked around about this elusive Ben character, and sure enough some of the other officers corroborated the story. Sometimes he'd tap underneath the floors from the basement, open and shut windows, the whole 9 yards. Obviously, my instinct was to try and research the patients, but I guess due to the age, they didn't keep good records. Either that or just simple ineptitude. With me being unable to research it, I chalked it up to superstition and moved on. Small things happened here and there as the months went on. I would do a round and come back to my office, and my cup would be in a different spot than where I left it. Or, someone would knock on my office door, but when I checked it out, there wouldn't be anyone there. Now, normally I'm a fairly skeptical person and would chalk those occurrences up to the long shifts or other officers pulling a prank, even though my dorm had doors that lock, and I can definitely hear when those big damn things would close, but as more things happened, the less sure of myself I became. Eventually, I got promoted to sergeant. With that came more pay and more responsibilities. One of those included doing regular basement checks. I dreaded this not because of the creepiness, but because the piping and electrical made those basements a bit taller than cellars. Being a tall person, I hated doing basement checks, but since they were part of my responsibilities, I didn't complain too much. My knees, however, did. Surely enough, while doing one of these checks in the facility's medical building, I had another unsettling encounter. The basement of the medical building must have been an old morgue, since one of the rooms has that big metal wall with the slots for, well, bodies, I'm guessing. In the darkness, I tend to glance through that room as quickly as possible. Well, unfortunately for me, I noticed that one of the doors to the slots was open. To be honest, I was more irritated than scared, because now I had to do a more thorough search of the basement. I radioed the situation into my lieutenant and let them know that I was going to be doing a detailed search. After cautiously entering the room, I found the light switch and went to work. Naturally, I found nothing out of the ordinary. I closed the door to the slot, gave the place one last sweep, and headed topside to ask the medical staff some questions. General stuff, did anyone go down there, etc. Naturally, no one had been down there in a bit, since most of the basements are used for storage, and as convenient as a morgue's body wall is for storage, it wouldn't be the best idea to utilize it. Still, I couldn't shake that creeping feeling of being watched, even before I found the slot open. The next significant event occurred late at night during a particularly dull shift. Mind you, this was back on the higher level part of campus, though by this point we had lost most of our higher level offenders, so it's pretty quiet over there. After talking to the officer responsible for that dorm, I made my way outside into the sallyport, an entrance essentially, to pick up some items. I shot the shit with the officer there for a bit, then made my way back to the dorm to resume a bit of paperwork and time killing. In the dorm, there are 3 wings, so the building essentially looks like a T, only all legs are equal size, and each wing has 2 floors. Ever since most of the offenders were released/moved, only one floor of one wing has been utilized. I tell you all of this because when I glanced upstairs into one of the windows, I saw what appeared to be the silhouette of something vaguely human. It was unmoving and didn't shift or disappear as I kept my eyes on it while approaching the door to the dorm. I radioed the officer and asked what his location was. "I'm in the day room, Sergeant." "Downstairs?" "Downstairs." Duck. Now, keep in mind, the wing that I saw the silhouette in was also entirely inactive and being used for storing old bunks, mattresses, and other items. Also, there are doors that lead to the second floor of each wing, and only sergeants and above have access to the keys that unlock them. This entire time, I still had eyes on the person. So I talked to the officer again. "Meet me at your hallway door, please." "On my way." Eventually, he made his way to the door, and we talked. I looked towards him to ask if he saw what I saw, and of course as soon as I looked back, the thing was ducking gone. I felt like I was in a cliché horror movie at that point. I was expecting heavy breathing on my radio next or some bullshit like that. So, once again, since I saw something suspicious, I had to be the dumbass to go check it out. I made my way upstairs, unlocked the door, and checked the place out. Thankfully, the lights are practically always on up here, so I didn't have to deal with darkness like in the basement. The hair on the back of my neck stood up as soon as I entered upstairs, giving me the impression that someone was watching me. I felt incredibly unwelcome, as if I had stumbled into a hostile environment. Throughout my exploration of the place, that feeling persisted. I found the room where I saw the silhouette, and there was nothing in it. There was no coat rack adorned with a large jacket, no lamp adorned with a hat, nothing at all. After checking the doors and windows, I quickly left the room and met up with the officer again to inform him about what I had seen. He was understanding but seemed a bit skeptical since he was a newer guy. To be honest, I don't hold him responsible. There are several other smaller things that have happened as well. I guess I've been here long enough to experience a few different types of bullshittery. There are increasingly shadowy figures visible in the windows of deserted structures. Old storage buildings that light up all at once at night and then flicker on and off throughout the night. With that one, I told my lieutenant that my ass wasn't going in there alone, not at 1 in the ducking morning, and objects moving on their own, even in our security footage. Hell, I've spoken to several offenders who've told me they hear voices at night in their rooms and others that refuse to sleep in certain rooms at night. If you work in a place where you have access to security cameras and are bored, definitely check those things out. I've seen chairs, balls, and offenders' hair move on their own. Sadly, I can't show you guys the footage since there is no legal way for me to get it outside the gate, and I'm not about to lose my job for something that may be easily explained. Besides, being a lieutenant now, I mostly get to experience stuff like that through cameras or the stories that officers tell me when I make my rounds. Post 2. As I said before, I hate going into the basements of the various buildings for security checks. 2 of our main buildings have basements that must have been used to house patients back when the place was a medical facility, because the place is set up much like the hallways on the first and second floors. When you think of where I work, don't think of one big cell block, think more of a college dorm-style housing, at least on the main campus. I've taken my fair share of peeks around the basements, especially in the rooms and little cubbies that the place has, and the creepiest things I've encountered are the following. 1. There is an old wooden door on one part of the basement that has the phrase "run away" scrawled into the wood. Now, obviously when I first saw it, I was a little freaked out, but since the words were on my side of the door, I quickly figured that it must have been a previous officer or other staff member that did it. The maintenance staff run through the basements all the time. Hell, it could have even been one of the offenders since before the pandemic they used to work with the maintenance staff. Not really paranormal or anything, but a neat little thing I wanted to add, I guess. 2. In several of the old rooms, I've seen actual ducking chains and places in the stonework where manacles once resided. When I first heard about it from my sergeant at the time, I obviously brushed it off as some workplace bullshit someone tells you to freak you out. Gotta get through nights somehow, right? But, surely enough, once I saw it, the realization happened. Yeah, this place used to be a medical facility. God only knows what kind of crazy, inhumane shit went down here. 3. The tunnel network is a noteworthy feature. I wish I was joking. This place has a full-on tunnel network that connects most of the buildings. Now, this is one of those that I don't do too much poking around with, mostly because, duck tunnels, honestly. I've yet to explore them fully, but I have found some of the dead ends. It's weird as hell to turn a corner, walk a little bit, and then just have the tunnel stop all of a sudden. I'm guessing they had plans for expansion or something at one point, or maybe even old buildings that got destroyed over time. When I asked the veterans about the tunnels, I got this. So, why does this place have an entire tunnel system? That's how they transported the bodies so the other patients wouldn't see them. So, what, all the buildings are connected to the old morgue? Yeah. Duck that. Foolishly, it was around this time I finally decided to do some deep digging of this place. The place was a hospital, then a work camp, then a correctional facility, but unbeknownst to me, this place had been a ducking asylum to begin with. Once I learned that, obviously that little spark of excitement, and muted fear, TBH, entered my head. Like I said before, I'm a skeptic, always have been, but when you learn that the old buildings you walk through regularly were part of an asylum and had a TB wing? Well, the horror movie buff inside me was practically giddy. One of the strangest things I've had happen to me involves me doing what 90% of my time was spent doing at night, walking around old buildings and checking doors. I was assigned to the administration building that night, and after the place settled down, I decided to make my rounds of the place. Now, the building has a few places: a library, visitation rooms, classrooms, you name it. The main attraction, however, was the administration hall proper. This is where the warden's office resides, among several other of our higher-ups. At night, this place is pretty dead since most of the admin folks work their 8 to 4 shifts. I was checking every door to make sure they were locked when I heard something further down the hall start to rattle. For a visual, the hall is designed like a blocky, chubby U shape, if that makes sense. The sound seemed like it was coming from the other leg of the U, whereas I was on the opposite leg. I turned the corner and made my way down after calling out to see if someone was there. No response, of course. Boo it, that's when every door in the ducking hallway started to shake all at once, as if a horde of zombies got their cue to bust out into the hallway. I am not ashamed to admit that I ducking booked it the way I came and closed the door behind me. Having been an officer at the time, I let my sergeant know, and once again I was met with, "Yeah. That happens." Having been one of my earlier encounters, I understandably asked, "What do you mean that happens? How ducked is this place?" "Very. Leave it to me to find a career in a place where everyone is just numb to weird, unexplainable shit." The last story I have is, to me, the creepiest one I have to offer. Doors shaking and shit moving I can, kind of explain away, but this one, well, I can't explain it away easily. Now, I am not a drinker. I don't smoke weed, never tripped on shrooms, or anything like that. The worst I do is smoke and have a caffeine addiction, but whatever. I want to clarify that I was in good mental and physical health at the time of my interaction. One night, as per usual, once the offenders had gone to bed and the place was settled, I was up doing rounds after browsing online for a bit. Most nights, at that time, were spent browsing and doing security checks. Not a bad gig, right? When I saw some movement going upstairs. Confused, I thought it was my sergeant or another higher up that came on to do their rounds. Figuring I'd break up the solitude, I went in search of them for some bullshitting about their night. I didn't hear boots going up the stairs, but I had a quiet sergeant at the time, so I just called out to them. "Hello, Sergeant, redacted tilde." No response. Cool. I turned the stairs to head up, and at the top of the stairs is a door with a window in it. Well, I saw what looked like a white sheet or something that moved away from the door. Weird. Laundry was closed, and even if it wasn't, there wasn't a setup for a washer/dryer there anyway. I trotted up the stairs and opened the door and saw what looked like a woman in what looked to be one of those old white nightgowns, facing away from me. Also weird, because the offenders aren't issued granny clothes, especially not nightgowns. Okay, so this was some kind of prank. We had female officers, still do, on shift, since the place I work at is all female anyway, so obviously it was one of them having a laugh after being spurred on by one of the sergeants. I rolled my eyes and called out. "Alright, funny haha, good shit. I've seen horror movies too. I know this trope. How the hell did you even get a nightgown through the gate anyway? Get a release for it from the warden?" No response. She moved into the room. It was a bathroom. Another roll of my eyes, and I made my way towards the room. Stopping at the door, I announced my presence. Male staff have to announce before we enter a bathroom for obvious reasons, and walked in. I checked the place pretty thoroughly and found, well, no one. The stall doors were open, and shower curtains were pulled back. Any hiding places were snuffed out. Okay, so I clearly was seeing shit, right? Well, my sergeant thought so, since by the time I got back to my office, my phone was ringing. "Officer, removed, dorm." "Hey. Sergeant, removed. Are you, okay?" "Yeah, well, sorta. I saw you looking around all weird and shit when you left the bathroom." "Yeah. Hey, did you see anybody enter the bathroom before I did?" "No. It's like 2, dude." "Great, so I'm losing my ducking mind." And then I told him about what I saw. He didn't seem too surprised, but this was the same cat that was unsurprised about literally every other weird thing that's happened to me. I promise, I work with other people besides him. There isn't anything else to that story, no grand discovery of an infamous woman in white or anything romantic. Just some unanswered questions, namely, what the duck did I see? As a paranormal investigator, I've encountered numerous unexplained incidents. One particularly strange experience occurred when I encountered a black shadow figure on the 3rd floor landing at Prospect Place Mansion, Trinway, Ohio. I was coming up the stairs, and a few steps from the top, I looked up and saw a black void person-shaped figure standing on the landing, about 6 feet in front of me. I stopped and was looking at it straight on. It had no texture or features, it was simply a black void, yet it maintained a perfectly sharp outline of a person. My extremely bright flashlight was directed at it, yet it continued to obscure the door frame and wall behind it. Shouldn't light eliminate a shadow? I saw it for several seconds, and it actually didn't register until I turned to tell my teammate behind me to shush, because the first thing I thought was that it was another investigator we didn't know was up there. But as I turned, it hit me, and I said, "Wait, I saw a figure." And I turned back, and it was gone. We immediately checked for any people. My teammate ran through the door ahead and up to the cupola, while I ran into the ballroom to the left to look. These were the only places they could have gone. The only way out was to go past us down the stairs. No person was up there. We tried making shadows from every conceivable angle while retracing my steps for about half an hour, but nothing even came close to what I saw. I learned afterward that there have been reports of sightings of a man in that exact spot. I also remembered hours later that at the beginning of the evening we were getting the tour, and when I was standing in the doorway to the ballroom, I thought someone came up behind me, and I had stepped aside to let them through as I glanced back and said, "Oh, sorry, but nobody was there." I never even thought ghost, I just kind of chuckled at myself for being a goober and then forgot all about it. That happened exactly where I later saw the figure. Experience made me a believer. Portsmouth, Virginia. I want to start off by saying I never believed in paranormal things until these events occurred. Everything that I am going to write I have only shared with close family and a couple of friends. I've been wanting to put it down on paper and get my story out, hoping it will help ease my mind a little. The time frame in which these events took place is from 2010 to 2011. Location, Portsmouth, Virginia. My wife and I had been married roughly a year at this point, and she was pregnant with our child. We had been living in a high-rise apartment complex along the river, but with the new child, we knew we needed something a little more substantial. I was deployed for most of her pregnancy, and I encouraged her to go find us a house we could rent with a few bedrooms and a decent yard in a safe area. She was born and raised locally, so she knew the area and had an idea of what was best. She picked out a nice little house built in the early 1960s. Roughly 1,200 square feet with a garage and decently sized yard, and it met our budget. I was deployed when she signed the paperwork and set up the move. An interesting tidbit that really rattled us at the end of all this was that the landlord said since we would have small children and the carpet needed replacing, he wouldn't worry about any damages that occurred if she was fine keeping the carpet currently in the house. He was going to replace it but did say he just had it cleaned. There were a couple of bad spots in the carpet, which was very comparable to typical hotel carpet, you know, the short stuff with funky patterns and a lot of darker browns and reds. She agreed it wasn't worth worrying about if it kept us from having to pay to replace it eventually. Since she was pregnant, a moving company was hired to handle all the heavy lifting, and her family was happy to help as well. This included her uncle, a local homicide detective. When he arrived at the house, he got out of his car and looked around, almost confused, and my wife picked up on that. She asked what was wrong, and he said he's pretty sure he worked a case here at this house. Seeing the obvious look of panic set in on my wife's face, he stopped and played it off and said actually he just parked here and worked at a couple of houses down, his mistake. Spoiler alert. He did work a case at that house we rented. So that somewhat lays a little groundwork. My wife had been living in the house trouble-free for a few months. Our child was due to be born in late May, and I got really lucky to have the opportunity to fly home early from deployment to be there for the birth. This is when everything started changing. The first night I was in the house, and really for me, from the time I stepped in, I just felt like I didn't belong in the house. Like I was in some stranger's home using their stuff and enjoying their hard work. It is really challenging for me to describe that feeling. That first night, at around 2:55 to 3:20 a.m., we heard impossibly real footsteps in the attic directly above our room. Now the house was a typical small ranch-style house. Long floor plan. The attic ran the entire length of the house. I only say that because it needs to be understood what we were hearing. It was 100% someone walking from one end of the attic to the other end, pacing. The pacing was somewhat rapid, almost as if the person was thinking about something that irritated them and needed to figure out how to resolve it. The scene went on for a solid 3 to 4 minutes. My wife started to panic a bit and told me I needed to go investigate. I was trying to play it off, figuring it must be a raccoon or something that got in the attic. At this point, I still didn't really believe in the paranormal. I grabbed my pistol, a Glock 26 chambered in 9mm, and a light and went to the access point for the attic. Now there is only one way in or out of the attic. It's the typical drop-down door you pull with a string from the ceiling. I 100% believed when I went into the garage to go up that I would see the attic door had been opened and someone was legitimately up there. I really believed I was about to have to shoot someone. When I got there, the attic was sealed. No one around. The back door to the garage is closed and locked, the garage door is down. Just as I had left everything. I hesitantly pulled the attic door down, and somewhat to my surprise, I found that the lights in the attic had been left on. Now it is entirely possible they have been on a while because she never went up there, and neither had I until this point. But it did make me think I had a homeless guy camping in my attic, so I proceeded with caution. I went up with my sidearm and light as carefully as I could, but my search turned up nothing. There was no one in the attic, no signs of anyone having been in there, just nothing. Nothing. I went back downstairs and told my wife the coast was clear, maybe it was something like pine cones falling on the roof, which is literally the biggest stretch in the world for what we heard. I knew it, she knew it. But what the hell was I supposed to say? This scenario happened several more times over the course of the next year. If anyone has any thoughts on all this, I'd love to know what y'all think. So at the end of all this, I am now a believer. I also, thankfully, have not had any other negative experiences. We had one really small thing happen at another home, but it was a one-time incident that never occurred again. My first and most terrifying paranormal experience. When I was about to turn 4, my mom had my aunt and cousin over one evening. I had been in my room playing when they arrived and went out to the living room to get my older cousin S, who would have been 6 to 7, 5 at the youngest if her birthday hadn't happened yet. I don't remember exactly. So I get to the living room, and there are people everywhere. There were several men in black or gray suits and 2 other women present. The blonde woman wore a coral mock turtleneck paired with a stylish plaid skirt that featured thin lines of the same coral color throughout. The dark-haired lady had short hair and wore a paisley print short, belted green dress with bell sleeves. The party seemed to be in full swing. I could hear murmured conversation and ice in glasses, smell cigarette smoke, and hear music. I thought the music was odd because the TV was on but didn't much care since my cousin and I had been given permission to jump on my parents' bed. Please keep in mind this was 1982, and that was such a huge deal that my cousin joked about asking if we should ask for a pony since things were going so well. So off to play we went. My cousin asked me who everyone else out there was, and I told her I didn't know. I had thought they were either friends of her mother or mutual friends with them both. While jumping, singing, and playing Guess Who the Strangers Are, I looked at the sliding glass door that opens to a patio greenhouse/sun porch and then into the backyard. The glass was completely dark except for the bottom right corner, where I could see 2 large, round, white eyes with black irises and pupils. I got S to stop and look. Just as she's telling me it's nothing, they shift to look at her. We decided to go tell our moms, but they weren't in the mood to hear it. The blonde girl walked between us and our moms, nearly knocking us over and making it hard to explain it to them. We were told it was a reflection and told to go back and shut off the lights and leave them alone so they could have time too. My grandpa had been chief of police, and I might have only been pushing 4, but I knew just by living there and knowing him that even at night with the lights on, you could always see into the better part of the sun porch. I also knew that once it was dark in the room, the street light in the backyard would be bright enough to see the entire yard. S and I start back to the room with a potty break at the hallway bathroom and a lot of protest from me. I even made 2 more pleas before my aunt threatened to blister our butts if we didn't get in there. The hallway was dim, and I tried to get S to go to my room to play. She actually agreed at first, but when we turned to go to the room and turn on the lights, a man in a dark suit walked out of my dark room and passed us like we didn't exist. It was odd and startling, so we went back to my parents' room. S reached in to turn off the lights, and my blood ran cold. I couldn't see anything except for those eyes, and I couldn't explain them. S decided we're going to run for the bed and just dive under the covers. As we do, we both see it's following us from the door to the bed, but like every kid, we are convinced that if we can just get under the blankets, all will be okay. We do eventually doze off, and it was gone when our moms came to get us, but I am sure we didn't dream it because my mom and aunt remember us begging them to come see it. My cousin stopped talking about it just a few years later, but she always seemed very afraid to both know what it was and not know too. Here's the horrible part that I just found out over 30 years later. There weren't any other people there. Mom brought it up and was wondering if S and I ever found out what it was. Mom does believe in the paranormal. I told her, no, we never had a clue. S quit talking about it not more than 3 years after that night. Then I asked the question that has haunted me for a while now, why couldn't just one of you leave the party? What was such a huge deal that my aunt couldn't have watched everyone for just a few moments? She looked confused and said, party? Everyone? There wasn't anyone else there besides us, my sister, and your cousin. Did S see them too? I told her that she had and even had the same physical description of the guests that I have. She just kept saying there wasn't anyone else there. So now I'm left wondering what was on the glass door and who was having a party that night. It was so scary. Something just pretended to be me. So I was in my bedroom, and my mom was in the living room with the lights off. This happened around 8:30 p.m. It is now past 10 p.m. My mom heard me come down the hallway and into the kitchen. She asked if I was okay, and she apparently heard a mumble back in my voice. She said she didn't know what it said. After that, the kitchen lit up as if I was using my phone flashlight to find something, then it was gone. After that, she texted me to ask if I had been out in the living room, so I got up and left my room to talk to her and tell her that I hadn't. I had been in my room working on a project for the last few hours. So now we're both freaked out. She kept asking if I was messing with her, and I swore I wasn't. We have been experiencing a few things here and there, like strange noises and things moving around. My dad has also had a few of his own experiences. I think one was also about me? So whatever it is, it keeps impersonating me. I'm not sure if it's entirely related, but for the past year or so I've been feeling this very off energy around me. I've never been able to see ghosts, but I've been able to feel them, their energies and such, but this one is just off. The only way I could describe it is wrong. It's very inconsistent for when it shows up. Sometimes it's gone for a week and comes back, or it's every other day, multiple nights in a row, etc. I also really only feel it in my room, sometimes elsewhere in the house, and it's usually at night. I'm not sure if they are related, and if they are, I'm not sure how to get rid of this thing. Any advice? I don't believe in Christianity or anything, so I wouldn't feel comfortable getting the house blessed. I believe it is time to share my numerous paranormal experiences. For a little bit of background, I'm a 22-year-old girl from northern Ohio, and all of these experiences take place in a small town here. The town itself has a pretty rich history and is essentially a super strange place overall. It is not well known, and for protection and such, I won't name it. Let me just say that even with all of the experiences I myself have, there are plenty of people from here with their stories. I'll share the experiences some of my friends have shared with me. 1. The aliens on the roof. When I was about 7, my step-niece, 2, and later my step-nephew, 6 Mos, came to live with us. Their mom was a stripper and did meth through both of their pregnancies to keep her figure. Swear this is important. My mom and stepdad gained custody of them, and they became like my little brother and sister. Due to the drugs, though, they had some learning and emotion control disabilities, but overall they were awesome kids. A few years later when I was about 10 and my niece, we'll call her Dee, was about 5, my mom decided to try and let their mother come back into their lives. This is only important because you need to know how many people exactly witnessed this, so she let their mother, we'll call her Kay, come and stay with us for the summer. Now we lived on a pretty lonely portion of one of the major state routes in our town. We had neighbors on one side of us and plenty across the street, but on the other side and behind were all trees and fields for miles. It was a 3-bedroom house with 2 stories. The kitchen and the bathroom were kind of on a 1-story connected to the house. If that makes sense. Kind of like how a garage would be connected to a house. The kids slept upstairs in my old room right next to my mom's and stepdad's room, and their mom stayed in there with them when she was over. My mom's room had a window that faced out onto the roof of the kitchen and bathroom. There was an oak tree right in front of the roof, and in the summer the leaves covered the roof and shielded this window from the road. It was super easy to get out onto the roof from this window, and we would go sit up there all of the time if we were allowed. My room was downstairs, and if you walked out my bedroom door to the left, you'd go into the living room, and to the right, you'd be looking directly upstairs. I had 2 big windows in my room next to my bed, and I always had them open in the summer because my bed faced the back porch, and I used the porch light as kind of a night light. Besides, we had a pit bull named Chaos who was the dopiest, biggest baby in the world, but he would sleep on the porch steps at night in the summer. Now, like I said before, these kids had some problems. So we were never ever allowed to watch anything scary, and they were too young to go to school or have friends over at the time, so there weren't any outside sources who could have brought in the idea of this sort of thing. One night I remember waking up to Chaos barking and growling, and when I sat all the way up, he let out a shrill whine and started pacing back and forth. I remember being more aggravated that I had been woken up more than anything and got up to go to the bathroom. My door had a space at the top between it and the ceiling, and I could tell that the kitchen light and the living room light were both on, and I could hear the TV. Which was very odd to me because it was like 4 something in the morning, and my stepdad worked nights, so he had already left for work. So I go out of my room and into the living room, and Dee is under the coffee table with all of the clothes baskets in the house surrounding it like a cage almost. So I asked her what she was doing, and she said, "A man came in Grammy's window and cut my throat." Now, no, we did not watch scary things when we were little, but as I said, Dee was a little different, and she couldn't really talk effectively to get her point across. There was a lot of guesswork involved when she wanted something, and although I was freaked the duck out, I simply got her to come to bed with me, and we fell asleep almost right away. The next morning, my mom woke us up to ask why the living room was trashed and why all of the lights were on. Dee didn't get up right away, so I went out and told my mom that I had gotten up and found Dee in the living room at 4 in the morning. I didn't tell her what she said. She kind of stopped what she was doing and looked at me funny. When I asked her what was wrong, she said that she remembers waking up in the middle of the night and seeing Dee standing at her bedroom door with her eyes wide open and holding her blankie up to her face. She had an old blankie that her mom gave her before she left them with us, and Dee carried it everywhere and smelled it all of the time. My mom said she just told Dee to get in bed with her, and then she fell asleep. My heart kind of stopped in my chest, and I told my mom what she had said. My mom told me that the window is exactly in the direction she was looking when my mom saw her in the doorway. I went and got Dee up and started questioning her about what happened the night before. By this time her mom was up, and so was her brother, and we were all sitting at the kitchen table with Dee. She starts explaining in the best way that she can that she went into my mom's room to get in bed with her because she couldn't fall asleep in her bed, and when she opened the door, there was a little green man with a knife coming in through the window, and when he saw her, he came over to her and did this with the knife, and she pointed at her throat and moved her finger back and forth rapidly. Now, I forgot to mention she had a terrible cold that had made her voice raspy for the past week. And then she said after he did that, my voice didn't hurt anymore. And it was true, she sounded like herself again. She said she wasn't really scared, it was just weird. She also said that on the dresser there was a little black band playing music. She described it as being little black people with instruments playing music, but she couldn't hear the music. She said the man went back out the window, and she ran downstairs and started hiding when I got up and brought her in my room. The kicker? We had her draw a picture of what the guy looked like. She drew an upside-down egg with 2 big ovals for eyes, 2 tiny vertical slits for a nose, and 1 horizontal slit for a mouth. And she said he was green. I have no idea what happened to that picture, but I, my mom, Kay, and Dee all still swear to that story. She never had an experience like that again. 2. The Blue Fizzle. This one is super short and happened much more recently. One night last summer at around 1 o'clock in the morning or so, my boyfriend and I decided to go to the gas station in the next town over for Polar Pops, duck yeah if you know all about them Polar Pops, and just for a little late night drive. The towns are fairly close to each other, and they're not so much towns, as each of them has a Circle K and a fire department. So we're on our way back, and we're about to reach this intersection, and I look up in the sky, and there's this bright light not shining so much as prisming, if that makes sense. Just imagine a 3D cube constantly morphing with colors that look like the colors oil makes when it mixes with water. And so I stop the car, and we watch it for a while, but my boyfriend sees another car coming and tells me I should go. So just as I begin to accelerate again, the light flashes really bright in almost a diamond shape and drops this blue light out of it that sort of fizzles and spins down then disappears. As soon as the blue light disappeared, it was like the white light lost all color and just blacked out. I was so awestruck, I didn't even notice that the other car had approached in the meantime, and all of a sudden I hear someone go, "What the duck was that?" And there's a huge, burly guy getting out of this truck with his hands in the air looking at me. And I just looked at him and sort of chuckled and said, "That was beautiful." And that was all I could think of, and I drove away. 3. The light on top of the church. Note, this one still ducks me up. I think about it a lot and wonder what really happened. It still gives me a really unsettling feeling. This story also takes place last summer, and it happened in the house my mom and stepdad live in now. Totally different than the first house I described, but way more active in the supernatural sense. You'll learn all about it in the next stories. Anyway, one night my boyfriend and I were asleep in my bed. At this point in time, we had just moved back into this house, and my room wasn't exactly set up yet. So we were just sleeping on a mattress on the floor. Yes, I said moved back in. That will become important in future stories. The mattress was under one of the 2 windows in my room, and we had the window open but the curtain closed. Now this house sits right between a church and a fire department, and the church does have lights that are on all the time. There are 2 bright lights at the back of the church, 2 facing the sign in the front, and 1 on the roof. Now the one on the roof is pretty bright but not crazy. There are also train tracks all over and throughout the town, but you get so used to the trains. And we had lived here for 5 years before we left, and this experience had never happened to me before. I remember waking up in the middle of the night to the curtain whipping back and forth, an extremely bright light coming in through the window, and a super loud vibrating like sound that seemed like it was coming from everywhere. I remember asking my boyfriend what was happening, and I remember being terrified. He said something along the lines of just close your eyes, and he held me, and I buried my face in his chest. I remember the sound getting so loud I couldn't take it, and I started to cry, and then I remember waking up the next day. I didn't even remember any of this happened until the winter time, when the memory kind of just hit me, and I told my boyfriend that I thought it was a dream I had, but he remembered it too. 4. The house that built me. Now onto the house. We'll call it the White House because that's what everyone calls it. It was built in 1928 on an Indian burial ground. As I said, it's right next to a church, to its left, and a fire department, to its right. It's near the center of town and hasn't had a new paint job since probably the 70s, as indicated by the super sweet shag carpet in the hallways. Behind it is a garage with an overhang, and behind that are woods and fields and train tracks. There are stories about the woods in town, the woods that run behind my house, but those are for another time. At least 6 of the houses across the street were part of the Underground Railroad, and some are still connected to each other by underground tunnels. One of these houses was actually a funeral home, and when the family that's living there now moved in, they found gurneys and mortician's tools in the basement. Back to the White House, though. This house is so haunted that literally we all just got used to it. We went through a lot in the time that we lived there. A lot of bad things happened, and a part of me attributes it to the house. Which wouldn't be so far-fetched because every other family that ever lived there fell on hardships in their time spent in the house as well. No one ever stayed too long. Not as long as we did, at least. I spent more time than anyone else in that house. I had the most experiences and still have experiences every time I've gone back there. I should give you a little backstory to myself because now that I'm older, I believe I've figured out why the house chose me over everyone else. My mom's side of the family comes from Old Ireland. Like they did during the potato famine, they came over on the boat and lived in the hills of West Virginia, and they all loved to drink. Apparently there was witchcraft in my grandma's family. The last one known to have it was my grandma's great-aunt Rose, who was blind and was essentially a healer. When I was born, I guess my grandma used to say all kinds of weird things about me to my mom. Like the fact that I would always look lovely in purple and she needs to work with plants or animals, and she'd always make me tea, but with, the tea actually in the cup, not a tea bag, and tell me to draw what I saw in the tea when I was done drinking it. But she and my mom had a falling out, because my old Irish mom is akin to the bottle, I tell you, and I haven't talked to my grandma since I was little. Back to the house. Anyway, I got to the point where I broke down the ghosts by room. It seemed like each room had been kind of inhabited by its own spirit. Each room had different feelings for me. There was my room, which felt calming and welcoming and just very good. No matter how scared I was in the rest of the house at any time, I could just go in my room and feel automatically better. Then there was my mom's room, which didn't really scare me, but it felt like something just wanted to play in there all the time. It just felt like that ghost was up to all sorts of shenanigans, and if it weren't so freaky, it would probably be pretty funny. The last room that I believe harbored its own entity was my brother's and sister's room. But that room made my hair stand on end every single time I had to even look at the door to it. I got such a bad feeling from there. The closet more than anything. I refused to go near it. I refused to go in it. The first big experience I had in the house that I couldn't just brush off happened on my 16th birthday. It was just me, my mom, and my best friend, Em, in the house, and we were all just sitting on the couches watching movies. It got pretty late, and I was super tired, so I decided to go to bed. I went upstairs and got in bed and didn't fall asleep right away, so I just lay there and listened to my mom and Em talk and whatever I could make out from the TV. Pretty soon I heard them turn off the TV and begin to tell each other good night, and I started drifting off. It seemed like seconds, but I remember feeling someone rustle the covers on the bed like they were getting underneath them, and then I felt someone lie down next to me. I figured it was Em coming up to bed and rolled over to tell her good night. But there was no one there. I got an odd feeling, not scared, just unsettled, and like someone was maybe watching me. So I got up to see where Em was and found her asleep on the couch with my cat curled up next to her. I just kind of stood there for a second and then ran and jumped into bed and surrounded myself with pillows. This has happened 2 other times that I can remember. Once I was really depressed and took a bunch of pills and went to sleep and was woken up by what felt like someone jumping up and down on the bed. I got up fast and ran to the bathroom and threw them all up and then just went back to bed. The second time I was home alone and really scared because of the spike in activity in the house, and I had finally decided to just go to bed. I woke up in the middle of the night with a really bad feeling, and then I felt the bed shift as if someone had sat down on it, and I felt so safe all of a sudden that I fell back asleep. Like I said, a lot of stuff happened there, but it got really crazy when my stepdad left, my little brother and sister went back with their mom, and my mom got a boyfriend. Because no one was ever home but me. That year I had been diagnosed with a pretty bad disease in my kidneys, and I had to start doing homeschool, so I was almost completely cut off from the world for a while and just spent my time in that house. And that is why this story is titled the way it is, because the things I experienced during this time are what really made me into who I am today. I will never forget what happened. I will never question if it happened. The normal things went on, of course, like the footsteps you could hear walking back and forth in my bedroom while you were down in the kitchen and the feeling of being watched when your back was turned to an open room. But slowly other things started to happen. Like one night I was on the couch, and my cat was lying on the back of it behind me, and all of a sudden it got really cold, and I felt my cat tense up behind my head, and I turned and looked at her and followed her eyes to the top of the stairs, and then I watched her watch something come down the stairs, walk into the kitchen, through the dining room, into the living room where we were, and back up the stairs. Then she just closed her eyes and relaxed again. I just tried concentrating on the TV. Another thing that started happening during that time was when I would be on the computer and I'd have my headphones in, sometimes this sound like interference would come through the headphones, and at the same time it would get really cold in the house, and then the sound would go away and it would warm up again, but when this happened I always got these feelings of high anxiety and dread. Some nights I'd get so scared when this would happen, something would just tell me to run, and I'd run up to my room and barricade the door and wouldn't come out until morning or sometimes until my mom would stop home to grab clothes or whatever. On one of these occasions I did just this and fell asleep. I remember being woken up by my cat frantically meowing to be let into my room, but I was too scared to get up and let her in. I remember the fear going away for a second and hearing the door open and her jumping onto my bed, then hearing the door close again and feeling like someone or something was looking out for me and my cat because shortly after my door closed, I heard the door to my little brother's and sister's room slam shut. The night that it all became too much for me and I demanded my mom start staying at home more often was when I was at the computer and our two dogs, they stayed outside in a really nice little heated chicken coop-like thing right behind the house. Some nights when they were too wound up, started barking like crazy and growling and howling and whining like there was someone in the yard. I got a really bad feeling and locked all the doors and windows and called my mom and begged her to come home. She knew I wasn't normally this way, so she told me she'd be home in a few hours. I got all of the knives in the house together and began placing them in easy to access spots around the house, like next to me at the computer and hidden in the blanket I was using and down in the couch and right next to the doors. I sat on the couch and waited, the whole time the dogs were still freaking the duck out. It's been about half an hour since it started, and now I have to pee. Now I should mention that my mom had a bad habit of just hitting snooze on her alarm clock and not fully turning off the alarm in the morning, so sometimes it would go off during the day, and I'd have to go up and turn it off. Sometimes I would be too scared too, so it'd just constantly go off all day long. This was one of those nights. So I make my way up the stairs and sit down to pee. Now, my mom's room is diagonal to the bathroom, so when you're on the toilet, you can see into her room. So I'm sitting there, and as soon as I had sat down, my heart starts racing, and I'm staring into the darkness of her room, listening to this alarm. Beep, 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 and my anxiety starts skyrocketing, and I begin shaking. And just as I stand up to pull my pants up, it was like someone smacked that alarm so hard that the windows in her room and the bathroom shook. I took off down those stairs and out the front door. I get out to the sidewalk and look up at the house, and of course there's nothing, but then I hear the dogs still freaking out, and now I'm outside. I spin around and see a figure walking towards me. Now it's like midnight at this point, and it's freezing, and there's like 3 feet of snow on the ground, so I freak and run back into the house and slam and lock the door, all the while keeping my eyes on the stairs. Pretty soon whoever was outside is knocking on the door. I look out the window, and it's the landlord, only he's just wearing a t-shirt and jeans and work boots. I kind of just stare at him, and he motions for me to open the door. Doesn't say a word. I didn't. Where's your car, man? WTF? I called my mom again while he's still knocking, and as soon as she answers, he stops. And as I'm telling her what's going on, I go to check, and no one is there. I just begged her to get home soon, and she finally agreed to leave right away. Now she's about 20 minutes to half an hour away, and she can't stay on the phone with me because it's her boyfriend's cell phone. So she tells me just to sit on the couch and watch something, and she'll be right home. So I hang up with her and do as she says. About 5 minutes later the dogs start to slow down a little with their barking, and I can hear them receding into the little chicken coop. Except now it sounds like they're whining and almost yelping. So I grab onto all of the balls that I have, and I take that knife, and I pretty much just think, okay, just be like Dean, if you know who I mean, you are awesome, and I kick open the back door and run outside. Nothing. There's no one and nothing out here. But the dogs won't come out of the coop, and they're still whining and whimpering, so I walk up to the fence and look down, and that's when I notice them. Footprints. They went right up to the fence, they went right up to the back door, and they went right past the house into the road. But nowhere did they ever backtrack. They started at the base of a ducking tree and went in 3 different directions and stopped. Now here's the ducking kicker. They weren't human, and they changed shape. The ones that went to the back door and the dog fence were in pairs of 2, like something on 2 legs, not 4, and had a middle pad and 4 toes, and since the snow was so deep, you could see that at the tips of the toes were indents that looked like claw marks. Now at the base of the tree, these footprints looked the same, pad, toes, claws, but as they went and got closer to the road, they began to get longer, same setup, just more elongated, and the longer they got, the farther apart the 2 feet were. Pretty soon, they reached the road and nothing. No prints on the other side. No prints in the road. Nothing. I went inside and waited for my mom and gave her the riot act when she got back. I showed her the footprints, and she agreed that she'd never seen anything like them before. I told her about her alarm clock, and when we went to check, it was in the middle of her bed. She also called the landlord and asked him if he had stopped by, but he was at his sister's in Pennsylvania that night. After everything that night, my mom started staying home all of the time, and sometimes her boyfriend would stay over with her, but he didn't like the house much and never would say why. After a while, they had a falling out, and my mom began talking to my stepdad again. One night I got up to pee, and as I was leaving my room, I looked down the stairs, and there was a guy standing there. And he just kind of stops and looks at me. Now, I wear contacts and glasses and didn't have either of them in, so I didn't know who it was. But there was no bad feeling. Just like I knew who it was, and it was whatever. So I made my way into the bathroom and closed the door and heard him walk past it. And I remember thinking that maybe it was my mom's boyfriend, and she didn't want me knowing they were fooling around again, so he came over when they thought I was sleeping. I just went back to sleep, and then in the morning when I woke up, my stepdad's car was there. I remember being confused because the person I saw couldn't have been my stepdad. My stepdad is like 6 feet tall, and this guy had to only be like 5 feet 5 inches, more like my mom's boyfriend. So when I got a chance to talk to my mom, I asked her about it and sort of joked that she was living dangerously. She said she didn't know what I was talking about and that my stepdad had come over at like 7 in the morning. I began thinking about it and couldn't really remember hearing the footsteps go into a room or anything. They just went past the bathroom door and stopped. That was actually the first and only time I ever saw someone or something. I always just felt the presence/heard the noises. A lot of shit happened, and we had to leave the White House, but we ended up renting from the same guy a few years later, and when the house came back on the market, like it always does, he let us know, and we moved back in. It really is an awesome house, and we actually miss the ghosts. But when we moved back in, there was a different feeling. Like they were unsure of us now. It was sad in a way, and I remember not being able to feel the presence in my room anymore. It wasn't as welcoming, at least. Nothing happened for a while until one night I got up and went down to the kitchen to get something to drink, and as I shut off the light, I heard someone behind me whisper playfully, "Smoky adventurer," and I froze and then took off up the stairs. It freaked me out, but it wasn't a bad feeling. I just giggled when I got to my room and closed the door and felt like I had just gotten the welcome back experience. But, thanks for listening.